منبر صوت الشعب، الراي والراي الآخر، شعب واحد ووطن واحد.
Freedom, 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 yes, freedom, 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 yes, freedom. Some people would say separation is the key. Some people would stay and pretend to be free. Some would be staying in the God created me and put me where I should be. My God created me and gave me all the things I need. Who are you to stop me from being who I am? Who are you to take away what I am? Who are you to stop me from being who I am? Who are you to take away what I am? Freedom, 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 yes, freedom, 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 yes, freedom. I can say I deserve the right to say I cannot stay a second-class citizen in my mama land. You can say you deserve the right to say, do you want to stay a second-class citizen in your mama land? Sharia law must no longer be my love. I'll be okay, free and proud with you, my love. Freedom, 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 yes, freedom, 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 yes, freedom, 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 yes, freedom, 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 yes, freedom.
السلام عليكم مشاهدين لمنبر صوت الشعب. بنقول لكم مساء الخير ومساء النور، وكذلك بنقول لكم صباح الخير للناس حسب التوقيت بتاعهم المختلف. وأيضا نحن بنقول للناس بتاعنا هنا في أمريكا وكندا good afternoon. Welcome everybody to the show. نحن سعيدين جدا إنه نكون معاكم في الحلقة بتاعت الليلة، ونتمنى من المشاهدين إنه تعملوا شير للحلقة، عملوا شير لللايف فيديو. أنا هنا طبعا في الحلقة بتاعت الليلة التركيز بتاعنا زي ما نحن قلنا في الشو بتاعنا المشى، إنه نحن بالذات في الحلقة بتاعت اليوم هنركز على التلوث البيئي في الإدارية بتاعت رووينق. في الحلقة الماضية لو انتوا الاثنين اللي فاتت إن شاء الله الصوت يكون كويس، بس أول حاجة خليني قبل ما نمشي قدام إن شاء الله الصوت كويس. أول حاجة يا جماعة، الناس اللي بيجوا بقدموا إساءات ديل، الناس اللي بيجي أي زول أنت يعني أبدو زيك، الناس اللي بيجوا وبيقدموا إساءات وبالذات في كتابة، أنت لو ما قاعد تحترم المشاهدين بتاعت المنبر، إننا قوانين بتاعت المنبر نحن بنطبق القوانين عليك. لو أنت مثلا بتجي بتسيل الناس وأيضا بتسيل المشاهدين، الناس اللي قاعدين يشاهدوا في الحلقة بتاعت صوت الشعب. شكرا دكتور نيوي، شكرا جزيلا، شكرا إيمانويل، شكرا كوايتي، شكرا جوك، شكرا لكم. وأنا يعني زي ما قاعدين نقول للناس إنه إننا قوانين بتحكم المنبر، وأورينا بنيجي هنا عشان نتحاور فكريا. وواحدة من النقاط بتاعت الحوار طبعا هو احترام الذات وكذلك احترام الآخر. واحدة من النقاط اللي هو المبادئ بتاعت الحوار. أنا داير نأكد للمشاهدين إنه نحن لسنا هنا للحرب أو حرب الألفاظ مثلا أو حرب البدري. أنا هنا للنقاشات والحوارات الفكرية. أي زول لازم ينتبه للكلام اللي بتكتبه، وأي كلام فيه إساءة نختلف فكريا، لكن أي كلام فيه إساءة أنا هنا ما بنقبله في إدارة بتاعت منبر، وبيطبق عليك القوانين بتاعت المنبر. خلونا نمشي في الحلقة. نرحب بكم كلكم، مولانا تريزا، دكتور نيوي، بيار ميوم، وغوك عبدو، وكل الناس المشاهدين. مرحبا بكم في صوت الشعب. خلوني برضو قبل ما امشي قدام اشكر اخوي باشمهندس دومينيك. ان شاء الله انت تكون قاعد مشاهد دومينيك، لانه انت هتكون ضيف بتاعنا برضو الليله في الحلقه دي. كواحد كزول متخصص او كجيولوجيست، ان احنا برضو هنحتاج لك وهنستعين بك في الدراسات اللي هنا هنتكلم عنه في الحلقه بتاع الليله. برضو خلينا اشكر سيستر تريزا، وبرضو اشكر الضيف بتاعنا كان ابان كيميائي في حلقه بتاع يوم السبت. للاسف الشديد انا يعني ما كنت شاعر كويس، يعني كنت تعبان شويه، لذلك ما قدرت اجي في الحلقه. انا عندي وجع راس تقيل شويه، لذلك قلنا بدل ما نحجل الحلقه، واننا ناس جزء من المؤسسين بتاع منبر بتاع صوت الشعب، لذلك وكمان يعني الرساله بتاعتنا واحده، لذلك نحن قلنا خدنا مولانا تريسا وبالذات باشمهندس دومينيك. هو كان قام يعني في وقت متاخر، تخيل الزول كان قايم الساعه 2 بالليل في التوقيت بتاعه في المحل اللي هو قاعد فوقه. فدومينيك really applaud you and appreciate يعني الشجاعه بتاعك وحبك لجنوب السودان، وكذلك منبر بتاعت صوت الشعب. انا بشكرك جزيلا. ما كل الناس ممكن يحملوا حاجه زي الزول بقوم الساعه 2 صباحا ويجي عشان يقدم الحلقه، وكذلك مولانا تريزا برضو. الناس كتير طبعا ما عارفين تريزا، طبعا هي من المؤسسين بتاع صوت الشعب. الناس كتير يعني زي ما المره اللي فات جونكور برضو ذكر في الشو بتاعه، هو لو بدينا سوا كده قلنا كلنا نكون مع البعض، لكن anyhow في النهايه المنابر دي كلها concerned citizen او diversity voice of كوش، ديل كلهم منابر بتأسس لانه يكون في تغيير في جنوب السودان. فعلى العموم يعني لو تريزا انا لو بقيت ما في وقاعد هي ظهرت في المنبر هنا، ده شيء عادي. هي من ضمن المؤسسين. المنبر ده مؤسس اسس كل الناس، اسس بما فيهم ناس سليمان دندره، ناس كثيره جدا، فعندهم حق على هذا المنبر وليس إدوارد فقط. يعني هنا قاعد اكون هنا مقدم بتاعت حلقات، وفعلا يعني ساهمت دور كبير جدا انه المنبر ده يجيب على رجلين، لكن المجهودات بتاعت الاخرين يعني هنا طبعا ما قاعدين ننكرها، لازم كل زول نديه حقه. خلونا نخش في الحلقه بتاعتنا. الحلقه بتاعت الليله ان احنا زي ما انا ذكرت في الحلقه فاتت انه قضيه بتاعت التلوث البيئي في جنوب السودان، بالذات في المناطق المنتجه للنفط، اللي هو منطقه بتاعت على النيل. 3 مناطق حسب التقرير. هي طبعا عندنا منطقه بتاعت سرجاس، وعندنا منطقه بتاعت رووينق، وعندنا منطقه بتاعت فلوج. ديل 3 المناطق المنتجه للنفط والمتاثره بالتلوث البيئي في جنوب السودان. في الحلقه بتاعتنا اللي فاتت جينا واتكلمنا بشكل عام عن التلوث البيئي في منطقه بتاع رووينق، والتلوث البيئي في منطقه بتاعت فلوج، والتلوث البيئي في منطقه بتاعت بنتيو او سرجاس. وبرضو يعني خلال الحلقه جبنا بعض المعلومات الدقيقه المتعلقه بتلوث البيئه كدلائل بتثبت للناس انه يا جماعه التلوث البيئي هي يعني حاجه خطيره، ولازم نحن كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان ننتبه له كلنا. والمسؤوليه التاريخيه ليست فقط على العاتق بتاعت المواطنين من ابناء المناطق المنتجه للنفط، زي منطقه بتاعت رووينق، وزي منطقه بتاعت سرجاس، وزي منطقه بتاعت فلوج، لانه البترول كماده خام بتستفيد منه كل الدوله بتاعت جنوب السودان. يعني هنا كلنا كشعب مستفيدين من العائدات بتاعت النفط، لكن الضرر بتاع النفط في جنوب السودان المتضرر هو المواطن الموجود في المنطقة اللي هي في المناطق الثلاثة المذكورة. لذلك نحن مرة الفات يعني يمكن ما ليس للمرة الأولى أن نحن بنسلط الضوء على التلوث البيئي في المناطق الثلاثة، لكن أنا زي ما قلت لكم في الحلقة اللي فاتت إنه التقرير الجامبو الدار بتروليوم الأربع تقارير والتقارير برضه الجامبو منظمة بتاعت ساين أوف هوب قامت بتقارير وقامت بدراسة بإجراء دراسة على الموية بالذات والتربة في المناطق الثلاثة. أنا كلمت عن الكلام ده في المرة اللي فاتت، وبرضه دومينيك جيولوجيست هو برضه أنا أستضيفه بعد شوية هيجي ينضم لنا عشان برضه نحاول نأكد للناس الخطورة بتاعت الموقف، وبتدعي إنه نحن لازم نتكلم عن القضية ده. في ناس كان قالوا لي في قضايا قالوا نتكلم عنه، لكن نحن في إدارة بتاعت منبر قررنا إنه القضية بتاعت التلوث البيئي هي قضية يعني خطيرة جدا. أنا في بعض الصور أنا بوريكم له بعد شوية، في ناس رسلوا لي صور بتاع التلوث البيئي في المناطق المذكورة. بالذات الليلة نحن هنركز على المنطقة بتاع رووينق، وفي منطقة رووينق بنركز على المقاطعة بتاع ألين كونتي. نحن هنركز we are focusing on ألين كونتي في منطقة بتاع رووينق. وبكل صراحة لكل الناس المشاهدين لمنبر صوت الشعب من أبناء جنوب السودان، يعني بجد القضية بتاع التلوث البيئي هي قضية خطيرة جدا، وآثارها يعني هي خطيرة جدا ووخيمة أيضا على المواطنين بتاعت المناطق، مش ألين فقط. التأثير بتشمل حتى الجنوب بتاع جنوب الشلوك. المنطقة بتاعت ألين في الروين هي المناطق دي كلها، يعني تأثير بتاعت التلوث البيئي في منطقة بتاع الروين بتخش حتى مناطق بتاعت جنوب شلوك وحتى مناطق بتاعت الشرق شرق ترجاس وكده مناطق بتاعت بنتيو. كل الجماعات الموجودة في الاريا دي متأثرين بالتلوث البيئي. لذلك هنركز عليه في الحلقة، وبرضه خلينا نعتذر للمشاهدين انه في صور هتكون يعني منظرها بشعة جدا، لكن ما في طريقة. نحن أنا قوم نطلع الصور ده فوق، أنا طلعهم فوق مش لأنه نحن يعني دايرين الناس تشوف الوضع اللا إنساني، لكن أنا طلع الصور كدلائل. أول حاجة كدلائل دايرين نثبت للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان إنه ده هو الوضع بتاعت التأثير بتاعت البترول وسوء الإدارة بتاعت البقايا بتاعت البترول من قبل الشركات العاملة في مناطق بتاعت إنتاج النفط. والحكومة بتاعت جنوب السودان في فيديوهات برضو أنا رسلوا لي الفيديوهات ديل، يعني في فيديوهات لآخر اجتماع قام به الوكيل بتاع وزارة النفط، كان يوم الوكيل بتاع وزارة النفط اللي كان وزير السابق أوو كان مشى المنطقة دانيال اللي هو honorable engineer أوو دانيال شوان under secretary ministry of petroleum. هو كان مشى، هو موقع على في ورقة في خطابهم، يعني في اتفاق اتفقوا عليه مع المواطنين بتاعت المنطقة، لكن طبعا this is one of the fake agreement اللي أصلا ما راح يطبقوها ولا يلتزموا به، لأنه المواطنين from long time الناس كان قاعد يتكلم عن التلوث البيئي والآثار بتاعه وما في زول كان قاعد يشتغل بها. الاجتماع كان يوم 12 سبتمبر 2020 اللي هو يوم 12 شهر 9، ده كان الاجتماع، ووقعوا على Memorandum of Understanding MOU between the Ministry of Petroleum, MOB and RCIS and our Republic of South Sudan and Ruweng local communities. ده اللي هم اتفقوا عليه. في بعض الحاجات طبعا يقول لهم في جزء منه لو هم طبقوا الحاجات ده أنا أفتكر ممكن يحصل نقلة في المناطق بتاع الإنتاج بتاع النفط، لكن حكومة بتاع جنوب السودان هي ما بتطلع من الحكومات الوطنية المرت على التاريخ بتاع السودان. والأبل اللي كتب لهم كتاب بتاع نقد العهود والمواثيق، أنا لا أستغرب إنه حكومة بتاعتنا حكومة جنوب السودان منذ عام 2005 وقع في نفس الخطأ بتاع إنها بقى حكومة صادقة وما قاعد تلتزم بكلام اللي بتقوله، ووقعت هذا اللايقة بتاعت الحكومات التي تمارس النفاق السياسي والكذب وبتنقض العهود والمواثيق. قبل ما نمشي قدام برضو المنظمة بتاعت ساين اوف هوب هي منظمة ألمانية، والمنظمة يعني لا يعني نون بروفيت اورجانيزيشن، وبالذات بتهتم في مجال بتاعت القياسات بتاعت المويه والتلوث، والبالذات يعني ان جنرال بيختصوا بالمجال بتاع الهيدرولوجي، ولذلك بيقيسوا شوفوا المويه والتلوث في المياه وكده. المنظمه رفعت التقرير ده رفع لمجلس الامن جنرال اسامبلي، اللي هو رفعوا تقرير لجنرال اسامبلي اوف يونايتد نيشن هيومن رايت كونسل، بالذات كان في 41st سيشن يوم 24 جون to 12 جولاي 2019 العام الماضي. والهم النقاط اللي اتكلموا عنهم طبعا هم اتكلموا عن التلوث البيئي في جنوب السودان، اللي هو the Secretary General has received the following written statement which is circulated in accordance with Economic and Social Council Resolution 1996-31. ده according to التقرير اللي جات من المنظمة بتاعت الساين اوف هوب بالذات يوم 7 جون 2019. المهم في ده كله انا ما راح اتكلم عن الكلام ده كله، لكن انا قبل ما نمشي نعمل برزنتيشن بتاعت الصور وبعد ذاك نجيب نستضيف الباشمهندس دومينيك يجي ينضم لنا. التقرير اشار لبعض الحاجات اللي هي انا داير بس انا داير اشير لها، اللي هي اشار sign of hope investigation have revealed that the oil consortia operating in South Sudan has contaminated the water consumed by 600,000 اللي هو التلوث البيئي في 3 المناطق في 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 مناطق المنتجه للنفط. المويه الموجوده كلها في 3 مناطق، المويه موجود في بنتيو، والمويه موجود في رووينق، والمويه موجود في فلوج. كل المياه في 3 المناطق دي كلها متلوثه. المياه في المناطق دي كلها is actually contaminated. والتقرير تقريبا نسخه منه موجود لحكومه بتاعت جنوب السودان، وهم نكروا حكومه جنوب السودان نكرت انه الكلام اللي قاعد يقوله المنظمات ده ما صحيح. وفي الحلقه اللي فاتت انا جبت ستيفن ديو، هو كان قاعد يتحدث وبينكر بيقول التقارير اللي بيجيبوا نازل ما صحيح. مجلس الامن واللي هو امين العام للامم المتحده في ستيتمنت رسمي، هو الكلام انا قاعد اقوله ده في التقرير موجود، والناس دايرين they can get it a copy of التقرير اللي هو بعد ما sign of hope رفع التقرير بتاع لمنظمه بتاعت اليونايتد نيشن. فهم بيقولوا انه 600,000 من المواطنين متضررين من المويه او من التلوث البيئي في المناطق ال3، وقسموا المناطق دي طبعا لشركات living occasion areas of the Sud Petroleum Operating Company اللي هو اسبوك، the Greater Pioneer Operating Company، وعندك ايضا the Dar Petroleum Operating Company، ماليزيا Headquarter Petronas whole major share. هو طبعا انا ما اقدر اتكلم عن كلام كثير كله، لكن انا داير اقول للناس انه التقرير بتاع مجلس الامن والمشهد من المنظمه بتاعت الساين اوف هوب اللي هو علامات بتاعت العمل. التقرير المشهد منه ال3 شركات المسيطره على النفط في جنوب السودان they are contributing في تلويث بتاعت المويه والبيئه، وقسموا الحاجات دي قسموها اللي هو المنظمه بتاعت ساين اوف هوب في calculation بتاعهم according to sign of hope investigation and calculation Petronas and their oil companies operating in South Sudan are responsible for contamination of water drink and used by more than 600,000 residents of South Sudan, equivalent to 5% of entire population of South Sudan. النسبة بتاعت 600,000 من المواطنين بتاع جنوب السودان والمتضررين من التلوث البيئي نتيجة للتلوث بتاعت النفط في جنوب السودان، يعني ال 600,000 دول هم بيساووا نسبة بتاعت 5% من السكان بتاعت جنوب السودان، which is actually نسبة كبيرة خالص من السكان بتاعنا نحن. ده نسبة كبيرة جدا، يعني ما حاجة بسيطة وما حاجة نحن ممكن نسكت عليه كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان، وكانوا كذلك كنشطاء سياسيين او كنشطاء بتاع حقوق الانسان على مستوى المواقع بتاع التواصل الاجتماعي. ان احنا لازم نركز على النقاط دي. واندير اكد لكم كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان وبالذات الناس المشاهدين لهذا اللايف فيديو انه التلوث البيئي في المناطق بتاع رووينق ده مشكله حقيقيه اسرائيل. التلوث البيئي في منطقه بتاعت بالمنطقه بتاعت ترجاس اسرائيل، التلوث البيئي في منطقه بتاعت فلوج اسرائيل. معناه ده بيحتاج لاكشن مننا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. القضيه دي ما محتاج ان يتم تركها للناس بتاع رووينق عشان يقولوا الناس بتاع المنطقه لازم يشاكلوا براهم، ولا يتركوها للناس بتاع بنتيو، ولا يتركوها للناس بتاع فلوج، لانه العائدات بتاع النفط كلنا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان بنستفيد منها، ما فقط وناس فلوج غير مستفيدين منها. والناس اللي بياكلوا قروش البترول ده ما ولا ذاته كانت تجي تلقاه ما عندهم علاقه بمنطقه بتاعت فلوج، ما عندهم علاقه بمنطقه بتاعت رووينق، ما عندهم علاقه بمنطقه بتاعت سرجاس، ولا عندهم زول بيتضرر في المحل ده. لانه مشكلتنا في جنوب السودان بقى انه زول اللي بيتكلم عن الموضوع ده الزول الجرح يعني النار وصل له والنار قاعد ياكل فوق، النار يعني وصل له والنار قاعد يحرقه، ده الزول اللي بيتكلم. لكن اذا لسه يعني النار ده ما وصلتك والقضيه ما وصلتك ما بتشتغل به. يعني الناس اصلا لما يشوفوا، انا بوريكم صور بتاعت الاطفال اللي بتولدوا مشوهين، لو ما عندك زول ودعمك مثلا ولده مشوه، ولا ما عندك بنت اختك ولد مشوه، ولا ما عندك بنت خالتك ولد مشوه، you don't care about it، انت ما بتشتغل به. ناس ما بيشتغل به. ولو الناس لما يجونا هنا مثلا الناس بتاع رووينق، ويجونا الناس بتاعت البنتيو، ويجونا الناس بتاعت فلوج، ويقولوا هنا متضررين، already we say these people they are wasting their time وقاعدين يعملوا ازعاج ساكن. ليه؟ لانه هنا bad concept اللي هو bad mindset كجنوبين، انه يعني انت ما بتتكلم في حاجه الا حاجه ده يكون عنده علاقه بيك انت مباشره، and which is not right. A sense بتاعت nationalism في جنوب السودان we need to develop up، اللي هو احساس بالروح بتاعت الانتماء والروح بتاعت القوميه في جنوب السودان، دايرين عشان هي تتطور ونحن نتبناه في شكل سلوكنا اليوم زادوا كشعب على مستوى جنوب السودان. لانه لو نحن ما وصلنا للمستوى ده، انا افتكر فكره انه نحن قاعدين نقول ان نحن شعب في دوله بتاعت جنوب السودان ونحن شعب في دوله واحد، انا افتكر هذا يتنافى مع السلوك اللي نحن قاعدين نمارسه. يعني سلوكيا عندنا بنلقاو قاعدين رافعين شعارات والله كلنا الجنوبيين we are one nation we are one people، ده كله كلام فارغ وشعارات، يعني بتلقاو شعارات ناس شايلينها في كشوفهم فقط. لكن انت لما تيجي للارض الواقع بتلقى انه الشعارات ده ما عنده مكان على مستوى حياتنا العامه وعلى مستوى الواقع العام في جنوب السودان. لانه كله مثلا كان مواطنين طردوه من الاستوائيه، اوريدي بيقولوا والله يا اخي الناس بتاعت الاستوائيه ساكت ونحن ذاتنا مالهم يا اخي، ده اللي خليه يتشرد في خلا. ما في زول بيتكلم لما الناس دي اللي يتشردوا ويمشي غابات. كذلك في بحر غزال لما يطلعوا مظاهرات ما في زول بيشتغل به. لما نشلوك في 2005 بقت جاي الشعب الجو في مناطق بتاعت تونجا وشريط في مناطق كلها بتاعت اوبان وده كله، وبقوا قاعدين يعملوا تشرنج للمواطنين ويحرقوا جسمهم ببلاستيك وكده، وشلوا قاعدين يكوروا عملوا مظاهرات ملكال، ما في زول يشتغل بهم لانه يفتكرهم يعني ده طبعا ده شلوك واحتمال دايرين يمردوا ودايرين يعملوا كده. ده سيم الان مظاهرات ماشيه في فلوج بين ابناء بتاعت فلوج قبل فتره، وبيتكلموا عن الاضرار بتاعت البيئه والتاثير بتاع البيئه على المواطنين في منطقه بتاعت فلوج، وخدمات ما في، بالاضافه للتاثيرات الكبيره جدا بتاعت النفط ما في زول يشتغل بهم. يعني انتوا لو لاحظتوا ما في زول تضامن مع المظاهرات الماشيه في كاتي فلوج. يعني احنا جينا هنا اتكلمنا عنه، وبعد ذاك بيتكلم عنهم اولاد بتاعت فلوج، اولاد بتاعت كده خلاص، وشغلانه انتهت الى الناس هناك. ليه؟ لانه عندنا احساس بتاعت انه الانتماء الوعي القومي في جنوب السودان والاحساس بالاخر ما بقى ما موجود. الروح ده كان موجود زمان جلابه، كان عندنا عدو واحد مشترك. هسه ما بقى ما عندنا عدو واحد، عدو بتاعنا ما كنا في السودان كان جلابه. عشان كده الجنوبيين كله كان قاعدين يتفقوا انه we have one enemy. Now we don't have common enemy في جنوب السودان. الكومن انمي بتاعنا كشعب يفترض يكون هو حكومه بتاع جنوب السودان. الحكومه المفروض يوفر الخدمات لكل الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. الحكومه يفترض يوفر لنا مرتبات بتاعنا، لكن حكومه قسمت الناس في خطوط قبليه، قسمهم في ترايبل لاينز، وده زاد الطين بله، وده كتب الروح بتاعت الاحساس بالقوميه والانتماء بتاع للدوله جنوب السودان. وبقى الانتماء هنا انتماء قبلي. الانتماء بقى انتماء قبلي، يعني زول ما بده يتكلم الا حاجه دي يحسر بيك انت مثلا كشخص. يعني الليله لو حصل حاجه في ملكال اوريدي انا اجي اتكلم كيدور لانه ده الاهل المشكله بالبساطه كده، ولو تريزا حصل له حاجه وكده. لكن انا هنا بدينا نخلق الرؤيه ده في المنبر بتاع الدايفرسيتي وفي صوت الشعب انه يا جماعه الانتماء والانسانيه لا تتجزع، الانسانيه ما بتجزع، والاحساس بالظلم ما قاعد يتجزع. الظلم مرسول للانسان في بحر غزال، او ده الظلم الانسان قاعد يمارسله في بنتيو، وقاعد يمارسله في رووينق، وقاعد يمارسله في شرق الاستوائيه ولا في غرب الاستوائيه ولا في الشمال على النيل. وده النقاط اللي هنا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان علينا دايرين انه ننمي الاحساس ده. يعني انا قبل استغربت واحد كتب لي قال لي يا عنصري، انا يعني زول انا بعرفه كويس، انا كنت يعني ليه يكتب لي انا زول عنصري؟ انت يعني انت لو سالت نفسك، انا لو سالتك يا روبرت، انا لو سالتك يعني انت كلمه عنصري ده شنو؟ انا وانت هنا ربنا سوا في مدني. لما تيجي تكتب لزول تقول له لا يا عنصري، العنصريه ده معناه شنو؟ انت ذاك اللي بتعرف الكلمه بتاع العنصريه؟ هل في عندنا سلوك بتاع العنصريه ده موجود في جنوب السودان؟ العنصريه ده بتمارسوه بين المجموعات اللي هي بتختلف في اللون وكده. مثلا هنا في الجنوب ما عندنا قضيه بتاعت عنصريه، لكن اللي عندنا في جنوب السودان ده قضيه بتاعت قبليه. لكن ده بقى مايند سيت، الاحساس بتاع الناس انه انت لما تيجي تقدم النقد وتقول الحقيقه الناس بتلقاهم كلهم من جلد. انا تقدم نقد للجين كانسل بيجي زول ناطلي قال زول قاصد دينك، لا كويس. وده المشكله، الكثير من المثقفين بتاعتنا اللي بيسموا نفسهم مثقفين جزابا هو اللي بيقع فوقه. ده خطا، الناس ما قادر تقع فيها، ما قادر تتخلص منها كويس. وده جزء من مشاكل اصل اللي بتكاتله الاحساس بتاعتنا والانتماء القومي للدوله بتاعت جنوب السودان. فعلى العموم اللي انا داير اجي النقطه المهم بالنسبه لنا كشعب في جنوب السودان، وانا لازم اركز على النقطه ده، لانه لو نحن ما ركزنا عليه كشعب في جنوب السودان بالمناسبه ما في حاجه بيعمل نفسه، nothing will happen. يعني لو نحن مثلا القضيه بتاعت التلوث البيئي في منطقه بتاع الرووينق اللي انا هسه بيجي اتكلم عنه فيديوهات، نجيب لكم فيديوهات وصور، لو ما جات يتنمد الاحساس بالقوميه الموجود جوانا، والاحساس انه يا جماعه يعني حاجه الكعب ده حاجه كعب الاساس. وانا لازم اركز على النقطه ده، الكعب ده كعب، لازم لو الاحساس ده بقى ما موجود للناس في الاستوائيه، وبقى ما موجود للناس في بحر غزال، وبقى ما موجود في الناس في اعلى النيل، وبقى ما في موجود في للناس في المناطق الثانيه اللي يا جماعه اننا will not go anywhere، اننا ما نقدر نعمل اي حاجه خالص. والسلفاكير اننا كل يوم قاعد نتكلم عنه، سلفاكير must go، سلفاكير will stay، because اننا ما قدرنا نعرف to define، ما قدرنا نعمل definition ل what is our problem، ما قدرنا نعمل definition. لانه when you come to some realities بتلقاو انه people of South Sudan totally they are so confused، people are confused and they don't know who is their enemy، ما بيعرفوا العدو بتاعهم منو، ما بيعرفوا العدو بتاعهم منو. وكل زول everybody is fighting for his own interest، كل زول بيقى قاعد يشاكل في المصلحه بتاعه، وشغله بيقى position، اي زول their position. عشان كده انا لازم النقاط دي انا اشير له قبل ما نمشي نتكلم، انه الكلام اللي قاعدين نقوله ده ما لما نحن تتنمي جوانا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان الاحساس بالروح بتاع القوميه، والاحساس باحساس الظلم. يعني مثلا جزء منكم كجنوبيين لما جود فلويد لما يتقتل في امريكا هنا، الشرطه ده قاعد يقول اي كان بريس، والشرطه قتلوا كلكم جنوبيين، انتوا وقفتوا معاه كلنا. ده الجنوبي في امريكا هنا، خليك في امريكا، جنوبيين قاعدين في السودان والقاعدين في جوبا والكل بالاضافه للعرب وشنو، كل العالم ده كله تضامن مع المقتل الرجل الاسود. ليه هنا ما بنتضامن بانه اننا انسان قاعد يتولد مشوه في منطقه بتاع رووينق؟ ما قاعدين نتضامن ليه؟ This is a question everybody watching this live video ask yourself this question. ايزول انت قاعد تشاهد هذا اللايف فيديو، you are watching this live video، you have to ask yourself the question I just asked. اسالوا نفسكم هذا السؤال، ليه هنا ما قاعدين نتضامن كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان؟ ما قاعدين نتضامن لما المواطن الموجود في رووينق وقاعد يشرب مويه ملوثه، وانا برفع الفيديو ده فوق هسه، مويه البهيره بتاعت النو في 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 منطقه بتاع رووينق، البهيره ده ملوثه يا جماعه، المويه ده ملوثه، يعني حاجه ببكي الناس. ليه هنا ما قادرين كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان نتضامن مع المواطنين ديل؟ اسالوا نفسكم الاسئله دي، ليه هنا خلينهم رغم اننا بترول هنا قاعد نستفيد منه، البترول اللي جاي بقروج لجنوب السودان كله. ايزول قاعد يشاهد هذا اللايف فيديو ask yourself that question. مثلا تعال هنا ناس الفلوج المره اللي فاتت طلعوا مظاهرات، ليه هنا ما قاعدين نتضامن معهم؟ ما قاعدين نتضامن مع الناس ديل، معلوم انه مثلا الناس ديل في تلوث بيئي، في ما في خدمات، ما في ده، ما بنتضامن. الملكال يونمس، انا مره اللي فاتت انا جيت كلمت هنا المواطنين قاعده في يونمس ميليشيات بيستهدفهم بيقتلوهم. عندنا زول برضه قبل كم يوم كان ما في ملكال يونمس، لقوا امبارح لقوا في اتجاه بتاعت ما كلبالك، اتجاه بتاعت كلبالك تجاه ملكيه هناك. الزول اللي لقوا تقريبا الثوره لقوا مقتول ويدينه مربوط كويس، يدينه مربوط. ده الزول كان قاعد يطلع باليونمس. ليه أنا هنا ما بنتضامن؟ ما بيجينا الاحساس ده اللي بيموتوا ده المواطنين هم شلوا قاعد يس، لكن they are South Sudanese. are they deserve to be treated like this؟ هل هم بيستاهلوا يعملوا معامله ده؟ زول ما يطلع الا بعد كل كم يوم من هنا عندنا زول ميت، ولما تيجي تتكلم بقولوا يدور قبلي. انا لو جيت اتكلمت الناس اللي بيجي موجودين في يونمس وكله بعد كله بيتقتلوا بيقولوا لي مثلا يدور زول عنصري. انا قبل فتره قلت حاجه في المنبر هنا، يا جماعه تصدقوا الشلوك ده، الشلوك المملكه والحجم بتاع الشلوك الكبير ده كله، والشلوك كله هسه في مناطق بتاعهم ما موجودين. تصدقوا الان المركز الشلوك متكدسين فوق ده منطقه بتاعت كودوك ده ما عنده اخصائي بتاع نساء وتوليد. تصدقوا الكلام ده؟ اسمعوا كلامي ده كويس. تصدقوا كودوك ده ما عنده، يعني تاريخيا كودوك ده اولى المديريات العاصمه الاولى بتاعت على النيل ده كان في كودوك. ارجعوا للتاريخ من هنا نرجع كم هناك. تصدقوا كودوك ده ما عندهم اخصائي بتاع نساء وتوليد؟ يعني تصدقوا ان انا مره قبل شهر انا جيت اشرت له هنا، المره ده بس جاء وجع داير توضع ودوها المستشفى ما في اخصائي بتاع نساء وتوليد، معدات بتاع العمليات في المستشفى ما في. قالوا يتحركوا جاي ماشيين الساعه 2 صباح لقوا بوت. لما لقوا بوت شالوا البوت من الكودوك لعدي، لما البوت وصل ملكال قالوا بوت ما مشى وقف ما خش بالمين الرئيسي، البوت جاء خش باتجاه بتاع يونمس. الاسعاف الجات ما قدر يخش، مشى مسك في النص لانه ملكال كله طين مسك في النص. الاسعاف الثاني لما جاي بعد ما لقوا مره خلاص تعتيبت ودخلوا في الاسعاف توفت كويس. ده قاعد يحصل. انا كلام ده شيرت له في اللايف فيديو هنا، انا شيرت له هنا. ده مثلا ده ما بيستاهل مننا كجنوبين كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان انه المره ده شيت زيف ما بتستاهل. المره ده بتستاهل انها هي تعيش وجنا موجود جواه ده. هل الشلوك ده مثلا في كودك ما بيستاهل كندم؟ يا اخي معقوله يا جماعه، يا اخي معقوله يا جماعه. يا اخي الشلوك اللي عندكم دكتور وعندكم اخصائي بتاع الجراحه والعظام ونساء وتوليد ما عنده في مناطقهم اخصائي بتاع نساء وتوليد. اسمعوا كلامي ده كويس ناس تسمع كلام ده كويس. عشان كده sometimes when we get mad في بعض الحاجات بتكون حاجات زي ده، لكن لما تيجي تتكلم طبعا nobody care. ما في زول فاضي ما يشوا الكاويه، ما في زول فاضي له. وده الاحساس الموجود جوانا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. الفرق بين ده بين المره دي وجورج فلو وده شنو؟ ده نقاط اللي هنا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان we need to think about these issues. كذلك مثلا الليله ده بيحصل حاجه للناس بتاعت فراتيت في واو، ما في زول قاعد يتكلم. مره الفات سليمان دندره قاعد يكورك في الصفحه بتاعه، والله يعملوا لنا وقرصونا وسوونا واستهدفونا. يعني الكلام ده جبته مداك في تقرير بتاع يونايتد نيشن وانا جاي في ايام الجاي. nobody talk about it. لما دندره قاعد يكورك بيقولوا والله دندره ده قبل. ابسط حاجه بيقولوا لسليمان دندره انه سليمان دندره ده قبل يتدد قبيله كويس، بس ده ابسط حاجه بقول له without asking ourselves question انه دندره القاعد يتكلم ده يا اخوانا ده ماله؟ مش مشكله؟ عنده مشكله يس ده برضو. والناس بتقول قاعد يحصل. تعال امشي هنا قاعد نتكلم في رومبيت في مره اللي فات في وراب ولا وير از التجميع بتاع السلاح، هل كان في وراب ولا كان في ليج ستيت؟ الشغله مشوا الناس جهاز الامن قتلوا الشباب هناك وقبضوا الناس ودقوا الناس. جنوبين احساس ما موجود جوانا لانه لسه القبليه والمناطقيه لسه متاثر في نفسنا. لذلك هنا ما قاعدين نتفاعل مع القضايا القوميه، القضايا اللي له تاثير. وده لو الاحساس ده ما يتنمد جوانا ما في تغيير بيجي في جنوب السودان. انا قاعد اقول عليكم ما في تغيير بيجي في جنوب السودان لو الاحساس بتاع انه يوم ذاك السلوك قاعد يعملوا الجيش الشعبي ده يمشي، يعني بس قال رابط في راسه شريط احمر يمسكوه ويدقوه وبعد ذاك يمشي ما عارف ويتقتل ويقتلوا كم نفر. يا اخوانا and nobody talk about this في جنوب السودان. انا جينا اتكلمنا هنا تريزا اتكلم عن الموضوع ده، لكن ده يفترض يخلق احساس مشترك بيننا في الجنوبين انه بيهيفير اللي انتم شايفينه اللي بيتعمل للشباب ديل بكره بيعملوا لك بيعمل في على النيل، بيتعمل في بارغزال، بتتعمل في استوائيه، بتتعمل في جنجله. وده الحاجات اللي انا دائما قاعد ننبهه الشعب بتاعنا بتاع جنوب السودان انه this kind of common feeling we need to come out with it to feel in all of us we are human being وهنا كلنا جنوبين وهنا كلنا الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. ومعلوميتكم الانسانيه دي ما قاعده تتجزأ، الانسانيه كمعنى ما قاعده تتجزأ وككلمه ما بتتجزأ. انسانيه او الانسانيه في امريكا انتوا بتجيبوا معهم هنا ده بيبقى حقنا كجنوبين ده نفاق. انا بقول لكم حتى القاعدين في المواقع بتاع التواصل الاجتماعي حتى government supporters تلقاهم هسه اي حاجه لهم بقربوا، لكن اي حاجه بيصل للناس ثاني بيشوفوا قالوا ده المعارضه كويس. وده نفاق، ده بيخش في خانه بتاعت نفاق وكذب ودجل. والشعب زي ده شعب غير قدير انه يرتقي للمكان من العليا بتاع انه الشعب وصل للمفاهيم بتاع الانسانيه. ده شعب بيمارس انتهازيه، كذب، استهبال ونفاق. والشعب زي ده مسيره قاعد يكون مجهول انتل يصلوا لمستوى انه يعرفوا الحقائق اين الحقيقه ويعرفوا انه الانسانيه دي ما بتجزأ. ما ده كذب لي يعني. انا شايف ده لما قتلوا جورج فلويد هنا ده ناس كثير كان في السودان حتى المطبلاتيه بتاع الحكومه بيكتبوا وي ار جورج فلويد لايف ميتا. كذابين، انتوا كذابين ومنافقين وكذابين ودجالين. لايف بتاع الانسان الموجود في استوائيه ميتا، اللايف بتاع الانسان الموجود في بارغزال ميتا، الراي بتاع الانسان الموجود في ملكال ميتا، الراي بتاع الانسان الموجود في بيبور اسمتا، اللايف في مواطنين بتاع رووينق اسمتا. كلنا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان لو نحن ما وصلنا للمستوى ده كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان تظل مستقبل بتاع جنوب السودان مسلم. والتقرير اللي انا جاي والصور اللي انا ماشي انا هسه ماشي نبيسه لكم حكومه بتاع جنوب السودان بقياده بتاع سلفاكير they don't give a damn on the people of South Sudan. This government is a selfish government. They are looking only for their own interests and their own children. They don't care about people of South Sudan. Because if they care about people of South Sudan هم بيعلموا انه في شعب في جنوب السودان والقاعدين في الجنوب ديل ما حيوانات ديل ناس زيهم وزيال بتاعهم. الريبورت ده ما ممكن يطلع من مجلس الامن. الريبورت ده والجفرمنت بتاع حكومه جنوب السودان ما ياخذ اجراءات صارمه ضد الشركات العامله في مناطق بتاع البترول، ضد الشركات العامله في مناطق بتاع البترول. اضافه لذلك انا قبل كم يوم انا في زور رسل لي فيديو خليني اقول لكم الكلام ده عشان الكلام ده كله مربوط بالوضع اللي انا فيديو الماشي البرزنتيشن اللي انا ماشيين نتكلم فوقه. لانه لو ما جاء جوانا احساس مشترك كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان ما في حاجه بتصلح. في فيديو واحد رسله لي في منبر بتاع صوت الشعب قبل يومين. انا قلت للزول ده رسل لي الفيديو ده في ماسنجر عشان انا داير نسيفه وننزله لانه ننزله في voice of people. but انا قبل I managed to just to record the video وانا خلاص عملت له editing وقاعد. الفيديو الزول رسل لي فيديو من استوائيه. انا ما بعرف يا ريت لو زول ده قاعد يسمع اللايف فيديو ده خليه يكتب لي الفيديو ده في منطقه من استوائيه قبل ما اننا ننزل الفيديو اللي صوروا له قال له اجي زي 5 يوم الليله. فيديو في واحد من المناطق فيه بقر، الرواة بتاع بقر ده البقر جابوهم وبقر فكوهم في المزرعه. البقر جايين في المزرعه بتاع زول بقر مزرعه ده مزرعه بتاع زول في واحد في مناطق بتاع الاستوائيه. انا ما اعرف الفيديو ده ريكوردد في منطقه ورسلوا لي في منبر صوت الشعب. والمرأة واقف وفي زول قاعد يصور وبقر الزول الماشي ورا البقر لان الرواة ده الماشيين مصلحين في استوائيه. الرواة ده البقر خشوا المزرعه وقاعد ياكلوا المزارع الزراعه بتاعت الزراعه في المزرعه. يا اخوانا ده الاحساس زي ده مثلا. هسه كان جاء تريزا كان هي من استوائيه. تريزا هسه لو جات الفيديو ده وصل لها هي مثلا وجاي يتكلم عن الفيديو ده مش بيقولوا شنو؟ جنوبيته بتقولوا شنو؟ مو تريزا دي عنصريه؟ تريزا ما انتوا كلكم هتنطوا انه تريزا ده عنصريه. انتوا هتنطوا ناس الدايرين البيهيفير زي انه يكون ماشي في جنوب السودان هتنطوا تريزا دي عنصريه زي ما قاعدين يقولوها تريزا دي عنصريه وقبليه وكذلك يدوا القبلي. يا اخوانا في زول ممكن يقبل يا جماعه بس انا داير اسالكم يا شعب بتاع جنوب السودان. وتريزا قال الكلام ده اصلا انه I'm coming في شرق الاستوائيه. كويس تريزا انتوا يمنشن انه في شرق الاستوائيه. الفيديو ده في شرق الاستوائيه كويس. هسه لو الفيديو ده خدناه انا متاكد لو ناس خدوه ناس هيبقوا يشتموا بدل ما يجي يدينوا السلوك ده. انا المفروض ناس تدين الغلط لانه ده غلط. ده مزرعه بتاعت زول. البقر ده مصدر اكل بتاعك مش، والزراعه ده مصدر اكل بتاع زول القاعد في المنطقه ده مصدر اكل بتاعت زول ده. ثابت ان لما تسمع لنفسك انه بقر بتاعك ده يجي يخش مزرعه بتاعي وانت شايل سلاح وانا مواطن، الاحساس ده يا جماعه احساس بتاع الظلم ده، الاحساس بتاع الظلم ده ما في اخطر من الاحساس بتاع الظلم. عشان كده هسه انتوا قاعد تسمعوا اصوات بتاع الانفصال في استوائيه جنوبين. انا داير اقول لكم الكلام ده، الناس بدأوا يقولوا قالوا الرووينغ بوليوشن ويدور، انا لازم لانه ده all this is connected قبل ما نجي، لانه في النهايه we need to develop a common sense. يعني لازم نصل we need to develop حاجه مشترك انه مشكله بتاع الرووينغ ده لو الجنوبين كلنا we did not involve in it ما بتتحل. ما تقعد تكذبوا لي الناس اللي ما مستعجلين، الزول اللي ما قادر يقعد تنتظر اللايف فيديو اغزل اطلع برا من الفيديو ما تعمل لي ازعاج. انا ده كله is connected. I need to develop. انا داير نصل معاكم في نقطه، انا داير نصل مع الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان قبل ما نجي في برزنتيشن بتاع الصور في نقطه معينه، انه القضيه بتاع الرووينغ ده ما قضيه بتاع الناس رووينغ براو، وقضيه بتاع الاويل في منطقه بتاع ترسرجاس دي ما هو قضيه بتاع نوير براو، وقضيه بتاع التلوث البيئي في ملوط ما قضيه بتاع ناس ملوط، ده قضيه بتاعتنا كلنا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. عشان كده انا قاعد اجيب لكم المشاكل دي كلها اذا ما اتنمت جوانا احساس مشترك common sense يتكون انه هنا كلنا نحس انه غلط ده غلط. يعني بقر في شرق الاستوايه ده يخلوه يخش مزرعه بتاع زول ويجي زول لانه ده مواطن انت شايل سلاح وزول ده يا انت شايف يعني بقر ماشي قاعد ياكل مزرعه. يا جماعه nobody can accept this. nobody can accept this. ان شاء الله الجنوب ده يتفرتك، ان شاء الله يتفرتك. ناس استوايه دي لسه بقولوا دايرين انفصال، يا خلوه يتفصل اللي يتفرتك. ما ناس دي يا اخي انا زول قاعد مزارع وبيعتمد على الزراعه، بقر بتاعي يجي ياكل الزراعه بتاعي وانا كان اتكلم عن ضرب طلقه؟ لا يا اخي الجنوب ده كده يتفرتك. انا داير اوريكم، انا داير قاعد اقول الكلام ده ليه قبل ما اجي في موضوع بتاع الرووينغ، انه الاحساس الغلط ده غلط، الغلط ده غلط. لونين الجنوبيين الاحساس ده ما يتنمى جوانا وبقينا نجي نقول انه الغلط ده غلط، الغلط ده غلط، ده غلط ده غلط كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. انا قاعد اركز لكم الكلام ده وبكرره لونين ما وصلنا في مستوى بتاع انه بالضبط كده دكتور النووي الانسانيه ما قاعده تتجزع. القنمايه الزول بتاع البقر بخليه يخش ياكل مزرعه بتاع الزول ده. we need to condemn this. we need to condemn this. عشان كده اللي بتسمعوا اصوات بقول لكم ما دايرين الشغل ده هنا، احساس ما بيكون مشترك. لانه في زول واقف مع زول ماشي مع بتاع بقر بقول لا مع بقر ياكل وين يا زول ان شاء الله بقر ياكل في السماء، بقر ما يجي ياكل المزرعه بتاعي. the same thing. الاحساس بتاع انه هنا الجنوبين والاحساس المشترك ده لازم تتبني جوانا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. انه لو في مواطن مثلا في اي منطقه من المناطق بتاع جنوب السودان بتعرض للظلم، لازم اننا كلنا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان نجيب فوق، عشان انتم ما توروا نفسكم شعب منافق وشعب كذاب وشعب دجال. يا اخي انتم بتكوركوا كلكم في جورج فلويد البلاك امريكا اللي قتلوه في امريكا، وانتم ما بتعرفوا ان انتم حتى البلاك ده زادوا المعاملتهم للجنوبيين هنا ده لنا زادنا كالافارقه بيعملونا كعبيد زادنا هنا، يعني ما بدورونا زاد اللي هم قاعدين زي خواجه ما كان دونا فرصه نخش البلد كويس. بعد ذاك اخوك القاعد معك سوا في جنوب السودان لما يحصل له حاجه انت ما بتجيب معه، ده اسمه نفاق وكذب ودجل واستهبال، وده ما عنده مكانه للناس بيتكلموا كهم كشعب بتاع الوطن واحد. Let us continue. وعشان انا ماشي للفيديو اللي انا ماشي نعمل الفيديوهات ديل، انا قبل ما نعمل الفيديوهات خلوني في نقاط كده كتبهم يونايتد نيشن قسموا الضرر بتاع المواطنين المتضررين من كل الشركات الشغاله في المناطق بتاع النفط. انا قلت الكلام ده الانترودكشن ده لانه انا داير نرسل رساله للجنوبيين انه الانسانيه لا تتجزع، ولونينا كلنا كجنوبيين ما وقفنا كلنا واتكلمنا كصوت واحد في السوشيال ميديا انه التلوث البيئي ده لازم يقف. ما في حاجه بيحصل لانه في زول قاعد يعين انه التلوث البيئي في فاريا انا مالهم يا اخي الدنيا بتاع فاريا ماشي ما عندي شغله. لا بكره انت هتكون عندك مشكله في مال انت قاعد فوقه. This is what I need to reach into it. It got nothing to do with القبائل with tribe. ده عنده علاقه بالشعب بتاع جنوب السودان، وده نقطه ده مهم بالنسبه لي جدا انه ده عنده علاقه بيننا هنا كشعب في جنوب السودان. ولونينا ما وصلنا للمرحله دي يا جنوبين will be wasting our time. But then بالنسبه لك إدوارد I'm not wasting my time. There is a new generation الجيل من الشباب الصغار ديل، والشباب درسناهم في جامعات زمان ودرسناهم في الثانويات الان، والشباب اللي ولدوا في عهد الفاكر هسه هم بدأوا يعرفوا انه الجنوب ده يفترض يمشي تجاوين. That's why we keep talking here انه we are making change. لو الثوره ده ما نجح الان الثوره دي هتنجح بعد 5 سنة ولا 10 سنة من الآن. لكن لتعلموا حاجة واحد فقط، إنه القاعدين نعمله ده دايرين نوريكم إنه ده الواقع اللي عايشينه. ولو نحن كلنا كجنوبي ما بقينا نتكلم كصوت واحد، we become out as a one voice, nothing will happen in the Republic of South Sudan. ده عندنا نقوله بس. لو نحن كلنا ما بقينا نتكلم كصوت واحد، تلوث البيئي في فاريان must stop كلنا كجنوبيين. اشتاكات في السوشيال ميديا كلها تتكلم تطلع في تلوث البيئي منطقه بتاع رووينق والمناطق جنوب رووينق، مناطق بتاع شلوك ديل ونوير كلهم، ومناطق بتاع سارجاس ومناطق بتاع على النيل. لو نحن كلنا ما بيجينا نتكلم كصوت واحد ما في حاجه بعمل نص. لو ما بيجينا نتكلم كصوت واحد انه اللي بيحصل في مناطق بتاع الاستوائيه بقت بكون مخش في مزرعه بتاع الناس ده must stop, nothing will happen. ما في حاجه بيحصل، وده بيخلق احساس بتاع الانفصال اللي هنا اتخلقت جوانا لما كنا في السودان الواحد. وهيجي وقت جنوب بيفرتك، هيجي وقت جنوب ده هيتفرتك. وكلام ده ما تشوفوه كهزار، انا بقوله ما تشوفوه كهزار. جلاب الزمان لما نينا كنا قاعدين في الجامعات بنتكلم عن انفصال، بقول الناس دول الكذابين ساكت. تصدقوا قالوا لي انا في الركن، قال يدور داير ينفصل عشان هو داير، عشان ما لقى مره جلابه، ما لقى البيت بتاع جلابه. قلنا له يا جماعه في ركن رسمي، وجاوبنا لهم في جامعه خرطوم. مشكلتنا ما بنات جلابه، ما مشكله انه مره لونه ابيض ولونه اسود. اللي عندنا ده والله ده قمه جمال بالنسوان اللي عندنا هنا، لكن مشكلتنا الظلم. مشكلتنا كان الظلم. ده سيم ايديا الان قاعد يكرر نفسه في جنوب السودان، القاعد يكرر نفسه هسه في جنوب السودان. ولو هنا ما بقينا نواجه نفسنا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان ونقبل الحقائق ونرفض الغلط في نفسنا، ما في حاجه بيعمل نفسه. في النهايه جنوب يفرتك زي ما السودان ده يتفرتك. هسه الكلام ده ما تعقلوه كهزار، الكلام ده قاعد اقول لكم حقيقه، والتاريخ هيكون شاهد. الناس زمان لما نتكلم انفصال في السودان بقول يدور الكذابين ساكت يا ناس لام جو الله يرحمه وور شول وناس سامويل، قول الناس انفصالين ساكت، ناس ما لاقين بنات جلاب. لكن وين وصل؟ جنوب يفصل؟ جنوب فصل. ده كلام اللي قاله one of the leaders بتاعنا، انا بتذكر اسمه بعد شويه، في 53 انه لو نحن ما اخذنا فدراليه جنوب السودان بينفصل، وفعلا جنوب السودان انفصل. سنسلاس تقريبا سنسلاس ما انا بتذكر بعدين. let me go. الريكورد بقول شنو؟ بقول انه الناس ساين اوف هوب الدراسه بتاعهم قال اسفوك اللي هو SPOC has contaminated the water consumed by يعني ديل لوثوا المويه بيستعملوا 238,000 people. This contamination has resulted from the consortium exploitation for the production of the oil. ده في مناطق بتاعت الاسفوك. المناطق بتاعت جيبوك الووتر contaminated اللي هو 182,000. الناس بتاعت ديبوك الووتر الملوثة في ناس ديبوك اللي هو 184,000. ده according للدراسة بتاعت ساين اوف هوب. لما تيجي تجمل النمبر ده كلها بتصل ل 600,000 من المواطنين بتاع جنوب السودان متضررين من التلوث البيئي. ايوه مبروك يا باشمهندس، ثانك يو الباشمهندس دومينيك اللي هو سنترلينو وهور. سنترلينو قال الكلام ده قبل انفصال الاستقلال بتاع السودان، انه لو نحن ما اخذنا فيدريشن جنوب السودان هتنفصل. سنترلينو الان في قبر بتاعه الله يرحمه، ونحن هسه قاعدين نتكلم اننا عالم قاعد يرفض بتاع الدوله بتاع جنوب السودان. الكلام ده 53 ولسه ما مر علينا، ما وصلنا لقرن كامل ل 100 سنه. الكلام هسه انا قاعد اقوله ده، انا قاعد اقوله لكم ده، لو نحن ما بقينا نخاطب المشاكل اللي قاعد يواجه جنوب السودان، جنوب ده هتتفرق بعد ينفصل. كويس؟ let me go to زول طبعا ويليام دين قاعد يقول لي ده كلام فارغ. خلاص خليه كلام فارغ. انت why you bother yourself with كلام فارغ؟ ما انت لانك انت زول ما قاعد تفهم، عشان كده نحن ما قاعدين. ما انا داير اشغل فيديو واحد من فيديو بتاع داير اشغل فيديو في منطقه بتاع رووينق بتاع تلوث بتاع المويه. المويه بيستعملوا البهيره. المويه بالمناسبه لعلمكم حسب تقرير المويه في منطقه بتاع رووينق المويه دي كلها ملوثه. يعني المواطنين بتاعنا في منطقه بتاع رووينق قاعدين يشربوا مياه ملوثه تماما. يعني نازل. عشان كده الامراض الكثيره دي في رووينق هي نتيجه للتلوث. خلينا نشتغل واحد من فيديوهات ونينا ماشيين قدام، وبعدها انا بجي للصور. just bear with me. Let me play this video. ده واحد، ده فيديو في منطقه بتاعت الين في منطقه بتاعت الين في مقاطعه بتاعت في اداريه بتاعت رووينق. والبهيره اللي شايفينها ده يا مشاهدين لصوت الشعب، البهيره دي توتالا البهيره دي مويه بتاعه ملوثه، وده البهيره المواطنين في مقاطعه الين هم بيشربوا منه. ده حاجه طبعا يعني العقل البشري ده ما ممكن يتخيله. عشان كده المدير بتاع المنظمه بتاعت ساين اوف هوب في الرساله بتاعه اللي كتبه للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان، الرساله دي قاعد وانا بنزل لكم في المنبر بتاع صوت الشعب، انا ما بقراه لان الرساله طويل. المدير بتاع منظمه ساين اوف هوب قال كتب رساله للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان، وقاعد يقول لهم انه حكومه جنوب السودان ده من اسوأ حكومات مرت على التاريخ بتاع العالم، لانه ما في حكومه ممكن ما قاعد يشتغل بالشعب بتاعه في الوضع بتاع المويه اللي قاعد في رووينق ده الجنوبين، المويه دي كله ملوثه. انا داير اسالكم سؤال، بعد شويه انا بجيب دومينيك، اسال نفسكم سؤال، هل المواطنين الموجودين في رووينق ديل ما بيستاهلوا يشربوا مويه كويس؟ اي انتوا يا شعب بتاع جنوب السودان، انا اسال نفسكم كلكم، اسالوا نفسكم وخلونا نجاوب على السؤال ده. هل المواطنين اللي قاعدين في رووينق والقاعدين في جنوب شلوك ما بيستاهلوا ومناطق والشرق او غرب سرجاس ما بيستاهلوا يشربوا مويه كويس؟ وقاعدين في بنتي والقاعدين في ملوط، اسالوا نفسكم السؤال ده. خلينا نشتغل في فيديو اللي هو في الاجتماع اللي عمله مع في فيديوهات ثانيه لكن هي كبيره ما قدرت تخش.
This will be so happy with you. It is a human request. In fact, I'm requesting now in human terms. Like in normal case, this is a demand. You are supposed to do it and it's not going down. Okay? Grievance number 5. Grievance number 5. And before I say, I'm going to tell you, this is what the Shabbat of Parliament won't let us know. Grievance number 5, we'll go to the show. We'll go to the show. For centuries and for decades, this area has been taking oil from this area and employing more indigenous. If you tell us now, if we give opportunity to tell us the people who come from Ruweng County, I know that the field was manager, is a second from 9 times. He was not supposed to do the normal process. Many times he done before. So we cannot tell him, young and poor.
اللي انا داير اقوله للمشاهدين، دقيقه بس معلش يا اخوانا، معلش انا داير لازم اخد الكيبل. انتوا الشبكه كيف يا جماعه؟ الشبكه كيف؟ الشبكه كيف كده؟ اكتبوا لي تحت، لانه انا لقيت نفسي شغال بويرلس، انا ما شغال بكيبل. ولو انا قلت نشغل الكيبل معنا فيديو ده كيف؟ فانا دايركم الناس كده عملوا لي الشبكه، انتوا شايفينه كيف قبل ما انا اخد ده واحد من الاجتماعات بتاعت الوزير، اجتماعات وزير. اوكي لو شبكه تمام خلاص خلينا نواصل بويرلس، لو بقى في مشكله ورا ما انا ما بقدم بعدين لناس كتار دومينيك، ولو في نفرين ثاني بعد ذاك بنديهم الفرصه. ده واحد من الاجتماعات بتاعت وزير الوكيل بتاعت وزاره البترول اللي هو وزير السابق باشمهندس اوو مع المواطنين. وزول كان قاعد يتكلم من الناس بتاعت مدينه في كم فيديوهات هم بيقولوا انا انزلهم في صوت الشعب، عشان انا دايرين نملك الحقيقه للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان، ونملككم المصوبه بتاعت التلوث الحاصل في المنطقه بتاعت الين، في منطقه الين. وده لازم، وانا قاعدين نعمل البرزنتيشن ده عشان انتوا يا جنوبيين تعرفوا الخطوره بتاعت الوضع بتاع المواطنين في منطقه هناك. وده بيحتاج لشغل موازي بالنسبه لنا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان، انه كلنا we need to come together and condemn this. all of us we need to speak loud كبيبل of South Sudan انه القاعد يصل في الين ده it need to stop. الناس اللي بيحتاجوا لمويه نقيه، الناس اللي they deserve يشربوا كلين ووتر، they deserve انهم يقعدوا في محل كويس، they deserve انه يستنشقوا هواء نقي. الناس اللي قاعدين في مقاطعه بتاع فاريا they deserve all these services. لكن the government بتاع سلفاكير they are not getting it. خلينا نمشي للصور بتاعت التلوث البيئي في منطقه بتاعت الين. Let me go to this. ده صورة نمر واحد من الصور بتاعت الاطفال اللي بيتولدوا في المنطقه بتاعت في المنطقه بتاعت رووينق، ودسيم نفس التاثيرات على الانسان بتاعت التلوث البيئي، مش فقط في مقاطعه بتاعت ألين، لكن ده بيعتبر نموذج بتمشي للمناطق الثلاثه الثانيات. ده الصوره انتم شايفينه ده يا جماعه، نلاحظ الصوره ده. الصوره انتم شايفينه قدامكم ده الصوره بتاعت يعني بوره بتاعت المويه، واحده من المناطق المفتوحه في مقاطعه بتاعت ألين، في ألين كاونتي، اللي هو مقاطعه بتاعت ألين في إدارية بتاعت رووينق. الصوره انتم شايفينه ده، الصوره ده قاعد ده بس المويه ده، التلوث ده كلها مويه ده فيه اشعاع، فيه كبريت وفيه زئبق وفيه زرنيق، كل المواد المشعه موجوده في المويه اللي انتم شايفينه قدامكم ده. ده الانسان بيكون بيمشي هناك، وكذلك الحيوان بيمشي هناك، وكل الطيور وشنو نازل بتيجي هنا في المويه ده طوالي. معناه انه كونين تنقل المرض، عشان تنقل المرض من هنا مثلا وتوديه لزول ثاني او تشيله للمحل ثاني في منطقه بتاعت ألين او في مقاطعه بتاع رووينق، ده حاجه طبيعيه يا شعب بتاع جنوب السودان. ده شكل الوضع. ولو كان عندنا مثلا حكومه بتاعت جنوب السودان في العالم كله، ما في يعني التكرير بتاعت ومثلا البقايا بتاعت النفط بتكون ماشيه في مسارات معينه، وبيعملوا لهم مناطق مقفوله ما بتصل للناس وما عندها تاثيرات. لكن انا دايركم ناس تسال نفسها السؤال، ليه شركات بتاعت انتاج بتاعت نفط هي نفس الشركات اللي بنعتبرها شركات انترناشونال كومبانيز، دي شركات عالميه، وهذه الشركات العالميه شغاله في كل الدول كثيره. ليه مثلا الشركات دي خلينا الوضع ده يكون بالشكل ده في جنوب السودان؟ ده سيما الشركات الماليزيه هي قاعده تنتج في ماليزيا وبتنتج ثاني في الدول الاخرى. ليه في جنوب السودان الوضع بتاعنا بهذا الشكل؟ ده كل زول قاعد يشير لايف فيديو من الناس الموجودين، انا دايركم انه انتم تجاوبوا عليه. ده واحد من الصور بتاعت الاطفال المولودين ومشوهين نتيجه للتاثيرات بتاعت المواد المشعه بتاعت النفط. انا دايركم لاحظوا الصوره ده يا شعب بتاع جنوب السودان. ده صوره ده محكوزه في منطقه بتاعت مقاطعه بتاعت ألين في رووينق. ده شكل الاطفال اللي بيتولدوا اللي بيتم ولادتهم في المنطقه بتاعت رووينق، والمتاثرين بالتلوث البيئي، متاثرين بالتلوث البيئي في منطقه بتاعت رووينق. وزي ما انا ذكرت لك بشويه، الدسام نفس النموذج ده، الوضع ده موجود برضه في منطقه بتاعت سرجاس، وموجود في منطقه بتاعت فلوت، وما في زول قاعد يتكلم. انا داير الناس تنتبه، عشان كده انا قلت قبل الصور اللي انا بوريكم له. ده واحد من ده برضه الصوره ده شوفوا الشغله بتاعت يعني المهمه الشركات بتاع بترول، ويعني حتى الناس اللي هسه زادوا، الناس اللي شغالين ديل زادوا هسه لو جيت هسه بتلقاهم مصابين بامراض، عندهم سرطانات، لانه حتى يعني الملابس اللي لابسينها هسه ده ما ملابس بتاعت ناس اللي هم اصلا يفترض هم يكونوا شغالين في المواد المشعه زي ما انتم شايفينه هسه. وده نتيجه ليه؟ لانه اوريدي ما عندنا رقابه، ما عندنا رقابه قويه في جنوب السودان، ما عندنا قانون اللي احنا يعني قانون بيلزم الشركات الشغاله في مجال بتاع الانتاج النفط في جنوب السودان. ده برضه الصوره ده برضه صوره بتاع طفل مولود مشوه في المناطق بتاع انتاج النفط في منطقه اداريه بتاع رووينق. الصوره اللي انتم شايفينها ده قدامكم ده، بس تلاحظوا الشكل بتاع الاطفال، بس تلاحظوا الشكل بتاع الاطفال المولودين في 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 المناطق بتاع رووينق. الصوره الثانيه مثلا زي ما انا قلت قبل، ده برضه انتم لاحظوا يعني المواد المشعه ده اللي بيجيبوهم بيدفنوهم. شوفوا المويه ده يجي يفتحوا البير زي ده، يفتحوا بير ويجي يخش، وده منطقه مفتوحه وفيها سكان، منطقه مفتوحه وفيها سكان ساكنين في الاريا. انتوا انا دايركم تتخيلوا، هل مثلا الشركات الشغاله في انتاج النفط في جنوب السودان وحكومه بتاع جنوب السودان يعني ما في وسائل ثانيه؟ انا بتمنى انه الناس المشاهدين ديل يجينا واحد من الناس الشغالين في بترول، يجينا باجينا دومينيك. ليه مثلا ما يعني باشوي كويس دومينيك بيجي؟ ليه مثلا يعني ليه مثلا الوضع ده قاعد يتم بالطريقه ده؟ الناس دي ما قاعد يخط انه المواطنين قاعدين في المنطقه ده وعندهم بغر. انا كجنوبيين حياتنا مرتبطه بالابغار وكده، وتاثير بتاع المواد المشعه على الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان وعلى الانفايرمنت وعلى البيئه شنو برضه. كذلك لاحظوا برضه، شوفوا ده سياده، شوفوا يعني شايفين المدينه قاعد قدامكم. لو انتوا لاحظتوا انتوا شايفين المدينه قاعد قدامكم كويس. لاحظ المدينه قاعد قدامكم والبقر بتصل للمناطق دي، يعني المدينه وصل الابيار دي في ناس ساكنين. ليه مثلا ليه ده كله كده قاعد يتم بالطريقه ده في جنوب السودان؟ الشركات دي حكومه بتاع جنوب السودان، لانه الشركات دي بتعرف انه ما في حكومه قاعد يهتم بالشعب في جنوب السودان. لذلك الشركات دي بتعمل يعني ما قدرت تخسر قروش، ما قدرت تخسر قروش لانه ما لاقي الزول اللي بتقدر يعني ما داير الزول اللي بيجبرهم، زول اللي بيجبر الشركات دي انها هي لازم تطبق القوانين، وهي لازم تلتزم بمواصفات والمقاييس بتاعت شركات بتاعت انتاج النفط العالميه. كذلك اشوفوا الصوره ده واحد من الصور بتاعت الناس تاثيرات بتاعت النفط. شوفوا الصوره موجود قدامكم ده كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. شوفوا الجنة ده بتولد راسه كيف، بس الجنة ده انا شايف انه كلكم انتم شايفين الصوره ده. وده الامباكت بتاعت التاثير بتاع النفط وكونتامينيشن بتاع المويه اللي هو تلوث بتاع المويه. الناس دي قاعده تشرب من المناطق دي، بتشرب من المويه الملوثه كويس. مثلا شوفوا المويه ده ملوثه. شوفوا المويه ده اصلا ملوثه في رووينق، في بالذات في المنطقه بتاعت الين المنطقه بتاعت الين المويه ده ملوثه. تخيل المويه ده اصلا الانسان بيجي هنا، وكذلك الحيوان بيجي هنا، البقر بيجي هنا، الغنم بيجي هنا، والانسان يتعايش سويا مع البقر ومع الغنم. لاحظوا التاثير بتاع ده على المواطن القاعد في المنطقه ده شنو. ده برضو واحد من الاطفال المولودين مؤثرين بالانتاج مثلا مؤثر عليهم التلوث البيئي. شوفوا الجنة ده الصوره ده يا جماعه، ده كله حاجات موجود في جنوب السودان، والناس ناس ما لفتوا انتباههم للوضع اللي قاعد يصل في المقاطعه بتاع رووينق والجنوب شلو، وكذلك منطقه بتاعت بانتيو، وايضا المنطقه بتاعت فلوج. ولما نجي الناس او ابناء فلوج براهم يعملوا مظاهرات انه دايرين التلوث البيئي وشركات ما وفي مواد المشعه وكده، nobody talking about that. ما في زول بيشتغل بهم، ولا الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان بتنظر للصراخ بتاعه. الصور دي كلها يا جماعه، الصور دي كله حاصل في رووينق. الصور ده محاصل ده وضع بتاع المواطنين في رووينق، في مقاطعه بتاع رووينق. عشان كده قبل انا كنت قاعد اتكلم عن الاحساس المشترك بيناتنا لازم تتولد كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. شوفوا البحيره بتاع الجبال اللي انتم شفتوا، شوفوا الصوره ده يا جماعه. لاحظ شوفوا الصوره ده، عينوا الصوره ده كويس يا شعب بتاع جنوب السودان. عينوا، انا دايركم تعينوا الصوره ده كويس. الصوره ده جبال البحيره بتاع البحيره الموجوده في رووينق، في بالذات في مقاطعه بتاع الين. البحيره ده ملوثه حسب التقرير بتاع المنظمه بتاع ساين اوف هوب، وتقرير وبرضه البصم عليه يونايتد نيشن جنرال سيكريتري. المويه في منطقه في مقاطعه بتاع رووينق المياه هناك ملوثه. المياه ملوثه يعني المويه، خليك من المويه بتاع البحيره الملوثه ده كله ده، وشوفوا الجنة الصغير ده قاعد يشرب من المويه ده. انتم متوقعين شنو التاثير بتاع ده على الاطفال في المنطقه ده شنو؟ يعني ده هسه ده ما بيحتاج للثوره. هسه نفسكم كويس الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان ده هسه ما بيستحق انه نحن كلنا كشعب نسور انه يا جماعه اللي قاعد يصل في مقاطعه بتاعت الين والقاعد يصل في رووينق، والقاعد يصل في بانتيو، والقاعد يصل في 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 فلوج وفي ملوط. ده بشكل خطر على الحياه بتاعت ملايين الاف من المواطنين. اسال نفسكم السؤال ده يا مشاهدين. لاحظوا البدة ماشي يشيل المويه ده منو ممكن يقبل يا جماعه؟ Who can accept this؟ ده منو ممكن يقبل الوضع ده؟ كويس؟ منو ممكن يقبل الوضع ده؟ المويه ده المويه المواطنين قاعد يشربها في مقاطعه بتاع رووينق. ده المويه الناس قاعد يشربها يا شعب بتاع جنوب السودان. المويه المواطنين بيشربوها في الرووينق، يا ده المويه ده في بنتي مويه كلها ملوثه. يعني انا I don't know هنا how what can I express this. انا ما اعرف الوضع ده او we going to solve this. لكن this is the reality. ده الوضع وده الحقيقه بتاعت الحياه. الوضع اللي قاعد يعيشوا مواطنين في مقاطعه بتاعت رووينق والقاعد يعيشوا في بانتيو اللي هو الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان ما عارفين. عشان كده المنظمه دي لما كتبوا تقرير قالوا يا جماعه المويه كلها البحيره كلها ملوثه. يعني لو كان عندنا حكومه فعلا حكومه موجوده في جنوب السودان وقاعد يهموا الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان، الحكومه دي كان اخذ خطوات وكان يعني مشى جاب الوسائل لو كلفتهم القروي بتاع 1 مانث بتاع الانتاج بتاع النفط في المنطقه ده. لكن nobody care. وده لازم نوريه للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان، لانه الاكشن المطلوب بيكون مطلوب مننا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. ده واحد من الصور قبل. طبعا ده برضه صوره بتاع تاثيرات بتاعت النفط. انتوا قاعدين تشوفوا الصوره ده. يعني اي زول فيكم كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان خدوا نفسكم. انا داير كل زول فيكم يخد نفسه انه جانا ده جانا بتاعك. اسال نفسك انت هتعمل شنو؟ My life of people in Ruweng is matter, right? اللايف بتاع المواطنين هناك is matter. ده المواطنين جنوبيين وبيستحقوا انه يكون عندهم حمايه، بيستحقوا يعيشوا حياه، بيستحقوا انه يولدوا رجال كويسين. كده انتوا انينا كلنا كشعب في جنوب السودان كل زول فيكم يخد قول ده جانا بتاعك. بس انا داير ازول فيكم القاعدين شاهد لايف فيديو. انت لو كنت راجل قول ده ولدك، ولو انت كنت مره قول ده ولد بتاعك. what would be your feeling؟ انت هتكون عايز في الوضع انه الجنب بتاعك انت بتجيه مشوه بشكل زي ده نتيجه للتاثيرات بتاع النفط. الناس دي بيشربوا مويه ملوثه. انتوا قايلين نتيجه المويه الملوثه نتيجه يكون شنو؟ هيجيب تشوهات زي دي. المويه الملوثه انتوا شايفين قبل شويه بيجيبوا ده في البحر ده ياو ده النتيجه بتاعه. دي ذا ريزلت اوف ات. ده النتائج. والوضع ده لو ما سيطر عليه الوضع ده هيكون اخطر من ده. لمده 5 سنين اللي قدام هيكون في سرطانات، في امراض كبيره جدا المستوطنه في المناطق بتاع الانتاج النفط في جنوب السودان نتيجه لاهمال الشركات. لانه الشركات المنتجه للنفط ما عندهم شغله. المويه بتاعهم بيجيبوا رسائل جاهز من جوبا. لكن المواطنين المحليين قاعدين في المنطقه nobody taking care about them. عينوا للصوره ده مثلا. عينوا للصوره ده. كل زول انتوا انا زي ما انا قلت قبل شويه انا قاعد اقول الكلام ده عشان الناس انتوا we need to develop the same feeling. يعني انا قصد بدايه كلامي انه نحن ذاتنا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان لا الانسانيه يا جماعه ما قاعده تتجزع. الانسانيه لا تتجزع. اننا محتاجين انه لا develop the same feeling بتاع المواطنين اللي قاعدين في رووينق. كل زول منكم من الناس المشاهدين لهذا اللايف فيديو من ابناء جنوب السودان خدوا نفسكم في المحلات ده. كلكم خدوا كل زول اي زول فينا قاعد يشاهد لايف فيديو خد نفسك انه انت هسه انت قاعد في مقاطعه بتاع رووينق. خد نفسك انه انت قاعد في مقاطعه بتاع رووينق. كويس؟ خدوا نفسكم في الوضع ده. كل زول فيكم يخد نفسه في الوضع ده. put yourself in this position. خد انه ده جناب ولا ده جنا اخوك ولا ده جنا اختك ولا ده جنا خالتك. انت المشاعر بتاعك بتكون كيف؟ المحل الدوله اللي بتولد فوقه يا المشوهين. يعني زول nobody safe in the oil field. nobody safe. المواطنين بتاعنا يا جماعه they are not safe. They are not safe in Ruweng. They are not safe in Sarjas. They are not safe in Feloy. They are not safe. And we don't have government taking care about them. ما في حكومة في جنوب السودان taking care about these people. ده صور حقيقية. ده ما انترنت. ده اليال مولودين في منطقة بتاع رووينق. The last picture let me remove كده شوفوا راس بتاع الجنة ده. انتوا شوفوا راس بتاع الجنة ده بس. انتوا هسه الناس اللي قاعدين تشاهدوا اللايف فيديو ده شوفوا راس بتاع الجنة ده. كويس؟ بس اي زول فيكم بس يقول ده جنة بتاعك. يعني just put ourselves, let us put ourselves. باشمهندس دومينيك انا نزلت اللينك. يا جماعه كل زول يخد نفسه في محل ده كل زول، انا دايركم كل زول يخد نفسه في مكان بتاع دينه ده جناح. انا ما اقدر امشي بعيد. put yourself انه اليال ديل جاس قريب منك. هل المواطنين، انا خلينا نسال سؤال مركزي. let me نسال سؤال مركزي. دومينيك والناس اللي دايرين يخشوا، انا نزلت اللينك. اي زول داير يخش انا نزلت اللينك. I'm not going to talk more about this. لكن انا دايركم كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان كلكم. let us put ourselves في position بتاع انه هنا يا عايشين في روين، في مقاطعه بتاع اللينك. معلش يا اخوان لو انا نسقت الاسم ده غلط، اللينك ولا اللينك، انا معلش لو نطقته غلط ممكن زول يجي بعدين يعمل لي كوركشن، ما في مشكله. لكن let us put ourselves انه هنا زادنا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان، انه اليال ديل اللي بتقولوا ديل اي زول فينا يخوت انه ده قريب منك، جانا ده قريب منك، ده جانا زول قريب منك. هل هنا في بيت ده will we sleep well say؟ هل هنا يعني ده حاله انسانيه موزنه، مش يعمل لك جنون. انا شخصيا الوضع الحاجات زي ده صراحه انا ايد ده انا ما بستعمل حاجه زي دي كله. انا ما وده نفسيات زي ممكن تقتلني صراحه. انا نوعيه الناس الوضع زي ده ممكن انا اموت ذات، بيكوز الوضع زي ده انا شخصيا ما بتحمله الا ارحل من المحل ده. انا ما بتحمله كويس صراحه كده. طيب وده ممكن يخلي الناس تتمرد، ده ممكن يخلي زول يتمرد. يعني هسه المواطنين الموجودين في اللينك ده ممكن يتمردوا كويس. خليني نرحب بباشمهندس دومينيك. سلامات باشمهندس.
اهلا وسهلا.
قبل ما نديك فرصه تسلم للمشاهدين، انت طبعا جيولوجيست وانت كنت شغال في شركات بتاع بترول، والليله طبعا المشاهدين طبعا الناس اللي عندهم حاله نفسيه دائما مع ناس هنا بيشوفونا معارضه ويشوفوا عندهم مع دومينيك قاعد يتكلم عندك حاله نفسيه. لا تسبوت انه الليله قاعدين نتكلم في قضيه انسانيه، قضيه خطر حياه بتاع المواطنين. انا قاعد اقول الكلام ده اتكلم دوري لانه الناس لما يشوفوا ناس دير اوبوزيشن ما مشكله ده اوبوزيشن، لكن ده حاجه عنده علاقه بحياه بتاع المواطنين. ودومينيك هو زول متخصص شغال في شركات بتاع بترول وعارف التاثيرات، وزي ما قال الشيء الفات هو لاقى مع الحياه بتاعت المواطنين. انا هنا والجو اندي فرصه للباشمهندس دومينيك وكذلك للمشاهدين. انا بنزل اللينك اي زول داير يخش، لانه في النهايه اننا دايرين وات از ذا سوليوشن. وبرضه باشمهندس دومينيك كجيولوجيست برضه we need you to answer the question what is the solution. هل القضيه دي شنو؟ لانه الوضع ده is so scary. انا شخصيا بالنسبه لي I cannot hold this. انا ممكن يعني الوضع ده انا لو قاعد هنا انا خايف، انا ما اعرف. انا لو كنت قاعد في روين يا مت بالنفسيات يا انا كان اتمررت يا رحلت مشيت. one of two. Actually I will not stay in that place. So تفضل مرحبا، فرصه لك باشمهندس.
يا شكرا ادوارد. شغل لك قاعد بالهوست كانه انا بقيت هوست كده اعمل كوركشن.
خلاص don't worry.
يا شكرا. خلينا اسلم عليك ونسلم مشاهدين بتاعنا بتاع فويس اوف بيبل فورم. في البدايه الواحد يعني حزين جدا، مش لانه زول قاعد يمثل، لكن دي شعور جاي من جوا زول. We have seen those pictures and those pictures are really terrible. It is indeed very terrible. But apparently this is the situation under which the operations of the oil is being managed. Before I go further to the pictures, I wanted to make it as a categorically clear that in as much as the responsibility falls on these operators, the biggest responsibility of the management of the oil sector of this country falls on the government. And the government is the regulatory body. However, I am aware of the fact that the explorations of oil started way long back, from 1970 something, when Chevron first discovered oil in that area. But Chevron did not develop those fields. Now, those fields were developed by Khartoum, I think from 1999. So the areas of Ruweng falls within the then Greater Nile Petroleum Operating Company, and by then WINPOC 5B. Now, Greater Nile Petroleum Company later became Greater Pioneer Operating Company, and WINPOC later became a Sud Petroleum Operating Company. That must be made abundantly clear. But in as much as the operators are two different companies, the members that form this consortia are the same, because basically it's the Chinese, the Malaysian Petronas, and the Indian ONGC. So if you look at the WINPOC, or now Sud Petroleum Operating Company, the company with the biggest shareholders is the Petronas, the Malaysian Petronas. The second company is the ONGC of India Oil and Natural Gas Corporation of India. And the third one is NilePet, which took the shares of Sudapet. On the contrary, you will see that the Greater Nile Petroleum Company, which later became the Greater Pioneer, is CNPC, is the company with the greatest shareholding. Then you have Petronas, and then you have also the ONGC, the Oil and Natural Gas Corporations of India, which took the places of the then Talisman. Why I wanted to make these things, because there was actually a rejection when the sign of hope came with that study, because the study was carried around the areas of the operations of Block 5, Block 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is the Greater Pioneer Operating Company, and Northern 5A, which is ESPOC. They were denying it, that it is not from their area. You know, that was the problem. The people who are supposed to stand tooth and nail, even in the aftermath of the secessions of this country, is the government. Because the government was supposed to give us a preconditions, even before signing this EPSA, that the environmental near misses of this area must be cleaned up. It must be cleaned up. And then it must be cleaned up by the operator that operated this block before South Sudan seceded. That did not happen. However, we decided as a government of South Sudan to continue with these operations without doing our due diligence. And as an entry point, I wanted to tell you that there is no regulation. What we did was we struggled against the odds with the Norwegians that we should make, 1, the petroleum policy, 2, the petroleum law, number 3, the petroleum regulations. And all of you are aware, as the people of South Sudan, that the petroleum law was enacted in 2012. And it is against the backdrop of this enactment of this petroleum law, then shall we develop the petroleum regulations. But again, we were developing a petroleum regulation on a field that is already active. What we were supposed to do as the government is to enforce the international best practices, which we did not do it. Now, coupled with the fact that the appointments of Salva Kiir to the top leadership and management positions of this ministry, and when I say the top political leadership positions, I mean the minister, and I mean the undersecretary, and I mean the MD of Nile Pet. Kada ana individual bita this delivery bita tajada.
Shilo.
I ana neji ni shilu lakin kada tanzilnite.
خلاص كويس.
بعدك
خلاص. خلينا ندي دقيقتين لباشمهندس و انا داير اقول للمشاهدين اللينك ان احنا نزلنا اللينك تحت للمشاهدين، وانا داير نكرر للناس، انا داير نكرر للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان انه زي ما انا قلت قبل الوضع ده البرزنتيشن ده احنا عملناه عشان ان احنا دايرين ناكد للناس الوضع في منطقه بتاع رووينق، وبالذات الوضع بتاع المغاثه بتاع اللينك، والتاثير مش فقط ليست فقط على الانسان، التاثير على الانسان والتاثير على البيئه لانه الانسان ولدت البيئه، ومش التاثير فقط مش على البيئه، التاثير على البيئه، التاثير على الانسان، وتاثير على الحيوان. والمنطقه ده التلوث الموجود في المنطقه بتاعت رووينق بتاعت اللينك ده متاتى يا جماعه حتى البيئه ملوثه، معناه اي زراعه بتزرع في المنطقه ده، اي زراعه بتزرع في المنطقه ده زراعه فيه تلوث، ده زراعه ملوثه، زراعه بتزرع في بيئه اوريدي ملوثه، والبيئه ده يعني اي نبات يعني بتنبت في المنطقه ده عنده تاثيرات، يعني قاعد يعمل كيميكال جوا، التاثيرات على الانسان نفسها. اللي هنا الوضع بنناقش القضيه ده لانه دايرين نكون راي عام. انا باشمهندس رجع دايرين نكون راي عام في جنوب السودان، دايرين نكون راي عام في وسط بتاع جنوب السودان، ودايرين نوري الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان يا جماعه هوي في حاجه نقطه هنا ريتو ما شايفينه، في نقطه هنا ده في حاجه خطيره هنا قاعد يحصل في المناطق بتاع انتاج النفط كويس، ولانه هنا لو ما انتبهنا له الشغله ده يكون خطر في المستقبل على كل جنوب السودان. فده السبب اللي هنا قاعد نعمل برزنتيشن، والسبب اللي هنا هسه قاعدين نجيب باشمهندس دومينيك انه كلنا كجنوبيين we need to come up together and say no للسيتويشن اللي قاعد يحصل في رووينق وفي ترجاس وفي فلوج. Let us continue with engineer Dominic.
أنا قبل قاعد أتكلم عنه يعني المسؤولية الكبير بقى على عاتق بتاعت حكومة because it is the government that is supposed to enforce this law. And number two is that before any operation is being commenced, there's what is called a baseline survey. I'm saying this thing as an entry point so that people should understand.
Continue.
As to where this thing comes from.
Go ahead.
You know, an environmental impact assessment is very important. Why is it very important? Because in the environmental impact assessment, you will be established some baselines. And that an operation of over 25 years or 20 years, a lot of these baselines are not being seen. Because what you have seen as the lagoons, these are not naturally rivers. There is no rivers in this place. These were lakes. These were man-made lakes. These were lagoons. And I will come and explain to you where does these lagoons come from. Number two, the ministry is understaffed. And we don't have the equipment that can aid our staffs to go and respond quickly when near misses happens in the oil. And that was what you have said early, that there is no will, even from the government, you know, to empower that sector. Because in the constitution of our country, there is this 3%. This 3% that is supposed to go to the communities of the area. And there is a 2% that is supposed to go to the government of the area where this oil is coming from. Now, during the time of the government of Omar Bashir, the national, I've been in that area during the time of before the secession of this country and after the secession of this country, because there was a committee that was formed by the National Petroleum Commission. And by the way, the president of the republic, the then Omar al-Bashir and Salva Kiir, they were co-chairs when it comes to the National Petroleum Commission. So some of us were actually selected to represent the country on that committee to ascertain the assets of ASCOM and White Nile. So we traveled to this area because one of the areas of where ASCOM is drilling oil in is the area of 5B, which belongs to Winpop and the then Sud Petroleum. So we went there. Now, the management of that time is totally different from the management of this time because there were controls. And like I said, the government, in as much as we have to blame the government, we must also blame the operators. But the operators work under the laws of the land. And therefore, if the country does not have the laws of their own, then there's what is called the international best practices and the United Nations laws. And that is why the Sign of Hope went and report, these guys to the UN, because whatever we are seeing there is something that is affecting the lives of our people. Number 3, the government is supposed to sensitize the people in this area. And when we are talking about the local content, we are talking about the use of services and goods from the area. These were some of the things that were supposed to happen. But it is minimal. It is so minimal. So one of the sensitizations of this is that, first of all, you must not move into these areas of petroleum. You must not tamper with the wellhead. Al-Gibel inta shufta Christmas tree da, you don't have to tamper with it. Number 3, you don't have to go to these lagoons. The role of the company is supposed to fence this lagoon so that the people of that area must not go there. Remember, these are people at desertum. You are not supposed, it is actually the government that are supposed to enforce the law so that they can protect these guys. Okay? It has never happened. To the people of South Sudan, this water that are coming, that you are seeing, are water that is coming directly from the oil. There are a number of contamination stages and environmental stages. Now, the biggest thing is that from the well, and because the production of the well is done in such a way that it is done so quickly, because the companies wanted to recover their money, so they wanted to produce as much as possible. And in the process of their producing it, they decided to put bigger pumps. And now they are producing water because of what is called the mobility ratio. Water moves very fast than oil. Oil is a bit thick. Because our oil is thick, there is a certain specific capacity between. API is 25 and 24 in this area. That's the measure of the heaviness of that oil. So where do you think this water comes? This water goes through a bioremediation network. Now, from the field processing facilities to the central processing facilities, water will be knocked out. Oil will go, and then it will have to go to the pipeline that needs to be taken to where? To the international market. But what will you do with the water? Now, because the government of the then Sudan is not interested in building water treatment facilities, because water treatment facilities entail cost. And because this area does not belong to them, it is not Jendi, it is not Khartoum, they don't get a dam. Because what we have seen over the years, even the people in that area were killed. For them to explore oil, they were displaced. So this displacement affected these guys. It has affected these people. Now, the bioremediation, first of all, the water is transferred to a skimming a skimming pond or a lagoon. And they will try to, treat it to a certain extent. It is not 100%. Now, from there, they will take it to another lagoon. And in that one, there's a lagoon where there is actually some reed beds, certain plants. Those plants is supposed to be feeding on the hydrocarbon. There are certain bacteria. There are certain bacteria that are brought, and there are certain plants that tend to feed on this oil. And after that, they will take this to another balancing pond. Then they will take it, for example, to a settling pond along this area. Now, the assumption was that the treatment is supposed to be done through this bacteria. Then the water will be used at a good use. So for the companies, they will never care. They will say, well, this water is okay. It is good for drinking. They will bring it on cups, and then you will see it's very clean. But is it really clean? No, it is not clean. This water is not clean. This water is supposed to be treated. They are supposed to be treated, and for you to treat it, you need to have water treatment plant. And I said in one of these things is that one of the things is that I say that in our oil, of course, oil comes with it is a chemical. It is a hydrocarbon, and for you to drill, you will also use chemicals, and for you to treat and segregate this oil, of course, there are certain chemicals that you will be using in this oil. Now, these in and of itself are the sources of what we are seeing currently in this area. So, as you have seen, in those ponds, people are drinking from it, animals are drinking from it, whether these are goats, these are cows, and some of them are falling in it and are dying on it. And this is also exposed, to other contaminations. And when you people drink, that is a direct kind of pollution that we are seeing in this area. Now, in the areas of Ruweng also, they are eating fish that are coming from this area. Now, why did they introduce fish in this area? They introduced fish in this area because they wanted to prove to the local people that, living things can live in that area like fish. But you don't even know that there is this phenomenon of adaptation. And what has over the time is that, the fish adapts to the environment of the oil or the water that is polluted. And as you eat those fish, you become contaminated by de facto. But what we have seen in this area is that there is a direct contamination that results from drinking waters that are contaminated. The other thing that we have seen is the issues of the containers. Most of the containers that are used by these people are the containers that are brought by the chemicals. And for you to clean them up, you will never get 100% cleanup. So basically, before the container become even so good, without this chemical, you might have already drank it with your body. And by the way, these are actually the sources of this genetical mutations that are happening in the lives of our people, including but not limited to the children that are being born. Because what we are seeing can only be attested by genetical mutation in the lives of these people. Because everything that you are eating is contaminated. No matter what you have done, you will be contaminated. So when the Sign of Hope decided to come up with these studies, because they knew very well that even groundwater up to the depth of maybe 400 or 500 meters is already contaminated because the water is percolating. And the other thing is that there's these issues of rain. Now, when the rain comes, these lagoons will get overflooded. And once this lagoon is overflooded, it will spill. It will spill to the environment, to the other areas. And that is why that area is pretty much all contaminated with these produce water that are coming from the bioremediational sites that are not 100% treated. It has also become a source of sicknesses like rashes in the body, skin diseases. Because if you look at the chemicals that are used, you may find that they are demulsifiers. They are demulsifiers, they are biocides, foams, sarcophans, and a number of these chemicals that are so heavily toxic to the lives of the people. This is what is happening. Now, the difference between those days and now is that those containers, brothers, citizens of South Sudan, those containers during the times of the Jalaba is gathered in the same place because they have what is called a waste management hub. The containers, the tutti tanks that are brought by those things are put there, and the security of the day are making it so difficult that even staffs from this operating company should not take those containers. But this is not the case today. Today, it is even the security people that are even taking these containers. The people who are from the communities that are working in these areas are the ones actually taking these containers. And of course, the containers looks very beautiful. Dema container bita Z. Zaman etna binamshi, ita fi dukan ita btishteri container bita Z. Baada ita bitamshi taksilu, wa ita bitashrab bo moya. Lakin fi ayamat al-ula da, al-moya da kullu bisham Z. Ita bitashrab Z. بالضبط دي بالضبط قاعد تحصل في الكونتينرات ده. لانه في الفترات الاول انت بتشرب المياه الاخره، المياه المسمومه بالبتاع ده. سو المانجمنت بتاعت الحاب ده زمان وحسه بقى براو. حسه ده يعني انت بتلقى الكونتينر ده بيقعدوا كده وحتى السكيورتي they ones actually taking those containers, and that is a tragedy. That is one of the things that we are saying must be changed, and it is the responsibility now of the ministry that is supposed to enforce these laws and sensitize these people. But for you to do that, you need to create a livelihood out of these people that we are seeing. Another source of contaminations in this area, which we have already seen, because our locals like Ana Gutta Gewel, then as Basitin Jidden. And again, because they are not also benefiting from the dividends of this oil, that is why they wanted to go and tamper with the valves. You understand? Because they go to the valves and then they will open these valves. And before you know, there is already oil spilling. And once the oil has already spilled like this, it will be very difficult for you to clean it up. And because we are not like in Canada, if we are in Canada and we have plans for example, treating sand gas, we would have treated it. But because we don't have it, and if we bring it to these companies and tell them that you have to to refine this sand, they will say, no, it is a cost, and this cost is going to go against the government. This was some of the things. You start over mute.
يا كلام اللي تقاعد تقوله ده كلام ده مهم جدا لانه هو متعلق بالتعليق بتاع دكتور شارلز اللي هو قاعد يقول يعني انت شفت التعليق بتاعه فوق the scientific honestly there Dominic that what we are touched in medical oncology study of cancers and how they originate develop and progress الكلام اللي قاعد تقوله وده انا داير اتواصل لانه الشو ده الهدف بتاع الشو ده للناس المشاهدين والناس اللي جو متاخرين والناس المشوا انه we need to develop a concept انه يا جماعه السيتويشن الموجود في مناطق بتاعت الروين ومناطق بتاعت سرجاس ومناطق بتاعت فلوج if we do not pay attention بطريقه غير مباشر السرطانات بكل انواع بتاعت they are in progress and they are developing because the science element بتاعت الكانسرز موجود ومتوفر في المناطق ده ولانه حكومه is totally neglecting the situation in those areas and also they neglecting a human being guiding environment that why we are coming up with this topic and we need to talk about it في النهايه we'll come with باشمهندس Dominic كجيولوجيست انه what is the solution لانه اننا ذاتنا للمشاهدين بتاع صوت الشعب اللي قاعد يشاهدوا المنبر ده لازم ما كل حاجه بنتكلم لازم اننا نقدم حلول ونينا ذاتنا كمواطنين لازم تمارسوا الضغط زي ما انا قلت قبل انه انتوا قاعدين تشوفوا هزار ده ما مشكله بتاع ناس روين ولا ناس سرجاس ولا ناس بتاع فلوس
شكرا Charles. That is true. Next time we also have to bring people from the medical field so that they will have to talk
إذا لذلك Charles if you have chance please you can join us Dr. Charles the link I'm sharing Dr. Charles also you can join us and just give us also kind of the comment on the medical side. واصل باشمهندس.
بالضبط. So أنا قلت يعني الناس بتاعنا هم they tamper with the valve and that is why I said earlier that the government through the local governments that are there, because by the way the responsibility of the management of the oil sector is a level of the national government. However, the local government is supposed to help the central government so that at least they can be able to enforce these laws on the ground there by helping actually our staffers from our ministry, because these are people of South Sudan. So what was supposed to happen is that they are supposed to take care of their people. Yani, for example, issues like school, sensitizations of these people, mustashfiyat. Yani, by now, in the areas of Ruweng, Rubkona, Tarjas, Mala, Foluj, Adar, Mahaladel, there is supposed to be a hospital. من الطراز الأول a highly tech hospital was supposed to be built from this money of what you call the corporate social responsibility, because corporate social responsibility is actually a recoverable cost, and the 2 and 3% that I've talked about earlier was supposed to cater for these things. But because we have governors that are thieves, all this money is going to their pockets, leaving our people to suffer. And so the health hazards that are in this area is so very dangerous. The cancers are so very dangerous. And I have known some people and colleagues that have died with cancer, in these areas. They have died with cancers, And one thing that you people should know is that Chinese don't care. Chinese has a population of 1.4 to 1.6 billion people. They are limited to produce only one child. They don't die so fast. They don't care. And so if you die, you don't die. To them, it doesn't care. One time I was in China, and I was watching a television. Some people went and installed the radioactive source. Radioactive source. That area was condoned. Nobody's to go from that area to another area. because the people who are there is already been exposed to radioactive, a radioactive. And of course, this radioactive is in South Sudan.
Yes.
They are bringing these radioactive chemicals.
Yes.
I mean, sources for logging. Companies like Schlumberger, in their Schlumberger yacht, the logging are there. The Chinese logging companies have their company, but they don't care about the environment. And that is why when you looked at the picture of that stuffs, these are local people. You are not supposed to enter into that, even if you are wearing safety boots. You don't have to go there, because these things is highly toxic and highly chemical.
Exactly.
Yeah, it will cause rashes. I told you about Ambassador Jean in the areas of Malut and Folu. He brought to us a picture of a child whose skin went down simply because he entered into birka, into this kind of lagoons that we are seeing. So these lagoons are not 100%. The water is not pure. The only thing that these guys are supposed to do as a solution to this problem is to enforce the building up of treatment plants for water, because on the upside, in the oil drilling part of the whole game, they are using water for a secondary recovery, because oil is actually a water drive. Reservoirs as a water drive reservoirs. So they are doing these things. So this is one of the areas that you are seeing. Number 3, we have aging facilities. Most of these pipelines are actually pipelines that were put on the ground 20 years ago, and there's no any good maintenance. And by the way, the war of 2013 has also led to this abandonment of the fields, whether this is Munga field, whether this is Al-Har, Nar, Laloba, Khairat, all these fields were abandoned. Now, if you abandon these fields and you have oil in those pipeline, a pressure will be built up. And when a pressure is built up, the hydrostatic pressure of that was built in that pipeline will cause that pipeline to rupture. And that is exactly what happened in one of these areas around Suklaloba as you are going to Hijli, because one of the pipeline busted, and it caused a lot of spills. Now, had the ministry had the necessary money, utensils, and to mobilize their staff so that they can go there immediately, they would have arrested the situation. But again, because the 3% that was supposed to go to the ministry so that it will continue to cater for the management of this operation is not being given by the government, because the government is supposed to be the ones to release that as a matter of a policy, so that the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining can do its best in the management of the oil sector. But it's not happened. On the contrary, we are actually relying on the mercies of the company, and especially when you have people at the helm, ministers, and the secretaries that are not technical, they will continue to believe on what the Chinese are telling them, because the Chinese are telling them if we stop the operation, there will not be money in this country, and they will always refuse. And that is exactly what happened with Moses Machar, because Moses Machar will always say, no, he will never believe on his staffs, and he believes more on these Chinese that they know better. My brother, how do you, what is it that these guys know that you are South Sudanese?
They don't know.
In the ministry, don't know. You are supposed to aid on them. You are supposed to know from them. These are your advisors. These are the people who are supposed to give you the advice so that you will continue to do these things. Of course, we have seen when there is spills of that nature, what you will do is you will bring graders, backloaders and bocklin, so that you will come and clear that area. But when you clear this area, where are you taking this sand? You are taking this sand and you are putting it into an area. And by the time, you know, without good protection, rain will hit on them. You know, it will continue to do the same thing. You just remove it from there and you put it into another area. You are supposed to protect it. You know, there must be a membrane that must be 100%, you know, protecting these sites, but it is not happening. So you will expect contamination from time to time. The other thing is also the drilling. And we have seen reports of animals falling in drilling pits during the times of the drilling. We have seen it, and it has become a very big issue, because then you have to compensate these guys for the loss of their cattle, for the loss of their goat. But what will you do? Because the drilling, if these guys who are supposed to drill, they must have protections around them. But protection will never come unless you also sensitize the people. That's why I said earlier, you have to create an operation that is so friendly, you know, to the people of the area, you know. And that is why it will serve as a lesson that before we open up any other areas, and that is why I keep on condemning those kind of activities that were done by the likes of Lobong, that were done by the likes of Kir and their companies. Because when you take a company like that to that area, and they are protected by the big thugs of the country, what you will see is that you generate adamancy from these companies, because they have a protection of the highest order. You know, they are supposed to build a symbiosis, a relationship. Like I said the other time, I've been to a number of fields around this world, including but not limited to the fields that are here in this country. But I went to China, and I went to Daqing, I went to Jangyong, I went to the Bohai Bay, I went to Panjin, and in all these areas, I must attest to you that you will never see what you are seeing in this country. And I asked the senior management of the CNPC when we went to their headquarters in Beijing, and I asked the central question that you asked: why are you people having a very good field that is highly symbiosis, and you are not doing the same in our country? And guess what they told us? And they told me particular that you don't have laws, you know. And I took it as a reminder. So when we came and did the regulations, we made the regulations so strict. And when they were crying, we say, no, this is our laws, you must abide with it. Yes. And if you don't want it, you just take and go. Exactly. This is what we say to them. And I have happened to chair one of the meetings of that was done in Juba, in home and away. And we have to quarrel with these guys because they wanted to bluff on us on these issues of environment. That, you know, the areas is okay, there is a symbiosis, we have the biomass of the area is okay. I say, no, you know, you don't have to bring fish. These animals will adopt this kind of phenomenon of adaptation, because whatever you are doing, you know, it's not 100%, you know, protected. So you must know that this is the only thing that we have. And by the way, what pains me so much is the generation of the people of that area that are born like that. Is there a future?
Yes.
Is there a future really in that area? You know, the women, the ladies.
And this point, Bashmandis Dominic, I want you actually to make your comment in Arabic. So just continue in English, but you have also to repeat in Arabic so the answer could reach to the people of Ruweng. لأنه أنا كل ده أسألك سؤال الخطورة بتاعت التلوث ده لأنه القضية ده is a scientific discussion, you know, is real. الخطورة بتاعت تلوث المياه والبيئة في مستقبل بتاعت منطقة in long term and in short term. فمثلا يعني the situation وتغيير بتاعت sign of hope وتغيير بتاعت security council للمنطقة ده للروين وللناس اللي حوله حتى مناطق بتاع الجنوب شلوك ولسرجاس ولبانتيو ولفلوي. سو انت مثلا كجيولوجيست مثلا يعني رايك انت شنو الخطوره بتاع التلوث ده؟ لانه البحيره بتاعت نو في روين، البحيره دي كلها ملوثه وفق التقرير بتاعت الامم المتحده وبتقرير بتاعت ساين اوف هوب. المويه اللي بتيجي ده مويه بتاعت بحر ملوثه كلها. المويه بتاعت اللي بيجي من النفيات بتاعت المضخات دي، المويه دي ملوثه بنسبه 17% من المويه العاديه. 17%. ده كلام موجود في تقرير. انا قاعد اسال نفسي طيب يا دومينيك، لو سالنا نفسنا السؤال، طيب الناس قاعدين في رووينق ده هيقعدوا يعيشوا لحد 200 without any يعني مثلا diseases؟ الناس لانه لو بالطريقه ده الناس for the next 10 years or 15 years there will be nobody in Ruweng, otherwise they have to move out from Ruweng. So انا داير يلا خطوره بتاع شنو؟ انا دايرك برضه تجاوب بعدها، هنا بنيجي بعدين المطلوب من الحكومه بتاع جنوب السودان، من الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان بعدين. لكن انا داير اتفضل الخطوره دي لانه
انت كلامك صحيح يا ادوارد. ما انت الخطوره بتاع التلوث ده يا هنا قاعدين نشوف في العيال اللي قاعدين يولدوا دم، يلا بعدك العيال قاعدين يولدوا من ناس منو مرة وراجل.
يس.
بالتالي المرض ده ذاته بيكون حاصل تغيير في الجينات بتاعه، وده الكلام الجبال دكتور قال فوقه ده. كذلك الراجل، وانت ما تستغرب لانه ده الكلام اللي قاعد تحصل في مناطق بتاعت فلوج، انه من كتر شراب المويه، من المعونات المسممه اصلا دي، والبيئه الملوثه، والنوم في المحلات الاجواء فوق ذاته كيماويات. حتى الرجال ذاته بيقى ما قاعدين يلدي في 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 كونتينرات كده. زمان كده قالوا فيها ساكر بتاع الجيش الشعبي ولا بتاع بوليس نايمين فوقه، ناموا فوقه يعني قريب كم زمن، وبقى هم ذاته عندهم مشكله بتاعت انه بتاعت ولاده. they are now important. so المشاكل دي حاصله. One of my sister was there and she was pregnant, gave birth, and the child dies 1 week ago due to oil pollution, lack of clean water, and a good plan. Yes, Nelson, Emmanuel, that is true. That is true. لأنه أنت قاعد تشرب chemical. You are drinking chemicals, highly toxic chemical. Of course, فيها arsenic, فيها hydrogen sulfide, فيها مش عارف lead, and these are all cancerous elements. And by the way, they are also radioactive sources. And radioactive sources that they are the sources of cancer. The other thing is that, you know, when you wanted to drill a well, you have to do some seismic acquisitions. You will be drilling boreholes to a certain depth, maybe 10 or 6 meters, and you will be using dynamite. These dynamites are also being left in that place. But when you look at the dynamites, the compositions of those dynamites, it is there on record. You know, these are sulfur, these are phosphates, and these are all cancerous elements. And when they mix it with water, with other chemicals that are there already in the pollution sites, it will react and it will create things that are not necessarily healthy for our people. And that is why we are saying that the danger, الخطورة بتاع مستقبل بتاع رووينق والاريا ده، احنا لازم نفتح عيوننا. عشان كده انا بتفق معاك ادوارد، انت لما جبال قلت انه لدى شعب جنوب السودان انه الناس يحتاجوا كويس للتنغير بتاع بترول اللي قاعد يعمل بعده في المكان ده، لانه اصلا المستقبل بتاع الناس اللي في الاماكن ده مستقبل ده محدد بالخطوره. لانه التشوشات ده يوم حاصل خلاص احنا قاعدين نشوفه كضب. عشان زول ثاني يجي يقول انه يا اخي الشيء اللي قاعد تحصل ده ما من التلوث ده، لانه قبل البترول ده عيال كان زي ده قاعدين يولدوا في محل ده. ما كان زمان ناس ابل كون وناس اجري ناس بيلي لوك ده كان ولدهم مشوش من زمان. this they must know انه الحاجات ده كان ما في. الحاجات دي بدا لانه البترول والتنغيب بتاع البترول في مناطق دي ما بالطريقه الصحيحه، ودي حاجات اللي احنا افترض نخاف فوقهم. بعدين المساكين بتاع حكومه ده اللي بيجي بيكورك انه الكلام ده ما سوى. الحاجه المؤلم جدا انه يعني في قصه بتاعت وات شالوا جناه في نيروبي، شالوه في اغا كان، وفي تاني شالوه في جرماني. يا اخي شالوها في النهايه ذاته لا قادرين يتم علاج بتاعهم، لا قادرين يعملوا لهم حاجه، فعيال ده مصيرهم حيموتوا زي ده. لكن المشكله وين؟ المشكله في انه حال انت دي ذاتك انت صحي. افترض الناس بتاع المنطقه ده they must put the government on record on their toes. اذا كان قاعد تقوم في ثوره ذاته افترض الثوره دي تقوم من المناطق بتاع البترول ده، والابناء بتاع المنطقه دي ذاته ناس ستيفن ديودا افترض هم يكونوا كان قاده بتاع العمليات عشان واحد يجي يكوري.
في حاجه قبل ما انت تستمر باشمهندس، انا شايف سايمون دين هو رد على ايمانويل اغوستينو. خلينا نعمل كومنت وبعدها خلينا نواصل. برضو انا داير نعمل كومنت في النقطه ده وانت تعمل كومنت، لانه علينا كجنوبين لو ونحن ما بقينا يا دومينيك نقول حقائق لنفسنا. بمناسبه الجنوب ده ما في حاجه بيبقى كويس فوق، ولما نجي بمناقشه القضايا الوطنيه لازم اننا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان نكون فوق صادقين ونقدم نقد لنفسنا وللاخطاء. ايمانويل التعليق بتاع ايمانويل قاعد يقول انه ناس بتاع رووينق ده وين وهم ادوا they give their support to the government of South Sudan، ادوا الدعم بتاعهم للحكومه. انا داير اقول حاجه لكل الناس المشاهدين، وانا بعد ذاك دومينيك انا داير اتعلق فوق. انا have to be honest in this point، لانه the part of correction اللي هو the first step to correct the mistake which happened in the country. We need to be honest with ourselves and we need to criticize our mistake as a politician or even as a people of South Sudan. الناس بتاع رووينق كان من الطبيعي جدا الحرب اللي حصل في 2013 يقدموا السبورت بتاعهم للحكومه. انا بقول الكلام ده ليه؟ واي للناس اللي قاعده تشير اللايف فيديو ده. I will not blame them. Why they give support the government. شوف اللي حصل في جوبا في 2013 فعلا حكومه بتاع سلفاكير والمتيانغانيور استهدفوا قبيله بتاع نوير. الحرب ده لما طلع من جوبا لو كان رياك مثلا هو وكداك ركز على الجيش وما كان برضه ناس زيلوا وبقى في استهداف لبدين مثلا الناس مشوا في بترول. انا كنت في مطار يعني في انت عارف دومينيك في زملائكم من اولاد بتاع دينكا بتاع رووينق وبدل شغالين في النفطي في سرجاس قتلهم كويس يا جماعه. ده حقائق. انت زول زي ده حصل طابع قبلي. الناس زي ده مثلا انت هتقول زول ده يجيب معارضه كيف؟ الزول ده هيجيب ماريا كيف؟ ما بيطبق شيء كده ببساطه. مش الناس زي الحكومه قتل نوير في جوبا. الناس زي مشوا برضه لو فعلا يعني المعارضه كان اخذ استراتيجيه ثانيه وقت ده انا افتكر السيتويشن كان بيكون مختلف الان. لكن الرياكشن بتاعت ناس خلت انه ناس مشى وهاجموا على الدينكا في المحلات اللي كانوا قاعدين فوقه واعتبروهم هم حكومه. كان شيء طبيعي جدا انه الحرب ياخذ الطابع القبلي واي دينكاوي موجود في مال for him to survive لازم هو يدعم حكومه عشان يقدم له حمايه. فانا داير اقول شنو؟ there is no reason for us to blame الناس بتاع رووينق ولا to blame ناس بتاع اي مجموعه في جنوب السودان. انا بالنسبه لي there is no reason. في اخطاء حصل مع المرور بتاع الحرب. المهم الان بالنسبه لنا كلنا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان انه احنا نعالج الاخطاء. عشان كده قبل انا لما انا قبل كنت قاعد اقول للناس في الشو ده انه التكوين بتاع الاحساس المشترك common sense بتاع انه نفس الزول لما نكون بالجريمه في نفس المنطقه ثاني we have to have the same feeling بتاع القضيه المشتركه ده، الاحساس القومي والوعي القومي بيننا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. انا قلت الكلام ده لان انا كنت عارف انه at the end we'll come and blame ourselves كجنوبيين لانه حاجات كثيره جدا كل قبيله قاعده تجيب وراه. فبالنسبه لي كإدوارد لاحظ برضه التعليق بتاع سايمون دين ده. سايمون دين الحكومه الموجود في جوبا حكومه بتاع سلفاكير، حكومه ده بادر للحرب ولازم الحكومه ده they need to keep fighting. عشان كده حتى الابناء دينكا يعني تخيل المجن من 2013 يا دوما انت قاعد هنا ده من الصحفيين اللي كانوا بيدقون في جوبا والصحفيين اللي بيتم اعتقالهم في جوبا والناس اللي قتلوهم لو قتلوا 20 صحفي تاكد من ال 20 صحفي ده اي دينكاوي في النص بتاعهم ده الحقيقه مات مع ناس اللي قتلوهم. علينا ما نقول الكلام ده لانه we will make mistake. علينا نعمل ميستيك كبير جدا في حقوق في حق بتاع ابرياء من ابناء دينكا قاعدين في جنوب السودان. والنقطه ده يا دومينيك نحن زادنا كمعارضه we have to be very careful في النقطه ده جانب. الكلام قالوا سايمون ده انه حكومه في مناطق بتاعت نفط كلنا خليك جاكلين داو مش هي من ملوك. جاكلين داو ده من النسوان والبنات بتاع جنوب السودان اللي طلعوا في السوشيال ميديا، وانا بشكر ربنا ده اللي مكانها هي. جاكلين داو يا مشاهدين لو هي كانت في جنوب من وقت ده كان خلاص هسه احنا كنا بنتكلم في حاجه ثانيه. الكلام اللي كان قاعد يقوله هنا في السوشيال ميديا انه بدا من السنه اللي فاتت للممارسات اللي قاعده تملى فلوج الناس بتتكلم اخطاء اللي قاعد يحصل في فلوج. معناه ايضا حكومه ده they don't give a damn. عشان كده قاعد اقول ناس حكومه ده ما تقولوا حكومه ده don't give a damn. انت كان وقفت ضد المصالح بتاعك بقتلوا الناس ديل في منطقه بتاع رووينق والسركاس. انت ما تتكلم ساكت تقول والله مويه ما في ومويه ده ملوثه، بتلقى نفسك بكره من اولاد دينكا بتاعت فاريان يا بتلقى نفسك في المقابر. كان يتغلق ويتفزوا بك ودخلوا السجن بكون ده افضل حاله. عشان كده سايمون عمل كومنت انا خدته فوق قبل. The people were being intimidated and majority were arrested in the Ruweng by the government. And this is the reality. ده حقيقة يا مشاهدين. ده حقيقة. وكلام ده لازم الناس اللي قاعدين يخطوا دائما مرات انه حكومة ده بتاع دينكا ومواطن بتاع دينكا مستفيد من لازم نحن نخطوا في بالنا. ده حكومة بتاع الناس بتاعت مصالح ومعاهم الجين كانسل كناس سموا نفسهم ودايرين يهيمنوا باسم بتاعت مصالح بتاعه. انا داير اقول لايمانويل انه we don't blame المواطنين بتاع روين. انا شخصيا في ادوارد I don't blame them. لو بقى في blame we have to let us put it to the government and to the opposition. لانه الحرب ده ما مشى في المسار اللي كان يفترض يحافظ على الحقوق بتاع كل المواطنين بتاع الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. عندي فرصه لباشمهندس دومينيك so you make comment on that point then we proceed you continue.
يا هو الكلام اللي سايمون ده يتكلم فوق ده دي حقيقه. عشان كده دايما هنا قاعدين نتكلم عنه. يعني انت قبل ما انت تتكلم اي حاجه ثانيه انت لازم تشوف انت قاعد تتكلم عن شنو. اوكي that is very important. لانه انت لما تيجي تتكلم عن وينو جماعه ديل كويس.
نعم.
انت لازم تعرف الجماعه دي الدور بتاعهم في العمليه بتاع التنقيب بتاع البترول ده كان شنو قبل وهسه. لانه الكلام اللي احنا قاعدين نتكلم من قبل ده انه التنغيب في المناطق دي بدا زمان.
Yes.
يعني حتى الناس اللي في ده عملوا لهم displacement زمان.
Exactly.
You know they were being displaced.
انت قلت الكلام ده انا نسيته. continue. ده نقطة مهم جدا.
ففي النهاية بتاعت مطاف لما احنا نلنا الاستقلال بتاعنا نفترض احنا نعمل الافضل. عشان كده احنا قاعدين نلوم حكومة. الجماعة دول هم قبائل بتاعهم براهم. يعني ناس كير وبتاع ده المربطين والحرامية ديل هم ذاتوا قبيلة في حد ذاتهم. عشان كده الرسالة بتاعي للأبناء بتاعنا بتاع جنوب السودان الأمنيين ده انت ذاته لو زول بتاع أمني انت قاعد في منطقة داك انت محدد لكاتا رامشي يلدي مامرة بتاعك انت بتلدي جنا مشوش انت داير ولا انت ما داير. فانت افترض تفتح راسك انه اذا في ناس بيتكلموا عن الحاجات الأساسية زي ده كويس انت لازم تعرف. انت زول عسكري عارف سلفا انه اخوك ده لما يهلكوه بسالة حقك ده بجي. لانه الكلام اللي قاعد تحصل هناك ده قاعد يغير العنصر الجنسي بتاعت الانسان. جينات مش جنس الجينز الجينات بتاع الانسان. فانت لو شربت مويه بتاعت مكان ده لفتره طويل ومويه حتى البيئه لانه البيئه في المناطق ده انت يفترض you must not flare gas. الغاز في المناطق دي تمام مفترض تحرقه ساكت. انت لما تحرقه الغاز انت تفتكر الحريق ده بيمشي وين؟ بيمشي لمناطق التانيين. اضافه طبعا لعدم الصحه. يعني اصلا لو كان في مستشفيات في مناطق ده you know كان الناس ممكن بيقدر بيفتشوا علاجات لكن العلاجات ما في. دي الحاجات احنا ما قاعدين نشوفه حقيقه. ف we must understand يعني انه الكلام ده يعني زي الواحد زمان يتكلم انه انت الجماعه دي جاوا الجوس احنا خليناهم وجاء كاثوليك خليناهم. لما جاء قاعد يفتش في ناس زي انا ده انا لما لفت شمال ويمين انا ما لقيت اي زول افترض تساعدني انا. فدي او مشكله بتاعنا بتاع جنوب السودان انه الحاجات اللي قاعد تحصل في الاريا ده نعم يعني واحد من الحاجات العيب في حكومة بتاع سلفا كير ده هو عمل قبلية، أسست قبلية في جاك الناس كويس من 2005، بدليل انه لما استغلال الناس كان قاعدين ننتظر يعني انفصال بتاع جنوب السودان ده بفريق الصبر. لما الانفصال بتاع جنوب السودان ده حصل سنتين بس احنا داوسنا ببعاتنا، والدواز ده اكد تابي قبلي، انت تحبش نوير وده دينكاوي حبش نوير حبش دينكاوي. وحتى في ناس التانيين اللي شكلهم وانت جنوب السودان ده انت بتقدر تفرق الشكل بتاعه، مرات ان شكلنا ده قاعد يكون واحد، في ناس ذاته ماتوا ضحايا في بالنص هنا بس. وده اللي كان احنا قاعدين نتكلم. احنا افترض نتطرق للحاجات المهمه والحاجات الكبيره، وحاجات الكبيره والمهمه ده يا وشك اللي احنا قاعدين نشوفه هسه ده، انه في حياه بتاع جيل قاعد يدي، يعني في جيل التركيب الجينات بتاعهم بقى قاعد يتغير للشرب بتاع المياه البطال. احنا عندنا شنو؟ اهم البشر، اهم موارد في ذاك الدنيا ده يا البشر ده. في دول في البلد ده ما عندهم بترول، رواندا ده لحد هسه ما عنده بترول، لكن رواندا ده هسه ده هو ما قاعد ينمو، لا قاعد ينمو كويس. لكن عشان بلد ده ينتهي بالشكل اللي احنا قاعدين نشوفه ده والله عيب، يعني عيب. يا ريت لو كان قروش بتاع البلد ده قاعدين يعملوه بحاجه كويسه. القروش ده كلها ماشيه في كوربشن، ماشيه في فساد وفي حاجات فارغ، ما في التنميه، ما في مدارس. يعني احنا بنشوف يا المشوشه قاعدين يولدوا زي ما قلت كلام حقيقه. دلو جناك، يعني انت ده اول جناك انت قاعد تنتظر. يمكن زول عنده جناك قبل كده انت قاعد تشوف الناس الجيال اللي كان بيشربوا مويه هناك ده ما خلاص ولدهم كويس. لكن جنا ده يتخيل لو ربى بالطريقه ده لحد ما يصل كبير، تفتكر هيحصل له شنو؟ ده ما بيموت، ده بيموت بالسرطان، ده بتجيه امراض ما معروفه، لانه مناطق ذاته ما في فوق مستشفى. اوكي، دي المخاوف بتاعنا، ودي الحاجات اللي بيخلينا احنا نجي نتكلم عن المتاعب بتاع الشعب بتاعنا في مناطق بتاع روينق وفي ترجاس وفي مالا وفي فلوج، في قمري، في ادار، في موليتا، في اماكن دي كله احنا بنتكلم عن الحاجات دي، لانه يعني اداره بتاع النفط ده جماعه ده حارسين بس لقروش. اوكي، العمل بتاع البشر ده مهم. عشان كده الناس اللي قاعدين يعني يقول انه مثلا الكلام بتاع ساين اوف هوب ده ادعاءات ساكت ده، انا قاعد اقول انك انتم منافقين. انت ودي يالك هناك، خلي يالك امشي يقعد هناك عشان يالك يعني يشرب من مويه البطال ده، وفي نهايه بتاع المطاف يعني ناس ده بموتوا. يا جماعه انا كده نحكي لقلوك، شوف يا قلوك ما كان والله لازم. شوف انا داير اقول لك حاجه، يعني انت شوف الروبكونا وكان ده ترجاس، كان ده فريان، وكان ده ابيامنوم، كان ده مالا، كان ده الناس دي كله تبانين يا اخوي. الواتا ده انتوا قاعد ناس قاعدين ينيكا محسا ده فوق شنو كويس يا جماعه. البترول ده لما احنا ندير اداره بتاع بترول ده بطريقه سمح، ونشجع ابناء بتاع جنوب السودان من المناطق ده يكون عندهم شركات بتاع قطاقش، بتاع معرفة يعني مياه، وبتاع يعني سمية كويس، ونشجع يعني شباب في مدرسة والعيال ده يمشوا يقروا ويطلع لنا دكاترة، وهنا نكون عندهم مثلا ووتر انجكشن بلان، الووتر تريتمنت فاسيلتيز في الاريا ده، ونعمل تريتمنت للمويه والناس ترشر المويه النقيه، ونبني الشوارع في الاريا ده. وفي حكومه اللي بيشجع انه الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان ده يعيش في اماكن واحد بدون الكلامات اللي احنا قاعدين نشوفه، ملوانا اللي احنا قاعدين نشوفه يا مدل. والله لازم بلد ده بيكون يعني زي رواندا ولا زي سنغافوره، لكن لانه احنا شغالين في كلامات فارغ يا أخي ده كاونتي بتاعي وده تاب محل تاب لي مع الديسبيوت ده الناس بيجي بيحلوها في طريقة. حتى لو الناس الحم بتاعت ناس انه الموارد اللي جو فوق ده، انا نديكم نموذج بتاعت بحر بتاعت بين what you call the North Sea، البحر الشمالي بين بريطانيا وهاجر ده، في في جوا بحر لقوا بترول. الناس جا قعدت وناقشت وقسموا البتاع ده، وفي حاجه اسمه يونيتايزيشن، يعني الاريا ده لو جزء وقع لده وجزء وقع لده، الموارد اللي بيطلع من هناك ده بيكون للخدمه بتاع الشعب اللي هناك. لكن دي الحاجات اللي طبعا حكومه ما قاعد يعمل. حكومه ده خلى ناسنا والشعب بتاعنا قاعدين يشاكلوا من حاجات فارقه وتافهه، وهنا هم ذاتهم ما قاعدين يقدموا. لا دولار ما في، قروش ما في، ولا يبقى انه بترول بتاعنا ده انا كيف سنين ده بجي بيشيلوا بعدين، لانه احنا شيلنا منهم دين. دي توبيك ثاني براو. لكن السعر بتاع البترول ذاته في الدول في انترناشونال ماركت وقع، بقى ضعيف ساكت. فانت هتعمل شنو؟ احنا ودينا صعب. عشان كده احنا قاعدين نتكلم عن العامل المهم بالنسبه لنا يا بشر بتاعنا ده، لكن الليله البشر بتاعنا ده يا قاعد يموت وانتوا قاعدين تشوفوا.
اضافه لكلامك ده يا باشمهندس قلوك، let me say this. قلوك my brother، اسمعني خليني اقول لك الكلام ده. First of all، انا في ناس المتابعين للشو ده، those are watching this show from last week when I start talking about the South Sudan government ignore reports on the oil pollution and birth defects. I did not talk about the borders between the counties. يعني أنا ما جيت اتكلمت border بتاعت لا لوبا وما أعرف الcounties اللي أنت ذكرته قالك ده because I don't know them. I have nothing to talk about that. أنا جيت هنا ده إتلو if you are not aware let me explain, or if you have a problem of understanding Arabic that is something else. Actually I don't have nothing to do with it, but I just I can forgive you. But then أنا أقول لك من الأسبوع الفات ويا رب باشمهندس دومينيك قاعد والمشاهدين، أنا اتكلمت عن التأثير بتاع النفط. الأسبوع الفات my focus was بنتيو سرجاس، كان بنتيو وفولوي. the first presentation. On the same day وأنا قاعد أتكلم في تأثيرات بتاع النفط، لقيت واحد من أبناء بتاع رووينق ويجيب me a picture about what going on في رووينق بالذات Aling County. And he sent me the pictures of all of those stuff. That while الليلة ده أنا قلت في نفس الشو قبل ما نختم الشو، أنا قلت لكم في الشو الفاتن يا جماعة الشو الجاي أنا جاي نتكلم عن pollution in Ruweng County because administrative area because أنا لقيت information. ونقطة ده مهم. اللي أنا أقدر أقوله لقلوك سياسة بتاع سلفاكير بتاع grabbing land it got nothing to do with the topic of today. Our topic today is focusing on the oil pollution today in this show especially في رووينق. وبرضه قبل أنا قاعد نتكلم عن سرجاس لأنه أتى التقرير بتاع United Nations هنا ده أنا خدته تأرسه ده. التقرير ده بتاع قبل ده بتاع General Secretary of United Nations يتكلم عن هنا ده، يتكلم عن رووينق ويتكلم عن سرجاس. وقبل شوية دومينيك يمنشن المنطقة بتاعت ماليا. أنا ما أعرف المالي ده وين هناك ماليا because أنا ما كنت شغال في المناطق ده مالا ولا بعرفهم ذاته، وأنا ما عندي حاجة بالشغل ده. What I'm here أنا عندي ريبورت وعندي فيديوهات وبيكتشرز بتاعت oil pollution المناطق بتاع إنتاج النفط والتأثير impact بتاعه للlocal citizen communities في كل من رووينق وسرجاس. The same التغيير ذاته بتاعت المنظمة Sign of Hope they mention out إنه حتى البحيرة الموية ذاته في بانتيو ملوثة زي الموية ملوثة في رووينق. This is so dangerous للمواطنين بتاعنا. This is my focus. شالوا الوطن بتاعكم ما أعرف الدولة دينك بتاع فاريان. I got nothing to do with it في شو بتاع الليلة. لو في حاجة زي ده مثلا إنه سلفاكير بقرار في مناطق شالهم من نوير وداهم لدينغا بتاعت فاريان رسلوا لي information. I work with the information, send the voice of the people the information what happened and أنا بنجيب topic في الشو هنا. ده شغلنا كده. أي زول عنده مشكلة بنجيبه للجنوبيين نناقشه، لكن أنت ما تمسك لي حصاية في النص وما اعرف يا ادوار انت هسه واقف مع سلفاكير يا زول هو جاي يقول لك حاجه الزول ما ممكن يتفق بس مع سلفاكير في الدنيا ده ادوار بس انا ادوار شخصيا سلفا ده لسه رئيس في جنوب السودان I will not agree with him and I can tell you the reason just انت نوم ساكت تفضل يا باشمهندس.
يا بالضبط. بعدين احنا ما قاعدين نتكلم عن مناطق كاونتيز ده بحيث احنا بنتكلم عن حقول. يعني في حقول حقل بتاع بترول سموه مالا، حقل بتاع بترول سموه ترجاس في جوا ترجاس، حقل بتاع بترول اسمه مونغا في توماساوث النار الحرب. احنا بنتكلم عن الحقل ده. اوكي احنا عندنا قضيه مع بودر ده وصل وين وهجيج ده تابع
منو
منو ده. احنا ما قاعدين نتكلم عن الحاجات ده، احنا قاعدين نتكلم عن تاثير بتاع البيئه. لانه حتى المويه اللي انت قاعد تشوفه ده احنا يعني المشكله بتاعنا وين؟ انه انت عندك ابيار قاعد تنتج مويه بنسبه 97 98 في مرات 70 80% وبيمشي للفيل بروسيسنج فاسيلتي. من الفيل بروسيسنج فاسيلتي بتمشي وين؟ هم بيشيل المويه ده بيوصلوها للاجونات اللي هنا شفناه ده، البيرك ده اللي هنا شفناه كويس. بعدك انت لما شفت الكرتوش بتاع المويه ده ما جرى بحر، ده ما بحيره عادي. اوكي these are some of the things that are man made. لكن احنا قاعدين نتكلم عشان احنا نجي للحلول بتاع الشغلانيه ده. شفت الشكل المويه زي ده افترض يكرروه ويرجعوه في داخل بطن واطه.
exactly
يرجعوه في بطن واطه. انت ما ممكن انا اصدق تفرى بير ب 3 مليون دولار وانت عندك مويه بالنسبه هايل زي ده في قاعد في واطه. يعني ده بعد شغل بتاع حكومه يا افترض يجبر الجماعه ده على اساس انه انتوا عملوا ووتر انجكشن بلان. يعني بيكون في ووتر تريتمنت بلان واحد عملوها حتى في الروبكونا ولا عملوها بين مالا والترجاس. بيتقدر لك شنو ما كلها بايبس. البايبس انت وصلوا للاريا ده عشان تعمل تجربه دي يعني التريتمنت للووتر دي كويس. والووتر ده ما لم تحصل لا تريتمنت انت ما حتقدر تشرب ووتر ده.
اذاك يا باشمهندس يعني كلامك ده عشان برضه تعمل كومنت. لو انت لاحظت انت كنت شغال في وزاره بتاعت نفط حسب المعلومات اللي عندي في بترول في منطقه بتاعت شلوك في منطقه طورغوان كان الدوله الشركه بتاعت روبجولا تقريبا. انا ما اعرف مع شركه ثانيه. I had something like this before بتاع تنغيب البترول في المناطق بتاع شلوك ده. the same الكلام اللي انت قلته قبل والنقطه ده الكلام اللي قاعد نقوله قبل للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان هم لازم يفهموا النقطه ده. يعني مثلا قبل هنا قلنا انه لما الحكومه جات من الشمال بدل ما كان يعمل عمليه بتاعت اعاده توطين للمواطنين اللي قاعدين في رووينق بالذات في المناطق اللي فيها اغول بتاعت النفط والقريبه منها يفترض يكون يعني الاغول دي يتم ريلوكيشن بتاعت مواطنين او ريسيتلمنت. اتليست يا دوما انا دايركت اعمل كومنت بيكوز انا ما عملت ريسيرش في النقطه ده. يعني هاو فار المواطنين يفترض يكونوا بعيدين من الاغول مثلا من العقل بتاعت البترول بتاع التكرير بتاع البترول. الكلام ده لو كان حكومه بتاع السودان انغاص كان عندهم رؤيه ده الناس اللي كانوا هم اصلا كان ناس اللي بنوا للمواطنين بتاع رووينق كان اصلا لانه هم اكتشفوا النفط كان لو فعلا كان بهمهم المواطنين بتاع جنوب السودان وقت ده 97 بهمهم الناس اللي قاعدين في رووينق وبهمهم الناس اللي قاعدين في سرجاس وبهمهم الناس اللي قاعدين في فلوي كان عملوا ريلوكيشن وبنوا لهم. لكن لانه الجبهه الاسلاميه they didn't care about المواطنين طردوا الناس اللي قاعدين في رووينق طردوا في مناطق بتاع النفط من دون سيرفيس كويس. ضيف اذا كان يا دومينيك الكيزان ومال البشير هو بنى البيوت بتاع الاسكان الشعبي للنساوين بتاع الشهداء بتاع مجاهدين الجماعه في الجنوب كان بيقلب عمر البشير انه للمواطنين اللي قاعدين في رووينق كويس يبني لهم محطه بتاعت مويه ويبني لهم بيوت بتاعتهم ويبني لهم مستشفى كبير لان الناس اللي قاعدين في منطقه بتاعت النفط معرضين للاشعه بتاعت الاشعه بتاعت المواد المشعه بتاعت البترول والجاي من الوطا زئبق وكبريت وزرنيك. هل الناس دي الحكومه دي كانت بتقلبها؟ بدلان actually they didn't care about us. وده النقطه اللي انا قاعد نركز عليه انه هسه اللي انتم الجنوبيين اللي انا قبل قلت الكلام ده اللي بتشوفوا قاعد يصل لرووينق ده مثلا لانه هنا قبليه موجود فينا كجنوبيين مثلا يقولوا والله ده الدين كده مشكلته وده حكومه بتاعه لا ما nothing like this. بكره لو اكتشفوا بترول في المحل ثاني في جنوب مثلا زي لو بترول بتاع الشلوك ده اللي بيعمل لهم نفس الكلام ده. عندنا مواطنين في طورغوان وكاكا تجاريه والملوط بالغار الملوط النازل وكدب اي ترضم اكو ممكن يطردهم كويس. and this is what we don't want it to happen. اننا دايرين انه government لما المناطق بتاعت النفط الدولة need to take the responsibility انه المواطنين اللي قاعدين في روين ناس ديل they deserve better life كمواطنين بتاع جنوب السودان، وده البترول ده بتاعهم لازم يستفيدوا من البترول، وكذلك المواطنين اللي قاعدين في بانتيو كلها والناس اللي قاعدين فلو. ده النقطة اللي قاعد نركز عليه قبل، لأنه التأثير بتاع البولوشن ده ما بتجي فقط الناس يا نينا ملكال يا دومينيك، ده نينا متأثرين بالسرطانات ده الناس كلها الريجن كلها. ده النقطة جنوبين ده ما فيه قبلية، دي ما عنده علاقة بسلفاكير شال المنطقة بتاع ده. لو في سلفا شال المنطقة أنا ما قاعد نتكلم عنه في الشو حقنا، جيب لنا كلام المنطقة سلفاكير شاله والكامل ميجا توبيك، جيب لنا معلومات انفورميشن بتاعك بنيجي. ده النقطة يا باشمهندس اللي أنا قبل شوي كده داير نوضح. اتفضل يا.
No, you are right. You're absolutely right. Kalamak Sah, you're really absolutely right, because the government without Khartoum, they don't really care. And I say these things in my earlier talk. I say it because these things is in a far distant area that is not there, therefore they will not even care. Tarjash is a coach county. You know, areas, for example, around the CPF and some of these wells, especially Birnim Rashara, without Tarjas, Deacon Hilla. If we were supposed to be in America, that person would have been a millionaire, because that is the right of a land.
Yes.
That could have happened.
Yes.
But because you have said that this is the government of Jalaba, they didn't care. They didn't even build, because they have all the opportunities to relocate these people and build them very good and nice houses. Lakin al-kalam de ma hasalo, because they don't care. Now, Aleb is Sajam Bitana, that they would have done another thing that is a little bit different.
Yes.
And that is why Lelamana Watare Wakarina Ashkur King Farouk Garkwat. Farouk Garkwat kan ga the korik ma Jamadel. Especially na Samnindel. Galea ke zaman Jalla Badr kan bi haddid nas bi kilab bidat amnida. Lakin ehna junubin hassa. Why do we have to do that? Ehna le المستفيد منو يعني؟ you know, المستفيد منو انه يعني احنا نقوم نعمل intimidation للناس بتاعنا بالطريقه ده. That is not good. And that is why he was talking about the thing that that happened. You know, they were using these things. For our people were supposed to know and understand that we are supposed to do something that is better, because this is our land. This is the country that we fought for so dearly.
Exactly.
You are not supposed to be bringing to us people who are not competent and qualified, so that you come and talk about NCP. I know NCP tools with the NCP are unprofessional explanation. No, they are doing these things purposely, Bol. They are doing these things purposely. You know, they will order to convince us that, you know, the water, the lagoons that you are seeing there is 100%. You can even drink it, because if you drink 1 cup, the manager will come and drink up. Umar Bashir zatu mumkin yaji yashrab. You know, just to showcase that these things is happening. You know, it is happening that they can drink this water, but it's not true. You can't drink this water. You can't drink this water. And so our people are supposed to be doing better. And I agree with you, my brother Wadi. They are supposed to know that environment, the threat that is in our environment as a result of a pollution, is an issue of a national security of a country. Just as you are fighting a rebellious war, which is unjustifiable, by the way, because all of them are saying that this is an unjustifiable war. You are supposed to treat these things because it is Gadi haddit hayabit al-shab bitana. Yao jilda be akmal bitaw gadi di. And by the way, يعني into أبناء بتاعت منطقة وأبناء بتاعت الشغالين في الجهاز بتاعت أمني، والكلام اللي إدوارد سأل قبل ده دي سؤال منطقي جدا. يا أخي كده اعتبر إن ده أنت وده جناك، أنت كنت بتتمنى أنه تكون لك جنة، يا أنت كلفت جنة بطريقة زي شعورك هيكون شنو؟ ده هيكون بطال. So in a nutshell, my brother, these things will never change. Laws are very important. And laws is that we don't enforce these laws, it will be in paper. And it will be like this agreement that is not being implemented. So we need to implement these laws. And we have to know that we did not inherit this land from our forefathers, but we borrow it from the children and the generations that are yet to come after us. And therefore, one of the ethical principles of environmental management and environmental study is that you have to do the environment in such a way that you have to hand it intact. The oil companies are coming to their end of the field production. I'm afraid, the political leadership, I don't mean colleagues that are in the ministry, but the people who are in the political leadership, the elements of decommissioning, the elements of putting this land back into its original place, we will never be realized. What we will be left with, we will be left with an aging facility. We will be left with an environmental area that is degraded. We will be left with cancers. We will be left with diseases. We will be left with a genetically mutated people whose birth will always be defect. And we will continue to agonize with those kind of things until the kingdom come. This is a very serious thing. That as people of South Sudan, we are supposed to raise a flag. And it is going to happen. Because it is not in one area. It is in the area of Malut, and it is going to be in the areas. And by the way, those areas are actually the Mutlat and the Malut basin. It's a very big areas of a basin. You know, we are supposed to explore all these areas of South Sudan, but we need to do it in a manner that is scientifically and environmentally sound, so that at least we are not, into this situation.
Yeah, let me ask a question. In your view, what is the solution to this situation in Ruweng, as example to what's going on in Sarjas, in Malut? The water in the lake, they are contaminated, and so environment also. So what is the solution?
First of all,
imposing the laws, or
the operation must stop.
How can we correct this situation now? How can it
No, the operation must stop. These operations in these areas must stop. These companies must be stopped not to work. Their lifetime must not be increased, because these were some of the things that we were saying. Because they have a production years of 25 years, Zadolo Hamsa Sena. Their production period must not be extended. Number two, a thorough national-wide environmental audit must be made. And the companies that need to be brought are international companies with track records. And the cost of this environmental audit must be costed against these companies, because the damage that these guys have caused is very big, is so huge, and it has caused us a lot of problems. And we need to build waste management and treatment plants. The water injection plants in these areas must be built, and new management insights must be brought into this management of the oil sector, and the government must also empower the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining. These notions of taking, for example, Nile Pet, giving it to the presidency so that they can be able to loot it, and then they will bring people who are not technical into this must stop. There must be a cooperation, because in the petroleum law and in the laws of our country, and the petroleum law, there's an article that says that there shall be formed a petroleum management, a petroleum oil corporation, a South Sudan Petroleum Oil Corporation that will participate in the production, exploration, and selling of the crude. And these people decided to assume that this is Nile Pet. Nile Pet is a company that is limited by share. Apparently, Nile Pet is a government-owned company that is 100% owned by the government. So Nile Pet must be managed, and that is part of the problem, because Nile Pet is assuming the role that it is a regulatory body. NILPET is not a regulatory body. The Ministry of Petroleum is the regulatory body. So the Ministry of Petroleum must be empowered. For example, the directorate of my colleague William Anyang should be what is called a South Sudanese Petroleum Corporation, so that it can now manage these operations. And he must be given a full mandate without interference of these ministers and Naz and as Gregory, because this is what Deng have said earlier, that the interference of the national security is so high, because this national security, they are easily bought. And this is what is good with the Chinese. The Chinese can bribe anybody. They can bribe any person. And for us, for this thing not to happen, I think it is the government that need to protect. But of course, it will not happen with a president like Salva Kiir, because Salva Kiir is a problem in and of itself. Okay. From the why they can unite and shut. Well, shutting down of the oil by let me also tell you one thing that is having to do with the shutting oil of the oil. If they decided to sabotage this oil when the operation is going, there is what is called standby charges, because these people will put their tools down, and not only that, they will start to quarrel, and then whatever they have lost will also be money that will be charged against the government. So the thing is that they must be enforced to apply the laws and the regulation. It is the government that really need to do it to them, not the other people else's. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Bashmahandis شكلنا كده وصلنا كويس. انت خلصت من الحلول. بدي فينيش الحلول مثلا ممكن في رايك انت يعني المطلوب من المواطنين مثلا شنو؟ لانه انا شخصيا ادوار ما مشيت ما زرت الروين ولا زرت سرجاس، لكن انا طبعا فولو اذا قاعد امشي فوق لانه اوريدي داون اند اب سايد قال كده. سو انت في رايك مثلا what is the recommendation للناس بتاعنا هسه ده الراي بتاعك التوصيه recommendation للحكومه بتاعت جنوب السودان. انا قبل انا كنت بتكلم منه مثلا هسه بالتغرير بتاعت الساين اوف هوب انه المويه في الليك بتاعت روين is contaminated كويس، والمويه بتاعت المضخات ده المويه ده مالحه contaminated also. يعني انا يعني انت لو نينا سالنا نفسنا طيب ده بيقولوا كيف يا دومينيك؟ let me ask this يعني I don't say a silly question but يعني I'm thinking انا من امبارح I'm thinking طيب اذا المويه هسه هناك الريفر الليك is contaminated، المويه بتاعت المضخ ده contaminated، طيب المشكله ده بيقولوا كيف ده؟ يعني let's try to find a solution. Do we need to move the people out of there or يعني ده بمناسبه لانه ده حاجه صعب جدا يا دومينيك، حاجه صعب، وانا I'm sure انه الحكومه بتاع جنوب السودان they will not get solution to this، والمواطن بتاع جنوب السودان بكوركو وده بيستمر they will not give any care to the situation. So let's listen to you and also let's give some also point from the viewers بتاعتنا رايكم شنو برضه الحل شنو، لانه هسه بالتقرير بتاع الساين اوف هوب ومجلس الامن United Nations General Secretary انه المويه في الروين بتاع الليك البحيره هناك ده ملوث، المويه بيجي من الوطا بتاع النفيه ده مضخات ده ملوث، فالشغله دي كده يعني زي ما بيقولوا البحر امامي وعدو خلفي. سو زي ما قال خالد وليد كويس، يعني البحر بينك انت مشيت البحر بتغرق، وكان تقول نرجع ورا يا ولد عدو الجيش بتاع عدو قاعد هنا. سو دومينيك try to help and also viewers you are welcome to join. تفضل.
والله هو زي كلام بتاعك، انا من قبل قاعد imagine because انت لو شفت مسافه بين البحر بتاعنا ده ذاته، يعني البحر بتاعنا ده بعيد خالص يعني المناطق القريبه هنا.
نعم.
انت حتى من مناطق بتاع ترجاس عشان انت لحد تمشي لحد في البحر في عدوك البحر ومع لدن it is very far very far. واحد من الحاجات اللي انا بشوفه مهم ده انه التوعيه للناس بتاعنا مهم جدا، وده شغل افترض تقوم به ناس حكومه والناس الناس اللوكال في المكان ده، لكن طبعا الزول لما في ناس بيشرب بول بتاعهم لانه هو ما في خلاص هو بيقدر يموت بيعمل شنو. That is the only thing that is left to them. هو بيشرب في مويه ده. I think we need to also tell them that this water is not it's not safe to drink. Number two, we need to force these companies to bring them, tanks. In the meantime, to bring to them tanks and build this. They can use water, even if it is very far, but they can still go and bring water. Min bahar and moya al jarida.
No.
And then this moya al jari bit at bahar de, it's a little better. Then it can be treated. So there must be a treatment plan that needs to be made at the level of the community. Even if it is a small treatment plan, it must be brought. Then only al water bit at bahar and modivda then has to be brought into this tank. And it is the community money that needs to be used in order to bring these things up. Otherwise, there is no other way, because drinking that water is still like drinking contaminated water. The groundwater need to be drilled beyond, and people must also test that reputable companies must be given opportunity to drill water that is a little bit deeper from the zones of infiltration, because there is actually this impervious layer that water can get into it and can be able to percolate. But even the water that is gotten out of these aquifers must also be treated before they can be drunk. Otherwise there's no any other option. We have to relocate these people, and until such a time when a water plan, a waste management plan is made. Because in other countries you can drink sewage water, but that sewage water is treated in such a way that it doesn't have any contaminations, even reha mafi. You see, it can be brought to you if it crystal, and you can still drink it. That is one of the things that we are seeing that need to be done, because it is terrible, and especially amidst this war, because where will you take it? You occupy to good and في فلقة بتاعت قبلية الحاصل بيناتنا دي هي ذاتها في مشكلة عند ذاتها. يعني كان في محلات الكويسين كنا حنلم الجماعة في محل واحد نوير على دينكا على كده، لكن انت تشيل الجماعة تحطه في محل والله يقول بيتداوسوا نمن بغادي بيتداوسوا ده بيكون كارثة ثاني. الجماعة بيفضلوا هنا كانوا ما يموتوا هنا ان شاء الله تدريجيا، لكن وضع صعب، وده ده لابد انه الناس تتدخل فوقه. لكن طبعا اذا حكومه ده قاعد في جوبا انت ما هتقدر تعمل حاجه، بالذات في زمن الحسا اللي هم قاعدين يعانوا من مشكله بتاع دولار، مشكله بتاع فلس، الكلام ده ما في. That is a big problem.
اسمع دكتور نيوي قاعد يقول هي ما هي انا مو خلاص
اجل بطل دكتوره. يعني انتوا عندكم شغل كثير ماما. You guys will suffer in the treatment of the people. Anna, I know you're a mother. You're crying when you see those kind of babies. I know it's a
اسمع خلينا والله نشكرك. خلينا هنا انتهينا لوضع بتاع التلوث في روين. Let us come to the politics before we leave. Like أنا عندي كم نقاط كده لازم أنا وأنت دايرين نناقش. دكتور نيوي طبعا قال أنا موتوا، لكن كلامه قالوا دومينيك ده كلام مهم جدا. اللي هو شوف يعني المصاب بتاع الالتهاب ووصل لدرجه شنو في داخل القبائل حقنا هسه. يعني يو ايماجن يعني ناس زي قلوق وقاعد يكتب شاهدين. ايماجن المواطنين، امسك بس اكزامبل، يعني شوف المواطنين في روين وشوف المواطنين في السرجاس، الكومن الموجود في وسط الحلقه توصل لنا يا دومينيك. الناس دول كلهم متضررين من الانفايرمنتال اجدا امباكت بتاع البوليوشن كويس، واولسو والديس ديفكت. دول كلهم متضررين، الناس متضررين من الاثار، متضررين من المويه، متضررين. لكن لانه النظام والطريقه بتاعت الزرع بتاعت القبليه زي ما قال دومينيك، لو هسه مثلا قلت انت جبت النوير ودينكا بتاعت فاريان، رغم الناس دول كلهم متضررين من التلوث البيئي، وحكومه احملهم في اهمال كبير للناس، لكن قال له انت خليهم ماله هاي كلهم بيتضاربوا كويس كده. let us go to البوينت يا باشمهندس. طيب دومينيك، انا اول حاجه داير اناقش معك، انا امشي معك في اول حاجه داير اناقش قضيه بتاعت السلام بتاعت 2018 رياض مشار مسجون، انا بجيك له في قضيه بتاعت الاي سي سي اللي هو النموذج بتاعت عمر البشير في السودان. ومبارح طبعا اللجنه بتاعت الاي سي سي مشت لخرطوم، وقبل التعاشي زميلي وصديقي التعاشي سرع في جوبا انه هم اتفقوا قبل مع المعارضات انه عمر البشير والكل الكيزان في الشمال يتم تسليمهم للمحكمه بتاعت الجنائيه الدوليه عشان تحقق العداله الانتقاليه في السودان. انا بيجي لده. النقطه الثانيه اللي انا دايرك برضو ان احنا نيجي نتكلم فوقه، اللي هي قضيه بتاعت الدولار، العمله الصعبه. العمله الصعبه قبل كم يوم ارتفع كده، وامبارح قالوا عمله ده من كم 80 نزل لكم 60، لانه قالوا كير الدولار عنده في جيوان ده شالهم وقالوا خطوه في بنك البنك المركزي، وايزول ديكتاتوريه جت. يعني ايزول في السوق انت قاعد انت عندك دكان قفلته بمشي بالرجاله تفتح دكان بتاعك. فكده خلينا نمسك النقطه الاول نمسك فوقه يا باشمهندس، اللي هو النقطه بتاع انقسام وسط بتاع شعب جنوب السودان. ومن المستفيد؟ انا داير النقطه ده. لو انت لاحظت قبل انا ذكرت في التوبيك بتاعي قبل لما انا قاعد نتكلم منه، النموذج بتاع الامراه قبل كم يوم اسبوعين توفت جات من قضب. انا في واحد اخصائي دكتور من اولادنا كتب لي قبل شويه قال لي ادوارد في مستشفى بتاع كودوك، هو كان ماشي زياره هناك، بس المستشفى هناك في معيدات لكن ما في اخصائي بتاع نساء وتوليد، يعني ايميجت ما في زول بتاع نساء وتوليد قاعد في كودوك. ده is another issue. الضيف لده برضه الوضع زي ده موجود في رووينق، الوضع زي ده موجود في الشرق الاستوائيه، الوضع زي ده موجود في واو، الوضع موجود في شمال بحر غزال، الوضع موجود في بعض ارياس في جنوب السودان. من المستفيد من انقسام وسط بتاع الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان؟ باشمهندس دومينيك، الاستمرار بتاع الحرب والشكل والفتن والقبليه بيناتنا ده، من المستفيد الاول والاخير ورا الكلام ده؟ انا داير اتعلق على النقطه ده انا نحن بنمشي في النقاط الثانيه بالتدريج. تفضل.
والله يا اخي شكرا. انا ما اعرف، انا نبدا من حيث انت انتهيت
الانقسام ده خلي بقى نبدا الانقسام وسط بتاع المجتمع بتاع جنوب السودان والمستفيد منه نمسك، وبعدها انا كل واحد انا بيجي بعمل لك I will leave you to that question then we will go to discuss لانه هنا ده نناقش النقاط ده. تفضل.
يا انت it is evident that الديفيجن اللي عندنا في جنوب السودان ده الناس المستفيدين.
كلام ذكرني تريز واصل بتاع تعاشي انه جاي الرتاب للشمال. واصل كونتينيو انا بكتب.
Yeah, the division that is happening in South Sudan, they amongst our people, the only beneficiaries of it is actually the regime that is in Juba, because the regime wanted to continue to live, and by living in power he has to build fears, and it is actually in these fears that our people are finding solace, even amidst the fact that they are not getting anything from the government. Because if you looked at the situations of our people across South Sudan, they are living in a very deplorable situation. There is no basic needs, no necessities of life. People are dying, and the lives of the people are actually miserable. But you will find that amidst all these things, someone will jump up, at the mention of his tribe, simply because we have been polarized, and the polarizations that has happened is actually done by the regime that is Juba. So that what is left of the people is a feel-good effect. There's all betana, the jena betana. The central question that we are supposed to ask ourselves is that how much of these people are doing for us so that we continue to live as human beings? Are they doing to us things that will make us benefit? No. But The thesis that has been left, to the people of South Sudan is that you try to fight among yourself. Dinka against Dinka, clans against clans, tribe against tribe, region against region. And at the end of the day, they will not be there to give services to the people, because the recipe of all these kind of things is a disaster. War is the inevitable outcome of the disagreement that is within the people of South Sudan, because the guns have not been taken from the people of South Sudan. We are a militaristic society. The moment you aggress any community, they will avenge and revenge. And the culture of the revenge is so deep into us. And our politicians are actually the ones fueling, those sentiments and those situations on us. So we, as a people, of course, lack of education is also one of the things. And because education is not there, the recipe of education is war. The lack of education is war. And when there is war, even munazamat ما حيقدر يمشوا هناك لانه حيكون عندهم سبب. هيمشي يقول لنا والله هنجي نساعدكم كيف. كويس؟ وحكومه بتاعنا ده قاعد يعني حكومه ده قاعد يكون يعني depending لمنظمات ده بنسبه 100%. That is a dangerous recipe and a precedence that we are supposed to keep in mind. So the divisions that we are seeing benefits the regime that is in Juba. And if we don't get out of these things, we will continue to, to dance onto these isms, because people are now fighting along sides of, being clans and all this kind of stuff. So in a nutshell, let me say for us to get out of this near misses, we are supposed to understand that and ask this fundamental question: what is this government doing to me as a man of my tribe? What is this government doing? What's the benefit of Kir to me? Am I doing my business free of charge to the extent that I put food in the table? These are some of the things that we were, as the people of South Sudan, are supposed to ask, and not defend a regime in Juba simply because that son is from us and vis-a-vis. So
thank you. Thank you so much, Engineer Dominic. And we are continuing to the other topic. Let me welcome Charles Itaili. Welcome to the show, my brother Charles, or Chief Charles, or as you say, you name yourself, Brigadier General Charles Itaili, or Chief of Itaili. Welcome to the Voice of the People show. And actually, I want you to make comment on 2 points. First of all, as you was working with the you need to make comment on the issue of pollution in different areas and other areas. And the next thing we are actually talking about, just the last question to the community, the policy of divide and rule among the South Sudanese community. So you have.
Thank you, Brother Edward. Can you hear me?
I hear very well. There is noise, but it's good now.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Edward, for the Voice of the People Forum and the viewers. And also, of course, Brother Dominic Akwai, or Jeresuya, Galogras Romoyo. Okay.
He's wrong. He can't.
Okay.
Don't be negative always. Yeah.
No, I'm not negative.
Yeah, be positive. And don't attack personality always. Continue.
Never got attack again.
Yes.
Yeah. You talk about the first one. You are talking about the oil pollution, the impact of oil pollution in the producing oil areas in South Sudan. Brother Edward and all the viewers of this Voice of the People forum, في تأثير كتير. There's a lot of environmental impact and even human consequences and different loopholes that are to be addressed within the oil sector in the Republic of South Sudan, especially any other mineral producing states or counties. Brother Edward, I believe you, Dominic Aguay already talked about now what we can see physically is that now our people in Ruweng and all those in unity state producing areas that was mentioned, the defect on the human beings, okay? Eal Bweledu Biga Monsurin, Tanin Rastum Nabukef, Bura Mafi, and a lot of things. Even the water that people are now drinking also cause there's a pollution there, like Brother EU and Akwai put it. The animals that the people in those areas are depending on are also portion. So there's a lot of dangers that that our people are facing. And this is why I agree with you that we should be united as a South Sudanese people. And that's why you see now the voice of the forum people is not only just an opposition forum, but it's also a forum where we address our national issues. Where it affects, we are all there. Al-Tasir al-Fiasir fi unity state affect me in Eastern Equatoria. What affect me in Eastern Equatoria affect people in Western Barghazal, in Barghazal other states. You see, this is very important. The government of South Sudan, I think, should be held accountable for its failures. Not only the government, all the institutions that are supposed, Edward, that are supposed to be controlling this oil sector, they are all accountable for their failures. It shouldn't only be the Ministry of Environment alone. It shouldn't be only the Ministry of Petroleum alone. It shouldn't. There are many organizations that should be involved, including the people in these producing areas. Creating awareness by themselves, by their community leaders, by the organization within these communities is very vital. Non-profit organization creating awareness about the impact, environmental impact of oil production in their areas and the consequence that the people may have is very important. Okay. You talk about how solutions can be to this, and who should be involved in addressing the problems of the oil impact on the natives of these producing areas. Brother Edward and the viewers of the viewers of the Voice of the People Forum, they are supposed to be the Minister of Environment. They should involve the Ministry of Health should be involved. The Ministry of Wildlife and Conservation should be involved. Ministry of Education should be involved. The Ministry of Interior Affairs should be involved, okay, and many, even like now, since these producing areas are also on international borders, so we need also our defense ministry there involved. There are many other ministries that should be involved. Not even that, the law sectors, okay, the regulatory authorities should be enforced. But because of this corruption, because of these weaknesses by our institutions, by our government of South Sudan, that's why you find that nobody cares. They are looking after money. They are looking how to fill their pockets. They are looking how they can use the dollar money to feed their families in diaspora and neighboring countries. They forget the protection of indigenous people, like the people who are living in these producing areas, who should be held accountable. The citizens of Ruweng, these producing areas in unity state, whether it's in Polut, in Tarjat, or Melut, or Tarjat, or somewhere else, they need to be held accountable. They have to stand up for their right. Otherwise, they are just living there. The people who are living locally are all already having cancer. And this is more dangerous. They have to stop it before it's too late. They have to stand up for their right. They have to stand up and say, you government, yes, you are taking the oil, but you have also to what? You need to also to stop. And you need also to protect us. How do you protect us? Put mechanism. This oil, pollution, you can see it openly. In a province where I live, like is Canada, oil producing province. Ita ma bayan uzet tehet isala fi dahil Medina mata yin uzet sakit tehet. Lo ita ma fi oil producing areas ita ma bayan oil tehet. It has to be cleaned immediately. Like this is not happening. Even people who are working with these oil producing companies, I don't think they are aware of the consequence of what they are working with. The dangers, the toxic that they're exposed to, they don't know the consequence. But in the long run, they may have cancer. So the government of South Sudan, should be held accountable. Yakwana, let's not look at money. You use the money, but also protect the people. This money, as this government of Salva Kiir mujrimin haguda kuluda. Lo badin umon buga buya tala jusin. Of course, umo bisi buyal tomon, right? Other people, yal tomon de bija. How will they feel if they're even exposed to these environmental factors, like pollution, zada? How are they going to enjoy the money? Now, like the dollar is disappearing from the banks. Are they enjoying it? No. But the people in these producing areas, whether they are Nuer, whether they are Dinka, whether they are Shuluk, whether they are those who are producing, they should be treated, in a dignified manner. Okay, in a dignified manner. Because if you don't value the citizens of this oil producing area, then something's wrong. Okay, something's wrong, and then if something is wrong, we must stop it as citizens. That's why, Edward, the government of South Sudan must be held accountable. And an ambassador, and this is where always people say, Salva Kiir de okuma fitana. Okay, okuma fitakon. Asa yaude karab belet fitakon. Karabunas takon. Katulu eyal takon. Katulu haywana takon. Itum zata vidias para yomi taro mina kamata baso mode itabija makansa. It is good for you na bija treated of Canada. What about those who are not treated? Who are not having hospitals? What can we do with? You see, is there any hospital being built in those institutions, in those areas? They should have a big hospital. They should have big scanning machines. X-rays, MRI. They should have this there, but nothing. So where's the millions of dollars? Here, Itakanjaf is a province at Alberta. This is a place where there's a lot of money. Mahalta oil there, natives though, they give priority. They protect them. We have now a problem of the Keystone project, that an oil pipeline that's supposed to run from Canada to US. Why it's now not approved? It has taken a lot. And this has also resulted to our Prime Minister. I'm one from the Liberal Party. Our Prime Minister failed in the province where I live. Why? Because Naso post. Gali, Kalamta oil later Madera approved na derin zet. Akuma the federal gala, there's something that involve people because the natives gonna be affected. The oils, the water is gonna be polluted. Other scenery is gonna be. When I talk about the scenery, we talk about the mountains, the trees. All this is gonna be destroyed. So there's now a fight. Okay, and they say, okay, if you don't approve, we don't vote for you. So there was a failure in 2 provinces. So if the South Sudanese citizens can also imitate, okay, can imitate this,
Dual, put your phone in landscape.
So
yes, continue.
So if our South Sudanese people can imitate this type of resistance, I don't think by this time South Sudan would have been liberated. By this time, even Salva Kiir might be out for us. Yeah, brother Edward, and Dominic. But because even the people in those producing areas, especially our brothers from the Dinka, they say that Akuma Vitana, Salva Kiir Vitana, okay, he's now eliminating you. right? Hukuma bitaun is eliminating you, right? So it's eliminating you. At the end of the day, Brahma gurus, you remain poor, you remain with the cancer, you remain with different types of diseases.
But Charles, it's not all Denka. They are saying Salva Kiir akuwa bitana. And we have to differentiate. Yes, it's not all of Denka. The government supporters.
Some of our brothers.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But at least in City Kwatake, brother Edward.
That is good. Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. Huh? I do agree with you.
Yes. Let's say Talatarpa.
To cut you, I want you to finish your statement. Then we can move to the other topic. Just
okay.
You can finalize.
Yeah. So Talatarba de kan gulu do kuma fitana ma al wahid min arba de manato kala sunu godur finus. So the question, it will be rounded up. So mathematician know that Dominic is here. I'm poor in mathematics. Okay. So brother Edward and comrade Dominic and of course propagandist ajere alelo kutu dictor alai bin ajere dollar
$.
Okay. Yeah, $. Okay. So Malaya brother. My dictator has a bigger is like it's a soup, yeah. So engineer Dominic man makutu tawon engineer enak. Yala na almendo tacho lebes na bigeni kana aliwara. Okay?
Let go to Charles.
No, let me interject. Let me interject. In terms of this, there's what is called a polluter pay principle that we advocated during the problem of the petroleum when we were doing the petroleum law. Manato shinu polluter pay principle. And if you pollute, and that is what you are saying in Canada, in the areas of Alberta and Athabasca and all these places, that when you pollute, you have to pay, and that is the same thing in Norway. 1 liter, if you pour it in the sea, you will pay almost 15 million. This thing is not happening. So our problem is that we have a weaker enforcement of the regulations. And I said earlier that is what is called international best practices. And you can as well borrow from other countries that have gone ahead in the oil production. And that is why the other thing, Edward, is also a solution.
Yes.
Is that you need to bring repeatable companies. Repeatable companies that you can be able to sue them, because most of the Chinese and Malaysian companies are national companies that are having international presence. And when you started to bring such companies into a play, they will try to do diplomacy between the government, and that is why you can see that China is deeply supporting the government of South Sudan, and that is why we are getting loans from China as a result of this weaker regulatory enforcement, because they will call President Kiir, she will call Kiir direct, and then things will just go, because we were being accused that we are sabotaging projects with our Chinese. That was in record. Haja lehna darini shufu anu as an entry point, there must be what is called an environmental audit. As we go towards the end of the life of these fields, we must do an environmental audit as an entry point. And the polluter pay principle must be enforced. Then other things will come. Because if the government didn't do it, who will do it for you? So it's al-kalam government in Akuma sovereignty. Sovereignty means you have to protect your people. And if your people are suffering like this, then there is no need for sovereignty.
Yeah, you're right. In terms to these solutions here, brother Dominic, do you think this government really they have policy to inspect those oil transporting pipes? Momendu. The balls finance again inspect. They must be keeping the inspection all the time, so that I'll pipe the ajat kul algijibul ma ajere fi University Sudan, they could second hand, and they can easily what get destroyed. It broke in any time. That's why you see there's a leakage. Okay. Or even Zato,
Charlie.
if you look at them.
Charlie.
Yes.
Charlie. There is a question from Victoria in a way, actually, before we move ahead. And before I move to the next question, to Dominic and also Charles and Dual Gang will be involved. I need to give Dual Gang actually chance, or Victor Dual. I have to give him chance before we continue. But let me ask you a question. There is a question from Victoria in a way to you, Charles, as a member of SPLM-IO. She's saying also, you, Charles Shaili, are blaming Salva Kiir government and also failure of Kiir government. And now the SPLM-IO, they are part of the government. Dr. Riek Machar is vice president, and also you have ministers.
Minister of Oil.
Minister of the Oil and Irrigation and whatever. You have some of the ministers within the government. So what are you saying here? The question she asking, what is your comrades, those are in Kiir government, doing to the people of South Sudan? And also, you are here criticizing the government of Kiir Mayardit, and you are a part of that government. So can you answer that question in 5 minutes so we can move to the next question? Before we move, I need to give chance to Victor Dual.
Hi. Honorable Gulo, no, thank you, our comrade, sister and Dr. Nyanwech Peter Katwat for her question. Yes, we signed the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan. We, the SPLM, SPLIO. As you know, all of you are aware, our chairman and commander-in-chief, Dr. Riek Machar Chendolgong, is in Juba implementing the peace. And we have also shared the revitalized transitional government of national unity, whereby we have the oil sector ministry under the SPLM-IO. Yes, the question is valid. Yeah, Doctor, that's why you see we are talking. Because we are talking, we listen to people. We listen to the citizens. There is now changes, in the oil sector. Halian, yes, I criticize the bad policies. Like in Halian, your sister, there's now changes. You see, even Comrade Pok went to what? To Khartoum. He traveled a lot, to bring those changes and to make reforms in the oil sector. Now we are even the data that was being kept in Khartoum. Now it's going to be transferred to what? Transferred to South Sudan. And this is where we'll see the problems that are facing our country. The oil sector. And that's why you see when that oil was poured, Odinas to run a divu. You see? So SPLM-IO, we did not get
in order for us to move forward, the direct question from Victoria in a way is saying, what is the Minister of the Oil, of the Petroleum, doing to the oil pollution in Ruweng and Bantiu and follow? This is the question. So what is the step forward?
Now for us, we protect the people. We value the people than the oil. And that's why we are now tightening policies. Okay? We tighten the policies, we enforce the law, and we make sure that the oil companies, the corporations, Nile is more accountable to the people than the money that they will receive from the oil revenue. We make sure that the people who are in those producing areas also benefit from what? From the oil sector. That is produced from their what? From their areas. And that is in the policy of the SPLM, SPLIO, that the oil producing...
Charles,
go ahead.
Also Simon then he's saying, be specific. What do I mean? Let me help you. What is the changes actually the Minister of the Petroleum did in especially in area of let's take example of Pariang, and you was watching a show from the beginning, the presentation, and actually also the presentation of Engineer Dominic. The water in Ruweng, of Lake Ruweng, they are contaminated. Quite. المويه بتاعت النفيات بجوبة مدخلة برضو is contaminated. Environment is contaminated. There is no hospital in Ruweng area. there is no health facilities, there is no education. What did you do specifically to those areas?
Okay, Edward, all of you know that the SPLM, SPLIO just took the ministry of Lombare. Okay, we are still trying to enforce, try to correct the files of Salva Kiir, seeing where are the loopholes, why there's no hospital in those areas, why the water is polluted, where are those companies that are in charge to be in fact inspecting those oil sector, so that the oil cannot go into rivers. Okay, and you know that it is not easy to get those equipment here, Edward. They need money. Like Salva Kiir ma mujrimito akul gurus ket kulu. So it are the door. Wait, Dominic. They go away. You know, it a beja. Okay, our bank dollar is not in the bank. Okay, most of the oil company oil revenues, even the crude oil, now they use it like what, for payment. Are we together? Gurus because that benefits they use it for payment, but they didn't take the priority of the people. That's why the SPLMIO policy say that, you know what, we need to establish hospitals in those producing areas. Yes, the hospital cannot be built in one day, right? But there has to be planned. In the Nalisa Yam Besit. In the Nalisa Yam Besit, your brother. You cannot blame the SPLMIO. Why you zato Mashila Yatani? Ayo Lisa Besit, Lisa Gistakal, Fiaurak, and Salva Kirzato, Fitani Dusu. So, Wazato, Ita Yom Tani, Uziptana, they live Malato in there. He has to go. He has to go by himself. Let him go to this oil sector and see by himself the suffering of the people. Fizamatani photos became the propaganda and said what they, but let him go and feel the suffering of the people. Let him talk with the people. That's why we say that. Chairman, even our chairman, Dr.
We are coming, Charles. We are coming to your chairman. The next question, we are coming to your chairman.
No worries, I'm here.
Let us stop here. Dualo Young, bring your picture. Otherwise, I will drop you down. Engineer Dominic, I think you have comment on what Charles.
No, I wanted to say that.
Yes,
I'm saying. Wait.
You want me to say something?
I will give you because we need more time.
I'm saying that.
Okay.
Even the people of ministry, they are saying nothing has changed. Sataras, farivas, other things being constant. So don't say that there's any changes. Number two, even the Nile pet you are talking about is not under the ministry now. It is under the presidency. And it has been on record that the chairman of the board of directors of Nile pet has always been the minister of oil. It has never, in this time, the chairman of the minister of oil is actually Nial Deng Nial. So that is why I said earlier in that it is not about and you have to bring all these entity, ministry bita, environment ministry bita, Masharif, health ministry, Dajesh, Difa, Wakida. There is a ministry in charge of oil and mining. Leave the bread baking to the baker so that he can bake it so well without interference. And as the English proverb say, too many cooks will always spoil the broth. And that is exactly the tragedy of South Sudan, in that a lot of cooks, everybody is leaving his ministry. They wanted to talk about the oil. What they are supposed to know and understand that the oil ministry is a contributor of the national revenue of this country. What they are supposed to do with the national revenue of this country is to plan in accordance to the national strategic planning of this country in developing the other sectors of the economy.
Thank you.
Where the bank will also be a custodian. This does not need a record scientist to come and tell them that fact of life.
Thank you.
That is why we're suffering. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me come to Dr. Dual. First of all, let me say to you, congratulations for actually getting your PhD holder or getting your PhD certificate actually, because at least he's met someone so you can put a title like Charles said without getting any certificate from official university. But while you put it, you are the PhD holder, Dr. Dual. Let me say congratulations. Welcome to the show. And I want you to make a comment on 2 points before we proceed. The question is, point is about the oil pollution in the Ruweng area. And actually, last week I talked about the area of Tarjas, Bantiu, and Foloj. But today also, the topic is specifically on the oil pollution in Ruweng and maybe the areas around south of Chuluk and west of Nuer, something like this. And they also comment on the policy of divide and rule, which is government using to divide the people of South Sudan. This is two things. I want you to make a comment in less than 10 minutes so that we can proceed to the other topic. So welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Engineer Edward. You know, I'm not going to talk about the propagandists who are basing on propaganda without certificate and without any scientific evidence. So they will just making noise. You know, I'm not like people like Charles, but I'm not going to talk about them here. I will just straight wanted to greet our people. I just wanted to say hello to people who are on the line and the gentlemen who are here. My name is Dalarjin. As many of you, you know me, the leader of the UPSS, Union Party of South Sudan. You know, quickly, this the issue of oil field, as we know, you know, when the country is in conflict, there's a lot of things that people fail to manage. So because we are in actually in war, armed conflict, people are just looting. So any resources available, everybody is looting. And those who are benefiting from the war, usually they wanted more chaotic, so that at least they can stay in power. What I wanted to a little bit to point out about this pollution, you know, as a lot of people are affected, mostly the people in Bentiu, the oil, the chemical is spilling all over everywhere. And 1,000 people are affected by diseases, what we call others are affected by the actual chemical and even the animals themselves. But if you look at the statistic of these people are affected, it's getting worse almost every year. None of these leaders, including the IO chairman, they don't care. That's what they do. They don't care with the people. What they care is for their money that goes into their pocket. That is what is going on. And let me, you know, the way, and they don't know that even this money, you know, when you get the money from a situation like this, you don't enjoy it because the money is not, is a dirty money. So it just disappear in a very quick manner. Let me illustrate it how this money actually is being used and how it is used to divide the people of South Sudan. Because a lot of people here don't know actually. And I feel, sometimes I feel really bad when I see people discussing when they don't know things. What is happening here in Juba is this, you know, how the tribe are actually divided. How are they divided? This is how they are divided. First of all, you know, they use resources. These resources, what are these resources? The resources, main resources is the oil itself, okay? The other resources are the mineral. Another one is what we call tech. All these, they are the resources of South Sudan. And what is happening for them to be used to divide the people in South Sudan, which a lot of leaders don't know this, is that all these resources, they have been actually created and put in something they call Bankasare in Juba. This Bankasare, nobody has access. Even those leaders that you are seeing there, like Tabar, Yang Machar, Wani, they don't have access to this Bankasare. So when these resources are put into Bankasara, what happened is that before they even reach the South Sudan government, which is Kir or Taban or whoever, what is happening with this one, with this Bankasara, is that they first go to what we call ally, foreign ally. For example, Masabeni will get his share, which has been agreed. So that is what I mean by foreign ally. So foreign ally is given some percentage. Then the other percentage, they look at the militia, what we call tribal militia. So there are some tribe in our country that actually own tribal militia. And most of you don't know this. For example, in United States, Joseph Maintwil is owning a large number of tribal militia, which can actually equivalent to an army of a country, and they can do destruction. They can really. So this tribal militia is given a share from the what we call the Bankasara. Then the other militia that are actually located in part of the country like Equatoria are given their share. Others in Barghazal are given their share. Then now, whatever is left, before it go to government of South Sudan, it come to Salva Kiir administration. So you can see how. So when it come to Kiir, and when it come to Kiir, Kiir will say, "Oh, I have 5 by president." Okay, so it's going to actually to give those 5 by president not equally. Some of them get 5%, another get 10, another get 15, depending on what capacity actually they or how much loyalty they pay to Salva Kiir. So this is what is going on in Juba, and a lot of people don't know, and that is why you see you can be in Juba with a big title, but in reality you don't have actual power. So when you get your percentage, what happens is that your percentage, where does it go? Like for example, if you are a by president, you're like him now, his leader Riek Machar is a by president. When he get his percentage, he cannot actually help anybody. It only actually suit to help his own family and some of the loyalists. So that is why we are struggling here. Oh, Falani is a leader, and then we blame them for nothing, while we don't understand the theory, what is going on in Juba.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Let go to the before we go to the topic. No, before we go.
Can I just interject?
No, before we go to the second question, let me give Charles Itaeli, because he's a member of the SPLMIO, to respond to your some accusation. I think I can say to him or to his party. Charles Itaeli, here we are making intellectual discussion. Any insult is not allowed, is not accepted. The young actually is actually that he did not insult anyone, but is actually this is what he said. So we'll come without any bad word. Let us discuss.
We say I don't have certificate, so I want to welcome Victor. I want to welcome my ESL doctor. I didn't go for ESL classes. I went from primary up to intermediate, higher secondary to university, and then dropped out. Okay, so welcome, Dr. Lapje, ESL and online doctor.
Come on, guys. It's a best side, you know.
So,
what your response to him? Are you a ESL doctor?
You know the problem here. Look here.
Be honest, not like it.
The problem, you don't know the power of ESL. I myself, I study ESL and I teach ESL classes. So ESL is not a bad thing actually, as some of you might have. ESL is one of the very powerful, actually basic education in especially in the Western world. Because what happened is that why ESL actually? Why? It's because if you have been busy, people like us, we have been in war for a long time, and we don't know English, we don't know the language, we don't know what. So we actually discover that English in our late. So we use that opportunity to study ESL, so that at least to increase your proficiency in the language. Okay, so it's not bad actually, but only pool will see like it's a bad thing, and therefore I'm whole, I'm very, and then I cannot. I don't know, man. I was. And that is why some of you will not even have degrees. Because you cannot go in America, you cannot go to public university without writing a paper. In Iowa State here, when I was in Iowa State, they sent a lot of Sudanese away because they did not take ESL. They are not prepared. So you need to take your ESL, my brother. It's very important.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. Just 1 minute. 1 minute, Duan. Finish in 1 minute.
Yeah. So what my advice is here to these people, in Western world, if you really come into Western world when you are a grown-up, you need ESL. Me, myself, from my experience, I was really unhappy when I went to Iowa State, and our brothers and sisters, they were sent away just because they cannot write a paper. but they were admitted in Iowa State.
Okay.
Why? It's because they did not do ESL. So somebody like him now, you could be doing his PhD if you know the language properly. So ESL is not a bad thing. I don't know why. You know.
Dual. Before we proceed, let me ask this question. There is a question from Dr. Charles. Actually, is from UK. He actually interesting to know the field of your PhD. Can you tell people of South Sudan before we go ahead, because he asked a question?
You know. Well, you know, with me, I have studied a lot of PhD, my brother, in America.
How many?
Hold on. Listen. Hold on. Let me. First of all, I was admitted in a human, what we call a human capital, at the Bellevue University in Nebraska, in Omaha, Nebraska. Okay, PhD in a human capital. Okay, and then I did a PhD in Minnesota at a university called Walden University, Public Administration and Law. Okay, and finally, finally did my PhD in education at the North Central University here in Iowa. Now, you know, all these universities, why, you know, myself, I am a scholar. I'm not just a simple scholar like what you guys are doing. I'm a scholar, what they call a bright scholar. So you cannot compare with me with cool people, man.
Okay,
Come on, man. Come on.
Hold on, guys. We have to control the
You have 3 PhDs?
Yes.
Of course.
What was your first PhD on? What was the research question?
And again. First of all, you know, it's not even. They are even poor. Hold on, Dominic. Hold on, Dominic. The giga. Hold on, the giga. No. Hold on. The other thing I forget, you know, is because, you know, when you learn a lot, I also actually have a PhD in peace. You don't know, from Juba University in Juba, in our Juba.
Who was
from
your
Juba, our Juba in Juba.
Who was your supervisor?
So you see, you guys, you know, your problem is that, you know, you cannot, you know, scholars, you cannot debate with people who are not scholars. That's the problem.
What is
now instead of debating your topic, because, you know,
Okay.
Hold on, no. Don't say okay because you open this topic. No, Dominic, because you open the topic, you know, your problem is this. You know, when you debate with people who lack education, this is the problem with occur. They open this topic, they move, and you don't know really. That's the problem with South Sudan. So how are you going to resolve the problem? Where will you know? You cutting me, you doing that. So how is it going to help you now?
You cut Charles. Don't be a zombie. You cut Charles.
No, I'm not insulting. Charles was insulting. You did not stop him. We are discussing matters of
try to be fair.
So what did I do now?
Hold on, doctor. Wait.
Listen.
Yeah.
First of all, let's respect ourselves.
Wait.
We cannot. You cannot run a show without controlling your temper, my brother.
Listen, gentlemen. Listen. It is you who is not controlling our temper.
And actually, here we are not showing off our education. We are talking about it. Hold on.
Dual.
Hold on.
No. Wait.
Our skill. Hold on.
You have to listen. Wait. You have to listen. First of all,
I don't know, man. Every time when I come to show, they just distract.
No, it's okay. Because why? Why this happen? Because you are the one open it for yourself. You put the title here, Dr. Dual. You know, so put it Dr. Dual. Anyone have to know where did you get your PhD holder? You put it Dr. Dual. So that while Charles Itaeli asks you, don't be mad, as you said. You are responsible.
It's not one PhD. I have a lot of PhDs actually.
So why
It's
okay. Let's go to the topic. Let's stop this. The Dominic, Charles Itaeli, the viewers of Voice of People. Actually, this is not the topic. Dual, as he said, you have 4 PhD. Yeah, 4 PhD. And actually, that is not my problem. It's not anyone's problem. Let's go back to the topic. The second question before we proceed.
Let me respond to what your question about the IO. Because he was talking about this.
Okay,
we are
going to the topic.
For the IO now.
Yeah, Charles,
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
take 2 minutes. Yeah, that's why I ask you. Fadal, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Comrade Edward and Engineer Dominic and Dr. Dollarje. As I see that the degrees of Dollarje has no value and is irrelevant to the topic even, it's not even peaceful.
That's right. Okay.
It's more violent. Okay. And Edward asked you a question here, Dictor.
Yes.
What are the problem of pollution? The consequence. You give here and say tribal divided. Tribal divided in what you are, Dictor? We are talking what the oil can affect the people in those producing areas.
I already
we are talking.
I explained that, right?
Wait.
I can repeat it to you if you do not catch me up.
Wait. Man, you talk already. You say human capital. You study human capital. What are the consequences of the oil producing companies to the human capital within these producing areas? You should be giving us, as an intellectual, as a doctor who studied that. Not like me who get through primary, drop from university because of lack of money. But you should educate us that the effect of human capital is A, B, C, D. But because you don't know what you study, go ahead. Next. So what you talk here is irrelevant totally. If you talk about the bank that has been the money being stolen and used outside the oil producing sector, and instead to inject them in the oil sector or to help the people that are in the producing areas, it could make sense. Tribal division. How can you say tribal division? If it is multi, you should say that the leaders in those producing areas are the one taking money on behalf of their citizens. Not then Bentiu would be millionaires. People in Upper Nile, in Melut will be millionaires if they were to inject these people to their allies. So, Dictor, I don't know, UPSS is also a failure to the country. These are the leaders with the PhD that are valueless. It doesn't carry anything that can help the people of South Sudan with the changes that should be made by the leaders. That's why IO remained the championing of reform and transformation of institutions in our country. Because we don't talk about education that has no value. We talk about education that can impact the life of people in South Sudan. Go ahead, Edward, the question.
Okay, do you have any comment before we go ahead to the
just a very quick comment. To try to go back and forth with fool is not acceptable to my standard. So what I will try to ignore him. Let me talk on the topic, okay? For me, I actually study a lot of problems in South Sudan, and I believe very strongly I have the solution in South Sudan. There is no any scholar in South Sudan that has a solution of South Sudan problem than me, or who study the problem itself. So what I was saying, the spill of the chemical, the issue of you see now they are trying to already sometimes they like to sometimes they like to interrupt. Just the interruption. So what I'm saying here, the issue of the spill of the oil at this time, for me, should not be a priority, because I know why it happened. And actually, if there is anything that can destroy that kind of oil, the way I destroy it will be advantage for the people of South Sudan and myself too. Okay, so I'm talking from my own experience. Don't get me, this is my opinion. So now people of South Sudan, they are not benefiting from that oil. And actually, if it is God that can destroy it, or they can destroy it by themselves, it will be actually a perfect way to stop any looting and any army struggle, any tribal militia in South Sudan will stop. But because you don't know this, when I talk about how Bankasara work and how this oil money is applied to affect the people in the state, you cannot understand it, simply because you are not a scholar. That is the answer. And that's why, when we talk is holistic issues, how we think deeply, people don't understand.
Okay,
so
before we go ahead, I want you just in less than 3 minutes, try to talk about how the money of the oil is has been used to actually to destroy the South Sudanese communities by the government.
Actually, these are how it is used. On my theory, you know, is that there is a bankasare. Think about a box from your head. There is a box, and that box is called bankasare. So that box, the money of the oil go there. The only people who have control there is not a South Sudan government. These are tribal leaders as a control of that. So when they get that money in from oil, from other resources, it go in that box. So from that box, there is ally that get it first before it go even to South Sudan government. So one of the ally I told you example is the Uganda government get their share. And then now there are several militia, armed militia that you don't understand. And people like him don't understand that. The armed militia, they get their share. Okay. And there are tribes in South Sudan that own militia. For example, in the Shulu Kingdom, they have militia. The question is, are they benefiting from the oil money? Probably no. But probably they are struggling right now. But they might be used. When I was in Juba, like in 2011, those Shuluk like forces of Olo used to benefit from this. Okay, so what they do is that some of this money go to the tribal militia, and then the rest come down to Salva Kiir office. So when it come down to Salva Kiir office, it go to those administration like by president. Usually they don't get the same share, and that's why you don't. People here will claim, oh, my leader is doing good. Why things are going wrong, and they don't say anything? It's actually because they don't have power. So this is simple arithmetic. Go to school. You go back to your elementary school so that you understand this. Because otherwise you will not understand them. Because they are philosophical model. This is my theory for South Sudan. How will you understand it? A PhD theory. It will be hard. So what we do, my brother Edward. Yes. If we wanted actually to solve this problem that affect the people, we need to destroy the bug. That Bankasara bug need to be destroyed. How you will destroy it? Very good, very good question. This is the way you destroy. Because if you don't destroy it, you will hear, oh, people, dollar is gone up, dollar is gone down, and now South Sudan is suffering while you are the one suffering. Other people, they are enjoying.
How do you destroy it?
So the only way to destroy it, I have a lot of proposal. I have a lot. It's not one way to.
We need one.
So one of it last time I say, okay, we need to address the root cause of the problem, which is the tribalism. That is one way. When we address it, we will go to the solution of what I call integration of the fighting tribe. That is one. Another proposal that I proposed yesterday was that now you see Western world like America, they have a very strong relationship with Sudan. So my proposal is that if South Sudan could go back to Sudan, original Sudan, then we will solve this problem of back, because we are going to be a national of Sudanese, no division, because the country right now is failed. We don't have a country; it's a tribal group, and people will be fighting like between the fighting of what we call Israel and Palestine.
Yeah.
It can take long.
Let me ask a question. There is no way to destroy the box without going back to Sudan in your theories or proposal you have as a PhD study.
Well, I told you, one integration of the fighting tribe is one of my solution, first solution that I propose actually to be working. But now you see, if our people don't understand this because maybe it's deep or because they don't want it, then there are options that people can try and think.
Edward,
I have a lot of.
I have
a lot of recommendation.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much
for the solution of South Sudan.
Thank you so much.
We need if you want, Edward, if you really want the solution of South Sudan, you need to call me one day and actually let's interact. Call me, make me a special like 1 hour talking, and then so that without interruption, and then the people they will understand what I'm talking.
Thank you so much. Dual and Charles Bashmandis, Dominic, or Charles Udwal, let us move to the next question. Actually, Dual, to be honest with you, I did not take anything from that point. But let's go to
You don't have to take something. You have just to. We don't have to agree here.
Okay,
These are philosophy.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
But you can. We can go and conclude later.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Hold on. النقطة الثانية.
Just one second.
النقطة الثانية. إتايلي. Excuse me. النقطة الثانية أنا هنا ماشي له اللي هو النقطة بتاعت الدولار في جوبا. And I will start with باشمهندس دومينيك. لو أنتوا لاحظتوا the last 2 days or 3 days كان في مشكلة في الدولار. كويس في جوبا. والمشكله بتاع الدولار بدا بموضوع بتاع انه مايكل ماكوي they actually announced انه they are going to change the currency بتاعتنا بتاع جنوب السودان. امبارح بعد ما هم غيروا الكلام ده امبارح الدولار عمل دروب من 83 ولا 87 لكم 60 because حكومه جاب قروش وقالوا في قروش خطف في البنك. اثنين ايزول دكان بتاعه مقفول يتفتح. So from where the question is, from where did President Kiir get that money? The dollars, those they just push it to the market.
Can I answer that question? Because
No.
he is not going to know.
No.
That's the problem.
Dual. I will come to you. No, listen, please. We are in the forum, and we have to go according to the rule of debate. I'm giving the floor to Dominic. Then I will go to Charles, and I will come to you. You will give your opinion. Let us go. I don't want an interruption from anyone. If I don't want interruption. Yeah. Fadal.
I thank you very much, Anna. Because I live in Europe, and some of you are living in America, and I have to really make my last comment so that I can get out of these things. I think the problem of the oil dollar, because we know that our sources of our revenue of the petro dollar, the sources is actually the oil. There is a market committee. The market committee in the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining, people from the Bank of South Sudan, and the people from the Ministry of Finance. That committee is the committee that is selling the oil of South Sudan at a futuristic market. And the team is working so very good. However, the money that are coming to the country, when it comes, it goes, as you know, to the presidency, and bits of it goes to the Bank of South Sudan. And Bank of South Sudan is actually the custodian of the money. You know, it's just like a magazine. You know, these monies were supposed to go to the block account of the ministry, and we have what is called a future generation fund, and we have what is called the ORSA, Oil Revenue Stabilization account, where some of this money was supposed to be going to it, and we have what is called the future or the pension money or the future money. Now, what we have seen over the years is that the oil, when it comes, it goes to the presidency, and not only that, the control of the money that is actually in the Bank of South Sudan, it will never be released unless the president decides otherwise. And so, over the years, most of the money, it is not actually that there is no dollar in this country, but the dollar are either in the Stanbic Bank in foreign countries. You may remember during the 2013 war, also money was taken and banked in Uganda. You also have part of our reserve in Uganda. And we have part of our reserve maybe in South Africa. That one I really don't know. But for the arms of Uganda, I'm so sure it's there. So when there is this hiccup of the dollar, it was so naturally that the president, you know, has to release the money. And that is what we say earlier. That is not because there are no money. The money is actually in the hands of these goons. They are the ones actually who corrupted this money. They looted this money. They took this money. This money is with them, okay? And because the money is with them, and it is not going to the central bank, that is why there is a problem. Remember, before we also separated from our country, there was a problem about the marketing of the oil. And the guy, Dr. Lual, he went and opened a foreign office in Dubai, and he decided to appoint his brother to be the one managing these things. And when the marketing oil was constituted, he was actually fighting the then minister, the Garengdinga Agwa, because he wanted also to benefit from this loot. So part and parcel of the problems of this country is that the management of the dollars is not done in accordance to the fiscal, policies of this country. And when they say that there is no dollar, it's because the dollars are going outside the country to go and buy food, to go and buy medicine, to go and buy cars, to go and buy, weaponaries, whether these are tiarat and all this kind of stuff. The petrodollar is actually going outside the country. And because they have failed to diversify the economy of our country, because they have failed to use the oil money in order to develop the other sectors of the economy, so we have only one source of revenue. And this one source of revenue is causing a hiccup to this country. So unless something is done somewhere, President Kiir will continue to remember. And you may also remember the minister, the governor of Central Equatoria, is also issued a letter trying to close all these, people who are selling dollars in Subjuba as a result of the control. But again, if you look before 2013, there were these sarafat that were open in Juba. That were so very many. Now, what happened to this sarafat is that the same people who are in the Bank of South Sudan are trading. So guys who are trading the money in Juba and these black markets are actually agents of the guys that are working in the Bank of South Sudan, creating this parallel market. And that is why, because of this parallel market, there is actually a rise in the dollar. So a dollar in South Sudan, the government are actually playing with the people. They will inject dollar in the market. And that is what they were saying some few days back, that you inject dollar in the market, then the price of the dollar will come down, because now everybody will be able to get a dollar. If there is no dollar in the market, then the people, the price of dollar will go up, because basically everybody wants dollar so that they go and get things from the market. But the money is with President Kiir and some of these guys that have stolen this money, because the money that comes in the recent days are being divided among these goods.
Yeah,
so,
Dominic, I want you to stay because I have last question, and actually you have some assignment, and also I have assignment. We have to go together. Just let me give chance to Charles. Charles, 5 minutes. I want your answer to the question, and then I will give Donald Young, and I will ask the last question, which is very important. I need the answer of common of Engineer Dominic and also Charles. Charles, go ahead, please.
Thank you, brother Edward. I think you asked the question, where did the Salva Kiir get the dollar that they inject in the market? Am I right?
Exactly.
That's the question.
Exactly.
Yeah. Somebody like Dominic Akwai has been working with the government in the oil sector. I think he knows, he talk about all this, where the money is supposed to be. Like, you say the money went to the presidency. Edward, and all the viewers of this Voice of the People Forum, that's why we in the SPLMIO, we are tightening the policies or in any ministry, so each and every ministry is accountable. We cannot bank this money in the presidency bank account in the house or in the J1. That's not acceptable. Yes, where do they get this money? It might be true because these people, they know that people are now rising. It's not because it's not because that there was no money, but they know people of South Sudan are now learning a lot, and now they're standing for their right. They may make a quick coup against them by civil uprising. Edward, that you have been talking here. I think the message is going to their ears. So they push this money so that people don't complain, right? The dollar goes down. They have the money in their houses. The dollars are there. You know, how can you make a national reserve outside the country? Maybe like what he said in South Africa and Uganda, they bring those dollars back. That's why they inject in the market. Nazel lo yom tan bishiruze ta kanta Sudan de bijali goligo sondukata gurus bi biutomon even tani na fraute. So the dollars are there. There is a lot of sources how we should you know, generate income from, like what Dominic said, that, you know, is diversifying the economy. You know, South Sudan is rich in different mineral resources. Okay, we couldn't even depend alone on oil. We have the gold, we have the cement. This could inject more money. And then even the tax that the dollar was talking, that they also corrupted the tax. When you tax a collection for just only to attract them, that's not tax. But if the country was to be privatized, you know, they put the private sector, you know, they boost the private sector. I think the government of South Sudan could get more revenue than the oil sector that we are depending on. So this money is because they corrupted the money, they looted the money, and now they are thinking twice. How can we convince the people of South Sudan? So you know what? Let's put this money back into the what? In the National Bank. Remember, Edward, the Treasury last month or 2 months ago, the Bank of South Sudan said that they ran out of reserve, national reserve, right?
Yes, right.
They say there's no more national reserve. Then where this money come from? Salva Kiir should be investigated. It'll go cruise them in. He should be investigated. Where do you get the money from? And why do you keep this money in your house? You know, in the Mas Magalo, he get a loan, and how this money has been injected to the market. You see, yeah, Edward?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dual, are you there, or I need to remove you?
Yes, I'm here actually.
Okay.
I'm here, yeah.
Okay. Asma.
Yeah.
Dual.
Yes.
Do you listen to Arabic very well?
Oh yes, I speak Arabic very well. Even though, you know, even though you challenge me Arabic, but you know, I cannot fail to understand Arabic actually.
Okay. في عربي في حاجة بتتكلم عن علامات بتاع الجنون.
علامات بتاع السنون.
بتاع جنون.
بتاع شنو؟
علامات جنون.
Oh, علامات okay,
Okay. So let me give you a to.
Yeah. Marvo is better than
لا اسمع دقيقة كلام عربي.
No, ما خلاص أنا داري إجابة بتاعك لوضع دومينيك داري يقول حاجة؟
لا أنا قلت كانوا يتكلم بعربي بتاع خرطوم ده بكون قوي ليش؟
يتكلم بإنجليزي. أنا أدول there is someone make a comment قبل because يعني I don't want to go back, you know, but let go to continue the topic.
No, it's okay. I'm not reading the messages, so it's good if somebody has comment about me or something that I want to respond. That will be good. You can tell me, I can respond it.
Yeah, okay. Just I want your comment because Dominic actually is getting late and you have to go. Yeah. Let's go to the topic. Yeah. Yana there comment on the topic as a question.
Yeah, okay. The question is very direct for me, and that's why I was saying that people, if you don't know where Kir get the money, then you have a problem, and that you have a problem even to resolve the problem of the conflict of South Sudan. Simply, when we talk of dollar, or when we talk of the dollar increase in the market, we talk of dollar decrease in the market. A lot of people don't understand. What I want you to understand, that where is this money? So there is source of money. Don't you know that right now South Sudan has a power of printing money? And the question is, who print this money?
Dollars. We are talking about dollars. Do they have power?
That's what I'm telling you. If you don't know who print the money, probably you are a vice president or you are a leader, a minister. You don't know even where this money is printed, my brother. Do you really have a power? So what I'm telling you here is this, okay? Salva Kiir has a power of printing money. South Sudan pound, okay? And then therefore, when you see the dollar actually there's a lot of dollar in the market, he has a power even to print more pound so that he can have actually more dollar in the market, because if you put more dollar in the market and there is maybe some dollar in the market that are making the pound to be useless, so if you put a lot of dollar from reserve, that means the dollar will be useless and people will be looking for pound. And that is what is happening in South Sudan actually. So what I'm telling you here is this: South Sudan has what we call
you need to
bank.
give me in small English.
Hold on. South Sudan has a bankasara. It's called a box. So this bankasara is where reserve is. They have a lot of dollars that are actually safe there. So they are safe for emergency. Some of them are safe for war. Like right now, there is a war waiting when the dry season comes. A lot of these IO bases, they will be destroyed by Salva Kiir army. They don't know that, but we know because we have experience in Juba, and we know how South Sudan government work, especially how the army is structured. So you know, Salva, he get this one from the reserve. What I told you is Bankasara, and he can go there anytime because Bankasara has no connection with the South Sudan government. He's the one that supplies South Sudan actually. And it's the one that supply a lot of tribal militia. It's the one that supply a lot of foreign ally. This is Bankasara. So that is where we wanted to know how this Bankasara is connected to the oil and is connected to the printing of the money of the pound. Then now I will say you are really a scholar. You will know the problem of South Sudan. If you don't know it, you have a problem.
Thank you.
So tell me any single person, any member, tell me now, like him, like from IO or this guy here. Tell me any other tribe that is actually a member of people committee who are printing money in South Sudan. None. It's only Denka. Tell me again the people who are selling the oil right now in Khartoum. Who is there? What kind of tribes there? Only Denka tribe. So when we talk about power, tribal power, you don't understand it. So that's why you go Juba. Either you get killed because of some money you are given so that you keep quiet, you are silent. Because if you talk, they can take it out from you because they have the power.
Thank you.
That is the real power, what we are talking, my brother.
Thank you.
So if we really talk, if we really need reality, we need to destroy this Bankasara.
I think you will be invited as a guest, you know, people will come and know your
about
this Bankasara thing.
Oh yes, that would be okay. That would be okay. I have a lot of
because it's getting late on us.
Let's go to the next topic question. Dominic السؤال الثاني خلينا نعمل السؤال بعربي. I felt like actually we have two questions, Dominic, and I don't want you to go. We have to answer the two questions. The first question عنده علاقة the future of Khartoum peace agreement in Juba. السلام بتاعت يا دولار جام. You have to give my brother. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. And also this guy Charles, you know Charles and you know Engineer Dominic when we talk to ourselves because you are on the screen. So السؤال بقول كالآتي: إننا طبعا هسه المستقبل بتاع اتفاق السلام الموقع في خرطوم في 2018 ترتيبات الأمنية تدريب بتاع الجيش ما مشى كويس. دكتور actually is under arrest.
Yes.
Because رياض مشار امبارح في واحد من شباب بتاع دسفيل مايو he wrote an article and I talk about this I think 2 days ago, 3 days ago in my show here. The guy actually he mentioned the things I said I said about them in 2 days or 3 days ago. رياض مشار في جوبا ما بمشي كنيسة ما بمشي مناسبات. Any gathering is not allowed to go to any gathering, is not allowed to travel outside the country. He actually a direction with Riek Machar is very clear, is from the office to his hotel or to his house. The question here to 4 of you or 3 of you here in the podium here. What is the future of peace agreement? Is the مثلا دكتور رياض مشار الموقع على اتفاق السلام is not allowed? What is the future of the peace agreement في جنوب السودان by this situation? Let me start with Engineer Dominic because this is a serious issue and we need to talk about it. In addition to that, now there is negotiation going on in Rome. I think they will start official negotiation next month in Rome. So I don't want to connect about what's going on in the Rome, but let us talk about the seriousness of the government to implement the Khartoum Peace Agreement while Dr. Riek Machar is not free to move. So, تفضل باشمهندس كمان.
Yeah, the shortest answer to this is that the agreement is bleak. But the longest answer to these things is that we all understand that there is no political will, lack of political will within the camp of Salva Kiir in order to implement this agreement. And he has said it on record many times that he's not interested to work with Riek Machar. That he didn't hide. And one good thing with Salva Kiir is that he doesn't hide his emotion when it comes to Riek Machar. Okay? And that is why he knew and he learned from 2015 that if the IO is to come with their arsenals like they came in 2015, it was going to be a deadly war. That is why he did not want to finance the security arrangement, the training of the forces on the cantonment side. And I think we have said it before, that any other person, because he knew if heaven is to go loose like in 2015, these forces will be used against him. And he will not allow that to happen. And that is why he made it so abundantly difficult. On the contrary, the Grantois are also complicit. They are dancing with the regime in Juba, way from Mokhai even to Agustino Njoronge. Even the citizen that is there, we are seeing. Nas Ismail wife, they wanted to make their dollars because they are getting their money. So they will not be there to cry foul for Salva Kiir when Salva Kiir commits and violates this agreement, because the agreement is being violated from day one, as we have seen. You know, the gain charts, if you compare the gain charts of the agreement for the deliverables, it is minimal. It is really minimal. Now you may come and say, we are implementing the agreement, we are patient. This is another thing for another day. But the reality on the ground is saying that, you are not implementing, this agreement is not implementable. On the contrary, the government knows very well that the only way he can be able to decapitate Riek Machar is to create a problem within the rank and files of Riek Machar himself. And that is why there were some commanders that were being bought. And again, of course, like I said earlier, that Riek has to be blamed. He also gave an opportunity for Salva Kiir to now dance on the emotions of these guys by actually splitting them, because the last person to be used is actually Moses Lukuju. But Moses Lukuju went very wild, because Moses Lukuju is now fighting the very IO that he was actually protecting, because also Moses Lukuju was on record. He was killing his own colleagues simply because he's an ardent supporter of Riek Machar. This is what we are seeing.
Thank you.
So the agreement in and of itself is standing on a tata. It is really standing on one leg, because even if you look at the government, it is not being completed. Wulong is not being completed. It's not being appointed. The position of Wulong is still hanging. The issue of the parliament, it is still hanging. The parliament is not being reconstituted. The issues of the states are not being. Whatever has happened is that there is an appointment of these governors, but where is the state government? Where is the county government? It is not there. So the agreement as it stands, it is just dead. Coupled with the fact that Riek Machar cannot even go to the forces, he cannot see his forces, he cannot talk to his forces, he cannot even disseminate the agreement. The agreement is only being disseminated by those of Charles here. Even I don't know where is Chankwal. Chankwal is no longer being seen, because these were the very people who are trying to disseminate this agreement. But from Juba, no. Even the likes of Mabior Garang It's now saying, it was during the time of the rain that they were there in that lock. And I think everybody is now going to his own cocoon because there is no rain that is now beating the people of South Sudan. This is the kind of the tragedy that we are seeing. So it goes to the grantors. And it is to the people of South Sudan that we need to blame even the grantors, the likes of Museveni and the likes of Abiy Ahmed. طبعا في السودان ده بيقرش دهر بتاع الزول ده والثاني ده بيقرش دهر بتاع الزول الثاني ففي النهايه سمسم حرقتني ما في زول ده يقول الكلام ده يا زول. So في النهايه بتمطاف انه الشعب يهو بيتعب.
Thank you.
And then the agreement is coming to its end.
Very good. لأنه أنا جاي أجي في موضوع بتاع ICC. Let me go to Charles Taili, and also Charles Taili. Let me add this one because you are a member of the SPLM-IO. President Kiir actually is calling the region, talking to the president of Kenya, and the president of Abdel Fattah Sisi, the chairman of the High Council of Military Council for Sudan, and to Ethiopia and the rest of the region, saying Dr. Riek Machar is actually planning for the coup in Juba or for the war. This is what Salva Kiir saying to the region. And the guy yesterday from the SPLM, IO, he mentioned all those points in his article, and the article is we actually share it on the Voice of People page. The direct question to Charles Taili, because we need to actually to answer this question. My question to you, confining Dr. Riek Machar in Juba, will it weaken the SPLM-IO as a movement of the people? Charles Taili. Dan.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Edward and Dominic Akwai, and of course, United States Post Office Services. What we are saying here, I have to start with the confinement, right? You say yes. The confinement of Dr. Riek in Juba.
Yeah, will it
affect the people of South Sudan or the movement?
It's not affect. Will it weaken the SPLM-IO?
Yes, they resist the movement. The SPLM-SPLIO.
IO as a movement.
Yes, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Okay.
So I said no. The SPLM-IO is a national movement. Okay, is a movement that is well organized, a movement that is stood on the principles of transforming and reforming the country. So there's no any impact of his confinement. That's why you find out our liberated areas are still functioning. They are going the way they were. There's no any changes there. And we just follow the implementation of the RCs. That's the to answer you. Coming to the question that, what is the future of this agreement, the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan? Since now, our chairman, as you said, or as somebody wrote in the article, saying that our chairman is not allowed to go to the churches or gathering or even travel outside. For us, as in the movement,
and also,
we don't have it.
You add to that the chief of staff also in the letter.
I'm coming there.
Yeah,
I'm coming there.
1 month ago. Yeah,
I'm coming there. Yeah, we in the movement, we did not have any briefing. That's why I was gonna respond to you. We did not have any briefing that our chairman and commander-in-chief is under confinement, but we know that he went to Juba to implement the peace. As you just said now, and I was going to remind you that on the 16th of September 2020, our Chief of General Staff, Comrade, the First Lieutenant General Simon Gadwig-Dual, wrote a letter to IGAD and the grantors requesting our chairman and commander-in-chief to come and do the briefing to our general headquarters, to brief our military leaders, to brief our non-military leaders in our general headquarters about the RCs.
But
this is a genuine call.
Before you proceed, why the general chief of staff of SPLMIO requesting from AGAT and Dr. Machar is vice president of the Republic of South Sudan is supposed to move freely without any obstacles. Why?
Yeah. That's a good question, Edward. That's why we are asking why. Why is our chairman not coming to our liberated areas to do the briefing on the peace? And the reasons why our chief of general staff wrote the letter is because the grantors, he write it to the grantors that, you know, we signed this peace. You are the people, you are the one, the grantors here. We are wondering why our chairman is not coming to do the briefing here. We want him to come and brief us about the peace. Okay? And also educate our citizens in the liberated areas about their access. Okay? Because if there was this access, if it was this implemented in spirit and letter, and if Dr. Yak, the reasons why we are saying that Dr. Yak is in confinement is by assumptions. By what? We make conclusions. Why the chairman is not addressing the SPLMIO in the liberated areas? Why this the governor of Upper Nile is not appointed? Why Dr. Yak is not even allowed to go to the neighbor side to brief the people about the peace? Why do they allow this guy called Hussein Abdel Bagai to move around? These are the questions, right? So there's something wrong. The people of South Sudan are asking, what is wrong? And that's why our General Chief of Staff, General Simon, said, you know what? We want our chairman to come and do the briefing. And then, followed again in this month, our Inspector General of Unified Police, General John Jock, by PAL, also wrote a letter reminding again the granted us, you know, we need our chairman to come and do the briefing. Okay? Again, on the 17th, I think today is 2 days ago, again, our Chief of General write a reminder to IGAD, you know, we need our chairman to come and do the briefing. Also, we need their response. Because, yeah, Edward, because we as the SPLM-IO or the SPLA in the military wing are also worried about our chairman. Why is he not coming? Is there something wrong? Then it is IGAD, the grantors, and the people who are protecting this access are the one to educate us and to tell us whether Dr. Yak is in confinement or not, and why he's not able to visit our cantonment site for this long period of time since the government was formed.
Yeah, thank you so much. Even you are wondering, like those asking questions actually about the confinement of your president or your chairman. Let listen to the comment of Dual Lord Young. Dual Lord Young, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Edward. You know, I'm going to touch a little bit. So if you can give me like more minute, because this guy has been talking about things that he doesn't really have a clue. So
we are not happy. Before you go ahead, I'm going to give you like 5 minutes, like Dominic and Charles, because actually it's too late for Dominic, and I have the last question. We have to ask the last question, then we can go. So please, without any attacking any personalities, you can make your comment without just an answer to anyone. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. The future, you know, for now, let me actually state it this way. The future of South Sudan peace agreement right now, if anyone is still is doubt, the future actually of South Sudan is that it has collapsed, and actually it will have actually been collapsed since few months ago. But because there is flooding, then you are going maybe between December and January. That is when most of you will see how it collapsed, because there will be actually a heavy war that actually will be fought in the dry season. So that will mark the total collapse of this peace agreement. And actually IO forces are now the target in so many camps wherever they are, in Equatoria, Upper Nile, they will be targeted, and this is how the war will going to be fought. Salva Kiir actually has a strategy of using governors, and that's why when I talk to you about how tribal militia are armed and are sponsored using the oil money, you don't understand it. So now Salva Kiir is not going to fight this war. The governors that are actually deployed across the country are going to fight the war. So it will seem like Salva is out and it will seem like it become maybe a IO war. And we experienced this. You know, this guy, he doesn't know nothing when we were in Apanal. If you look at how Pagak was captured, in Pagak, we have any type of weapon across the world. There is no weapon in this world that you cannot find in Pagak. But it was captured by a governor. If I told you, if you know Bull Rairom was the one who captured Pagak, actually, headquarters. Thousands of people actually. So what is happening here? And
Borwai is actually my colleague. He's a graduate of.
Yeah, he's your colleague, and thank you for that. He was the one who captured the headquarters of IO. So it was not. So that's why people like him, they don't know how army is structured, how his strategies from Salva Kiir, how they run South Sudan. He doesn't know actually. So now to go to for this, the future of South Sudan peace agreement will collapse between December and January, when the dry season comes. That is when people like him will know, oh, it's collapsed. And Riek Machar in Juba has two options only. The first option is that he has the first option, which I see might be looking good because it has been tried before. He has the option of siding with Salva Kiir so that they can fight against the IO together. That is the first option. And he may succeed because Taban did it, a lot of people did it, and they succeed. That is the first option he got. The other option is that he lies running away from war. And this time around, they might kill him in Juba. So these are the only two options that Salva Kiir has in Juba. You know, the way army is arranged. Me, I'm from the special forces in Tiger Division. I know the security of Juba. There is no anything that I don't know. The arrangement of the army, everything. Because I was the one being trusted to run a lot of things. Salva Kiir right now, he has about 4 different types of army within Juba. He can fight South Sudan alone. He is able to fight South Sudan troop, even if they are united like what? Look, Tiger Division is loyal to Salva Kiir alone, not South Sudan. The National Security Armed Forces, they are loyal to Salva Kiir, not South Sudan. There is another one called Ruweng in Luri. Those forces, they are Salva Kiir forces. When we fought the war of 2016, he created another one right now called Dudkubany. The one has a red hat. They are from Awanichan. They are now in J1. If you go to J1 now, there is no any other tribe. So this guy is a blind. He doesn't know South Sudan. They are waiting for the dry season so the Thatcher can move, the Baba and all that, and they're going to destroy, especially the forces of IO. What is the IO in Juvenile? So the future of South Sudan, we know that. The future of peace, we know that. Now let me come to the letter he was, you know, when we discussed it, there is something called Nuer Intellectual, where we talk as a Nuer. And this issue was dropped. We talk about it, this letter. It was a trash. Nobody to agree to it. Because first of all, who is going to write it? Maybe him. Ignorant like him will write a letter to maybe to IGAD. Right now, that letter, how will you write it to IGAD actually? IGAD right now, they depend on Troika. And Troika depend on United States. United States right now is busy with election. Who is going to give money to IGAD to tell them sit down so that Riek Machar can be released at this time? So you see how ignorant people are? They don't know. So they are talking of things they actually don't understand. Actually, sometimes, you know, I figure out why.
Thank you so much. Let me give Taili 2 minutes to make comment on what you just have said before we move to the last or the final question.
Yeah, just give me 3 minutes because there was a question that you asked. Salva Kiir is trying to talk to the regional leader. Take 3 minutes, Charles. Okay. Thank you, Brother Edward. You know, I think Dollar Jeng is out of emotions. We in the SPLM and SPLI, we believe in resolving this imposed war in a political process, in a political dialogue. And we did not even declare any resistance against the government of South Sudan. This is very important for the people of South Sudan to know. So the allegation made by Salva Kiir that Dr. Riek is having intentions to make a fight or to, you know, is preparing for war in the country, it doesn't make any logic. If you know, Brother Comrade Edward and all the two discussing here, that the SPLM-IO leadership is in Juba, okay? Including our chairman, including our vice chairman, including some of the military leaders. It is only the chief of general staff and our inspector who are senior now outside. with some few members from the political bureau. Our forces, most of the SPLM-IO forces are in the cantonment side. Okay, how can we make a coup? How can we prepare for a war when we don't have when our forces in the cantonment side men do guns? Does it make logic? So South Sudanese people, it is not about the SPLM-IO that Salva Kiir can destroy. He's going to destroy the country. Are you willing for Salva Kiir to destroy the country? Are you going to side with Salva Kiir or you side with us, the victims? But we are saying that we in the SPLM-IO, we remain committed to the RSS and will defend our citizens. If anything happens, the international community, the grantors, are the one responsible for this, and then we'll take self-defense. Who's can be Hojar, can be Kasabin, or can be Ramola, or be Ajina Burusu. We'll fight it ourselves. We'll defend our citizens.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Charles, I will let me because it's too late for Dominic.
Okay.
Let me because Bashmandis, I don't know if you have comment to what Don Young have said or Charles, but the last question actually, Lana Derek, you can make comment on that and also put your $2 on the last question, and I will remain with Don Young and Charles for next 10 minutes or 20 minutes so we close the show. بل هو السؤال الأخير نحن شفنا امبارح زيارة بتاع الوفد بتاع ICC prosecutor to Sudan, and now the government of Sudan, they actually agree they will hand over Omar al-Bashir and the former government official to the ICC to face the justice against the crime what they did in Sudan. In your view, what is our reaction as South Sudanese to this good news, to this Sudanese news? Because in equivalent to that, حكومة بتاع سلفا كير خلال 2013 قتل نوير في جوبا وارتكبوا جرائم كثيرة جدا. Even itself, Dr. Riek Machar himself, and forces because they actually committed crimes in different areas in Upper Nile and in Jubilee and also in country. So, لأنه without تحقيق عدالة الجنائية في جنوب السودان، العدالة الانتقالية في الجنوب ما بكون في استقرار like what happened in Sudan now. So I need your comment, please. Then I will leave you immediately after you finish. I will remain with Duala and Charles.
Yeah, that is beautiful. It is. Thank you very much. This things is very important, and I think for the people of South Sudan, this news should come as a relief. That today, justice, no matter how you delay it, will have to be applied. Omar Bashir did not only kill the Northerners, these 24 or 28 officers that he slaughtered during the time of the Ramadan. Most of the killings of Omar Bashir is in South Sudan. Whether this is in the oil fields that we are talking, the displacement and the killing, whether this was the massacre of the innocent people in Malakal, in Bor, in all these places, or the massacre, the genocides in Juba. So I think it also comes to us as a relief. And one thing is that South Sudan Sudan is a member of the Rome Statute. And that is why Omar Bashir is been indicted. So for those of us who are actually living on this hope, now we have suffered from the Keizan, Namandogona, Bibomba, and Okida. So I am very happy that finally justice must take its place and its course. And this one should also serve a lesson to those criminals in South Sudan, that no matter what, how long you have stayed, today's will come, justice has to be served, so that perpetrators of this heinous crime may not go away. And so when they block the hybrid court, because any agreement that will never address the issues of this transitional justice and hybrid court is a recipe for more violence in this country. For us, as the people of South Sudan, we have to support these things. And not only that, if there was actually a mitosis, if South Sudan becomes a mitosis of the new Sudan, or the old Sudan, then people must also serve justice in the ICC. That one takes us to lobby, because we have seen the agreement that was signed in 2018 gave the parliament of South Sudan the right, or Salva Kiir the right, to constitute the hybrid court. But again, we also know that the agreement is going nowhere. So that one is also serving to us as a lesson that going forward, the hybrid court under this arrangement that we have seen is not the best alternative. So even these guys must go to the ICC. And we have to tell Bensouda that, Bensouda, we have also criminals in Juba. These guys were being indicted. These people were sanctioned. But again, because the leaders are complicit. And for us, the people of South Sudan, we must also talk to the African Union. Because when you are talking about condoning coups, and you are talking about the fact that, we wanted to unite Africa in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, how can we unite Africa when we have, dictators that are peddling on the freedoms of our people? That in and of itself should come very clear. And for us, the people of South Sudan, we need to start to champion these things. Because we have seen on record, Salva Kiir was trying to buy ambassadors so that they can be able to lobby against the hybrid court, so that America may not come and support. But America already paid $4 million for the establishment of the hybrid court. Because if you may ask yourself today, why is the hybrid court not being implemented? The question is that interests of the perpetrators, because they know the next time they will also be questioned, and they will also go down as people like Omar Bashir in jail, when he will be asked, "Ita guide when better kugule kwalana guide fi cover taban." And this is what we are expecting of the news that is coming in from ICC. So my message to the leadership of Sudan is that for the last 30 years of the regime of Omar Bashir, he has caused division, he has caused the killing, and it is good. Let him come and serve justice, and also because Sudan is still a member of the state and Rome status. So if the likes of Hemeti with the Rapid Protection Force will wanted to sabotage these things, Hemeti must also be indicted. He must be also sanctioned, so that at least at the end of the day, all these guys who have caused these crimes must go to the court, and serve their sentence as a relief to the people. For us South Sudanese, we need to support these things, and we need also to tell our leaders, those people who are killing, because what will happen in Juba is a genocide, and the genocide is still continuing by the same regime. Just they wanted to be in power. And Garang said the other time, no any other person will wanted to be in power simply because he wanted to be in power, then he has to kill his people. They are we are seeing this thing. But as to my brother Don Larging, I think it is also not right to just assume that you are the only person who knows and others don't know. That one will be another point of a debate that we will have to talk. The truth of the matter is that if you know something, try to tell the people, but don't assume that others don't know.
They don't know.
Because if we started to go around that line, it will be another different problem. As to schools, and this is not the time, because all of us have one time been in classrooms. We have been in the universities. Whether this is in South Sudan or whether this is outside here, all of us have been into the universities, and so we know what is the research, and we know how to alter things. We can speak English like the English of Her Majesty the Queen. That in and of itself is not a problem. So we are trying to solve and address pertinent issue that has to do with the lives of our people. And yes, you are a leader of a political party. Try to bring your argument and try to convince the people otherwise. Otherwise, yeah, you know, you will never even get the support of any other person. So, my brother, I thank you very much. But the topic of today is really very pertinent because people are really dying in the areas of this produced oil, and the monies that is accruing from this oil is not benefiting our people. We need to do something that is else different. And if we don't do it, our people will continue to suffer and die, because what we have seen is the imprint. احنا شفنا بصمات بتاعت الsuffering بتاعت الناس اللي بتعيننا في مناطق ده, and it will continue to be there unless something is done. So people of South Sudan, the only hope that is left to us is that that regime in Juba must really be shown an exit door. It must go. And when we say Kir must go, we really mean it, because Kir has becoming a divisive element. How Kir must go is all of us must really come and agree and unite, because it is only in this, you know, unity shall we decide to point to him a middle finger, because all of us are not immune from his failed leadership. That is what I will leave you to it. It has been late here, so I thank you guys very much for listening to us, and may you all be well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. شكرا جزيلا باشمهندس دومريك. انت قعدت معنا almost 5 hours. Thank you. I remain with 18 minutes, and within 18 minutes I'm going to close actually the show because I have another thing to do. So thank you so much باشمهندس للحوار بتاعك وللحديث بتاعك عن الاضرار بتاعت البترول على المواطنين بتاعنا. شكرا, and you have a good night, my brother. Also, let me say good night to those in Africa. Actually, they are falling asleep. Thank you for watching with us. Actually, Aru, what is here? Actually, we are about to close the show, but I know your comment would be on the impact of oil pollution on our people in Ruweng area as the main topic of today. Let me actually give chance to Charles, so to make your comment on our last question, and also then I will go to Dualo Jang, and I will give also like 7 minutes to Aru, then I will close the show. Father Charles, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Edward, on the question that come on the visit of the ICC officials to Sudan, and the response of the Sudan government to hand over former President Omar Bashir and his officials to the ICC. You know, we don't believe in the interference of in other people's affairs. We are the SPLM, SPLIO. We are resistance. We are fighting against Salva Kiir regime, and we have nothing to interfere with what happened in Khartoum. What Khartoum decided is what is good for the people of Khartoum, and what the people of Khartoum wanted is what is good for the government in power. That's my personal view. I just want to, you know, to clarify this about, you know, your question that, you know, that our chairman was also taken to what? To ICC, right?
Yes.
That's what you said.
Yes.
Yes. You know, Edward and brother Dominic, who just left and he is listening to us. Thank you for being here, Dominic, for some hours. And also you seconded what Edward said. Yeah, brother Edward, we know that, you know, the war that we are fighting as SPLM, SPLIO, and the establishment of the SPLM-IO in April of 2014 came as a self-defense and to stop the genocide that Salva Kiir was expanding across the country. As you quoted right, you know, in December, Salva Kiir committed a genocide against the Nuer. Salva Kiir is the one accountable, and we say that Salva Kiir should be handed to the international community. But Salva Kiir is trying to commit another genocide. He's trying to commit another genocide by not implementing the RCS. This is not the SPLM-IO. The people of South Sudan should know this. Why Salva Kiir is not putting the soldiers in the training center? Why Salva Kiir is not graduating the unified forces? Why Salva Kiir is not feeding these soldiers? Why Salva Kiir? Why Salva Kiir? Why Salva Kiir? A lot we talk about it. So this is not the SPLM-IO who come just self-defense. We don't have any resources. Our forces are now, we say we want to implement the RCS. Our forces are in the training centers. In the agreement, yeah, brother Edward, we are the one, the SPLM-IO, who pushed for the establishment of the hybrid court of South Sudan. And we are the one who pursue it to be included in the what? In the agreement. Even still in this revitalized agreement, under chapter 5, we still talk about the establishment of the hybrid court. But as you know, the government of South Sudan is the one having the money. Any resources that were meant for the implementation of the RCS, they are handed in the hands of the government of South Sudan. They are not handed in the SPLMIU hands.
We are running out of the time. I will give you the final statement after I give the Aru, so we can go together. Let me give floor to Dollar Jam, your comment on the handing Omar Bashir to the ICC.
Yeah, the issue of ICC, when we look at the ICC issue, in South Sudan in terms of establishing this court, we know the rule of African Union, we know the rule of, there are a lot of things to talk about here. But if I talk about it here, it's going to take me long because it needs explanation. But what I know is that, the court itself rely on the power of the president. In any country, the president has authority to approve the court. So when we talk of court, when the president is in power, it's like we are ignorant here. And even anybody, they can travel, they're enjoying their money, whether they come from ICC, they come from America, it's just a business. The only true hybrid court is when you actually remove the dictator. And it makes sense like the case of Sudan right now. When Omar Bashir is removed, that is where people will talk about, so-and-so will be indicted, so-and-so can be like this. So I'm not going to talk. Actually, let me talk about the issue of Khartoum. And because it makes sense for because now, so Khartoum right now.
When you talk about the issue of South Sudan taking President Kiir to the ICC, it don't make any sense?
No, it doesn't make sense because, it never happened in any country. First, if we want it, because he's still in power. It does not work like that in ICC. ICC, you have actually to remove him. There must be something that remove his power first.
Yeah, we'll talk about
then we can talk about that.
That is very good.
So I'm not going to talk about that because if I talk about it,
we will be next time.
So, the issue of Omar Bashir, right now, I think the government which is in Khartoum right now, they are making progress in terms of complying with the international law, especially with America. And if you look at the administration of Trump, they have just released a statement that now Sudan actually will be removed from the list of terrorism that is sponsoring country that is sponsoring terrorism. And that is very important. Why they say that is because, the Omar Bashir, the Sudan is complying with a lot of things. First of all, they removed their own dictator, is in jail right now. Secondly, this jihadism, this terrorism activity, they stop them like noon gunmen is what they call jihadism in Khartoum. Khartoum right now, a lot of peace agreements are actually recommended to be done in Khartoum because it is safe than any other country. There is no corruption, there's a lot of noon gunmen. So, it's progressing. The other thing is that, this issue of what we call the war on jihadists, is going to be eliminated. The Sharia law that has existed that actually drive us out to make us to separate from Sudan is because of Sharia law, because there is no religion. Right now in Sudan, what they are agreeing right now with the international community is that you can actually you can worship any religion you want, whether it's Nikang, Bundeng, or anybody. So now Sudan is open the way I see it. So it's open, and that's why I recommended, if we really think like we have intellectual to talk about this, we might see it as an option. If there is a lot of tribal war and sulfur, there's no way to remove him, we can propose that we go back to Sudan. Because now he's welcoming. We are all black, The issue is not your skin color. The issue are a real issue like Sharia law, the jihadism, thing like dictatorship. They are no longer there. So Sudan is very open now.
We have to go back to Khartoum because those issues they are no longer there existing in Sudan now.
Yeah, Edward, can I just add to you?
I will give you just one. I will add when we give the final conclusion. Let me give some minute to Aru. Aru will come to the show. Unmute yourself, please. Unmute yourself, Aru.
Thank you,
Yes.
Edward, and the viewers. Thank you again for the forum, for hosting this topic. This important topic is really a crucial topic, and people have to learn a lot about what oil pollution is causing life of individuals across the oil production areas, and also is killing people across the country. Because as we all know, people from different part of South Sudan are actually working in oil field. So that is why I say this topic is not only a concern about those who live across the oil pollution areas. It's actually is concern for all South Sudanese. As we all know, South Sudan is rich of all natural resources, and there is oil everywhere across South Sudan. But it's a matter of time, and there will be time that the drilling and discovering of oil will be taking place. So it's a better way to fight for the right of people that live across the oil field, so the government and all oil companies can bring the best practice. As we all know, there is a good practice and there is the best practice. So this same oil effect should not be killing people everywhere or any corner in South Sudan. So we need to focus on it, and we need to bring it as you brought it is the second time today, last week or maybe a week before and this week, and I know you have brought it before. And some also host a show like with Mujazib, Teresa, and other people also on their personal Facebook account. I know the time is almost done. I will not take care, but I will not take much time. As you know, somebody also is still waiting. But there are a lot of people that know what oil costs. So wherever there is oil pollution, then there will be every part of oil production is harmful, because as we know, there's so many gases and there's so many processes that has to take place to drill oil or to dig oil. And those processes also need chemical to be used. And those chemicals that are getting used are most dangerous chemicals. And if you have a background of chemistry or physics, even in grade 12 in Sudan, tafra can happen, which is called mutation, can happen if you are in chemicals or darja harara. If you have like high temperature, can cause, just simple thing can cause tafra or can cause mutation. So people in across oil field are dealing with massive chemical. There are chemicals in a powder kind, and there's some chemical also in a liquid form. And people in that area, they are not trained. They are not even trained. Simply, they are not aware about all those. For example, I want to give you a simple example. The chemical that come in a powder, they come in a plastic bag. So they open this plastic bag to use those chemicals. So, and then they throw those bags instead of taking them and disposing them in a safe place. People in local area will take those bags and use them to decorate their houses. And when they use them, they touch it with their hands. And then when they touch their eyes and anything, then affect their eyes. That's why you can see a lot of people now coming to Khartoum have eye problem. They have like blurry vision. They cannot see well. And this is cause of that. Also, there's a powder. People use it like atrun to cook. And that chemical, when they use it, actually it can cause abdominal cancer. It can cause cancer in there. So but people are not aware about that, and that is why. And also those plastic, they come with a liquid chemical in a liquid form. After they empty it, they use it for water. So when you drink that water, also it can cause intestinal cancer. So those are the side effects of chemicals around the oil field side. There's a lot to talk about it, and there's also some elements that are flowing on the air. And there's also some element, like in Ruweng area, there's lead element, and you know lead. So when lead is mixed with oil and you drink that oil, the lead can build up in the system. And when lead build up in the system, it can poison individual. It can poison somebody. So people don't know about that. And the research that was conducted a few years ago confirmed that there's a lead in the oil, and that oil got mixed with the water. And as we know, when oil got mixed with water, oil actually can stay up because it's thick. When oil stay on the top of the water, and you know what we have, the marine that we have in the water, they need oxygen. Oxygen come to the water. So when oil stay on the top, they don't get oxygen, and that is why those marine they die. They die, and that's what happened in America a few years when oil spill was on ocean. And also we have another gas called SO2. SO2 is a gas called sulfur dioxide. It's called ثاني الكربون, ثاني الكبريت, actually in Arabic, ثاني الكبريت. ثاني الكبريت, when you expose to it, is called actually a colorless gas. So where you go to where that gas is, you cannot see it, but when you smell it within 5 minutes, it can damage your brain. So people in across oil field are dying actually because of those gases. They don't even know. And you can see in Moloud area, somebody can say, well, he was walking with us and we play soccer or we went somewhere. So, and suddenly we went somewhere or he went somewhere. When he came back, he was just having short breathing and he died within 5 minutes or less than that. So those are caused by those gases. As we know, there is short term, there's long term exposure effect, and there is short term effect. Also in oil field, what can cause in oil field also, I have some information here. People that are living in oil field, and we all know there should be some law, and that law can protect the local communities. Any government or any country that are drilling the oil, digging oil, they need actually to have a law, a local law, and there should be international law. A local law can start from the state to the county to the boomer. So people that live across that area, they should have a right actually before they dig the oil. The government international, it was in the center can agree with oil companies, and then the state of that particular area can agree also with oil companies because they have their own rules that they can apply, a rule that the companies can respect because they are under because the communities are under that state. And when they go also, they have to make sure they talk to the local community. They have to provide them with education. They have to provide them with the law. They have to tell them what the oil can cause actually to them, like cancer, like blurring vision, like nose sore, like headache, like asthma, like bronchitis, which is called adrenal, like pneumonia, like Jahabarawi, like increasing risk of TB because people that live in that area, they will be having TB. Also, people that live in that area, they will be having digestive problem. Like they would be having like مشكلة في الجهاز الهضمي. Also, there will be damage to the liver because as we know, people that live in that area, those gases are toxic. And then when toxic go to your body, even medication, when you give somebody medication actually has to go through process and has to go, and liver actually has to break some toxic of medication before they get to the system and go to the brain. Because if the portion of the medication goes to the brain, it can damage the brain. And this is why when you have a liver failure, you can die right away. It's better actually to lose one of your kidney than liver. So these are happen, and people also having a problem of menstrual problem like a Dora Sharia. Also, people have skin rashes or fungi or cancer on the skin. It would be actually something that you would see on somebody's skin.
Yeah, like, Sharia will not be the period.
Dora Sharia ما بكون منتظمة also. Yeah, بكون منتظمة. بكون في vomiting. بكون في ulcer لأن بكون في ناس اللي عندهم قرحة ديل وحاجات زي stomach cancer بكون موجودة, kidney and bone marrow also you can be having. A kid also are born in that area also, they would be having leukemia. بكون في cancer feel blood, leukemia.
So, in your opinion, because we are running out of time, those are the great point, and Engineer Dominic mentioned them. So, in your view, what is the solution to those problems in the oil field? Do you have any opinion on what have been said by Dominic?
The solution actually is based on the local community. They have to come together and united. They have to be supported by the surrounding counties. They have to be supported by the state they live in, and then it's going to be taken to the parliament of the country, because this issue is going to be international country. We are dealing with companies, and those companies are international companies. So for the country to solve this problem, it has to start from the grassroots to the state to the national level. And then we have to apply the rules. It happened before, something like that in Canada. American companies come in Canada, but actually they spill oil accidentally, and Canadian kick out that company. So it's actually need unity. And the problem should not be seen like a local community's problem. It's actually a South Sudanese problem. Because if I work in oil field and I'm from somewhere in Meridi, and I got affected, as you mentioned last show, what happened actually, cancer or tafra did, bukun fi taghayyur fi DNA. I can go and have a baby in Meridi, and my baby would be abnormal. So
can I just interject a little bit from Arrow?
Let him finish. Actually, remain with kind of 1 minute.
Just in second, because okay. Sometimes we
give me 2 minutes. So let me answer. Let me answer.
Aru, let him interject. Then
okay. Yeah. What I'm saying here is this. All this effect, the people of the community, the local community, they know them. They know them, that people are dying, but the problem here is that, there is what we call incentive. This is what you don't understand. So the resistance of incentive is what people don't understand. So for example, you can know how much people are suffering, but you don't know how much incentive they are getting from this. And that's why now, when we know the incentive, then the people actually, when they know the incentive is actually less than the disadvantage, that is where the people can have a result. For example, like if you are from Pariang, okay, and you are individually informed about what is going on, and then you not getting anything, or you getting something, whether from Salva Kiir or from any other source, because I know now in Pariang, there are people who are benefiting from whatever is going on. So it's not that community are not benefiting, but it is less. For their standard, they feel it's better than resisting the change. And that's why we are having problem. So what we need to do now is that each individual who is informed, you need to weigh, okay, how much community are benefiting and how much problem are getting. This is where we should be focusing. And that's where we will realize the change. Because community, if they really know that the benefit they get is less, is actually less, and the problem they are getting are more than the benefit they get, then they will react. But if they don't know, then that's why we have a problem. So you find maybe Nuer are reacting, and then the Denga party, even if they have border, they are keeping quiet. So that's why in South Sudan, we go into tribal problem. So a Kiir or whoever in power will still sponsor all those tribes, and we will have a problem. That is what I call tribalism. I explain it in my.
Thank you. Yeah.
You have 2 minutes, Aru, 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Largent. I agree with you for some reason. Actually, the problem is not about the local communities. What they get, actually, the rightful, is the right to get. Even in Canada here, where you live across oil, you get your right. But it will not let the government have loosely rule with the oil companies. Because the government here is very strong. If they are not, because government depend on people. But government in Africa or government in South Sudan doesn't depend on people. This is the problem here. And this is why what I say, the government needs to work on this issue. But the problem is here, the government will not work on this issue, as I know so far. If you go to the website, the government actually got bribed by the oil companies. They know what is going on. They know the rules, but they are not. Because if you bribe somebody today, if you accept to be bribed, then you cannot talk. They are not talking because they got bribed by the oil companies, and they take actually what they supposed not to be taken to save the communities or the local communities in there. Yes, people actually have been complaining before Sudan and before independence of South Sudan. Malut has been actually complaining a lot. There was some complaining about the job, and there have been some complaining about oil pollution. But Sudan government didn't work. Actually, they answer the job side, but they didn't answer the pollution or the health problem or the health issues. And same thing when you come to South Sudan, they didn't actually, they know what is happening, but they don't have ability to talk to the oil companies because oil companies are like the boss. President Kiir now is the boss of South Sudan. He can decide what he wants. But the oil companies are the boss for President Kiir and the entire country.
Thank you.
Because you know, they borrow a lot of money and we pushed it in 2018 and the result come from somebody in the government. They say that what I told him that let the oil company withdraw. But they say that if they withdraw, then we owe them a lot of money. They will say, okay, we need our money. Where can the government get money? So the problem is money right now. So it has to be, if South Sudan is united, but it needs actually a strong government that has a vision for people, a government that care about the people of South Sudan.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank
you
you
so much. Shukran jaziran, my brother Aru. Actually, you made a very wonderful comment. Although you came late, but it's okay. Shukran jaziran. Charles Itaeli, before I actually close the show, let me give each of you 2 minutes for the final comment. There was actually a statement from one of the Sudanese military council, the spokesperson for the peace negotiation in Juba with Harakat al-Musallah bita Sudan, Abdullah Taashi, Muhammad Abdullah Taashi. He said like Geger and Jebelen, they belong to Sudan. But because of time, actually, I have another assignment. I have to go to do it. I will come actually, I think maybe tomorrow, and after tomorrow I have some point I need to make it about the issue of revolution in the country, all those some clarification, maybe tomorrow, after tomorrow. But let us give each of you 2 minutes. We close the show of tonight, and we'll come back again next time. Let me start with Charles Itaili. Charles, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah. Thank you, Edward. I think you need to give the doctor first. You know, he has to finish it. Okibel requested. I give him the chance.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me summarize it in 2 minutes. Yeah, you know, guys, I think this topic today is really very, very good, even though we touch a lot of things which is unnecessary. But I'm really interested to be talking concerning about our current issue, which is the future of the peace agreement. And as you know, let's not mislead our people. The peace is actually has collapsed, and Salva Kiir is still on the offensive side. So he's going to clear most of these rebels, because our rebel actually is becoming very weak right now. So that's why, you know, any kind of peace they negotiate, nobody is going to listen to, except if they surrender. That is when they can welcome them. But in terms of implementing armed forces or balance of power, Salva Kiir would not agree to that. So that is one. The other thing, you know, is thing to do with pollution, control of oil. You know, in oil, you know, usually issues, they need to be taken to community. And that's why, you know, I told our brothers, you know, when I was in Bentiu, I went to the actual Serjas, and I actually went to the Unity, the actual oil. So when I went there, then there was a community. So community actually, they are given some incentive in terms of food. So like when it is in a dry season, so they come and cut the grass in Bentiu. I was there. So you see a lot of people, maybe 300, 500, 1,000 people, so will come and cut the grass. And then in exchange, they get like food, like soap, like kind of like, so, you know, this kind of thing, the way I view at it, it look like it is incentive. So they are bored. But because, you know, these are people without education, they don't understand it. So when you tell them, hey, you have a problem, this problem is like this, they will look at you like, actually, you are the problem yourself, because they are comfortable with what they are getting, even though there are things going on. So the best thing what we need to do as a people is that we need to stop these forces that actually affecting the people. And I told you before is that when our oil is actually collected, the money is collected from Khartoum, it go to that the Bankasara. So we need to talk about how actually to destroy Bankasara, even the oil itself. So if we are able to mobilize the community, the local community, so that they are aware about how much actually they will get when actually this Bankasara is destroyed, it's not going to be food. They're going to get more. They're going to get hospital. They're going to get school.
Yeah. Your time is
okay. So those are the things that we wanted to look at it. But now, you know, the effect, what is happening for me as an opposition leader, I want it to be increased so that people also feel the pressure and then they can react. So if there is, we need to increase things. We need to look at things, because South Sudan right now is a failed state actually. So it's going to take us a long term to fix it. It's going to look like the case of Palestine and Israel. But we don't want to go there, because our people now, when you say this, they're going to have a lot of tribal demand, tribal interest.
Yeah.
So we need actually something that will make people to feel that this problem is a share. They share the same, or they feel the same problem.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. So I will just conclude that way. We don't don't bet on that piece. The piece actually is a fail, and actually be prepared for any the conflict that is coming ahead. And let us actually.
Thank you, Dwalor Young. Thank you for your comment. Actually, we ran out of time. Honestly, I don't have much time to be here again. Charles, let me give you your 2 minutes to make conclusion. Thank you, Dwalor Young, for being here. Thank you for discussion. Thank you for the comment. Charles, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Brother Edward. Thank you, Aru, for coming, RuwengOct, and thank you for advocating for your people. And thank you again, Brother Edward, for giving me this opportunity, to make a conclusion. It has been a great show, Brother Edward, and we don't want to play with the life of our people of South Sudan. Coming to the oil problems, we know already the consequence, the impact on our health of our people and the environment, and even the animals that we use and the water we drink. This is a very serious problem, and that's what we in the SPLMIO want to reform the institutions, especially the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Environment, and all those sectors in our country. The solutions, yes, we need to tie policies. We need to introduce the laws. We need to stand with the communities. That's why I said before, awareness is very important to educate our people that this oil are produced from your land, but you should know the consequence. And this is where I agree with Dwalor, that, people should not look at the benefits, but we look at the disadvantages. You see, this one where I agree with him. Don't look at the benefit, that this is our government of Kir, and look at what the consequence you may face as a community. You must be standing with the victims of South Sudan across the country, so that we are able to remove Salva Kiir and bring companies that are accountable. The money that I injected, that you talk about, Brother Edward, this Salva Kiir need to be questioned. Where did you get the money to inject in the market? Where did Salva Kiir, the Bank of South Sudan, get the money to inject into the bank without they say that there is no any more banks in the reserve? South Sudanese should be questioning. That means even that's why we could conclude as South Sudanese that the government of South Sudan, the government officials are all accountable, and they have money and banks in their houses. And this need to be found out. South Sudanese must open their eyes. Coming to the hybrid court of South Sudan, we, the SPLMIO, are the one who stood for this, and we are the victims of Salva Kiir regime. The genocide was imposed on us. The war was imposed on us. So the people of South Sudan should stand with the SPLM, SPLIO. Okay? The collapse of the agreement, I don't agree now that the agreement is collapsed. We're still implementing the access, and the people of South Sudan should ask Salva Kiir, why are you not graduating our united forces? Why are you not appointing Johnson Oloy? Why you leave Upper Nile out of the 10 states without the government? Why are you not bringing out the state government? Why are you not instituting the what? The why the revitalized agreement is slowing to form the revitalized National Legislative Assembly that will be debating, like what Aru said, that this problem, the community needs to stand so that this problem is taken to the parliament. Where is the parliament, brother? There's no parliament there. Salva Kiir is still the one, the parliament. So this is what South Sudanese need to understand, that there's no any parliament now running in our country.
Thank you. Thank you.
On the IO, I'm just finishing.
Actually, I'm even myself, I'm tired, honestly.
Okay, what about 30 seconds on the surrender of IO? That like you say.
Okay, that's for, take 1 second. 1 second. Because I don't want to remove you. 1 second. Go ahead.
I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, just to the people of South Sudan that, our chairman is in what? In implementing the peace in Juba. Our forces, our citizens in the liberated areas, you need to stand firm. Don't listen to the propaganda across South Sudan, across the media, social media, that you are weak. We are still strong. We are still more stronger than before. Thousands of people are joining us day and night, and eager. And the grantees will be responding to us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Charles, brother. Aru, let me give you a 2 minutes, my brother. Honestly, I'm tired. And I'm feeling tired, honestly.
Yes, I understand that. Thank you, Edward, once again. And thank you for bringing this topic one more. I would like to advise the people that live across oil companies, producing areas in Ruweng and Tharjas and Upper Nile, actually to come out and to stand up for the right. Talk about the oil pollution, come support whoever is hosting the show about the oil pollution. You should come, you should share the video. This is for your benefit. And thank you for advocating. The other thing also I would like to add, and when my time comes, let me know, I will stop, to Don Largen and the other people. Actually, the majority of communities are aware, and the actual, again, is oil pollution. But there will be certain people in a community, and whoever is from the state that producing oil, they know there are some certain politicians that are benefiting with the government. Are the objective, are the subject to oil pollution, or are they actually the subject to the voice of the majority of oil producing areas? For example, in Morlut, the majority of Morlut communities are actually against it, and they report it, they stand for it. See, in Sudan government, there was also a big protest in 2011, and it was actually the same thing about oil pollution. 2018 also, it has been also, there has been so concerned, and they raised it. But their case actually has been used by the government and some individual to get benefit from it. For example, in 2018, the case was raised. The head of parliament actually was bribed not to bring the case. And one of the MP actually decided to take the case to United Nations. And then the head of parliament actually decided to call emergency meeting, and they discussed the issue. Because what they do when the case come, actually, the head of parliament will go to Minister of Petroleum and say that, well, this community is complaining about oil pollution. We're going to discuss about it. So the Minister of Petroleum will go to oil companies, and then they will be given some budget. And budget will be divided between the Minister of Petroleum and the parliament. And then silence the case. This has been the issue. So I myself, I don't see issue is actually the local community. The issue actually is the government. The government of South Sudan is the main issue because it's not talking. Case has been reported so many times, and we are not getting result from them. And thank you.
Thank you.
We'll talk next time.
Shukran. Shukran jazilan, our guests. Let me appreciate. Nashkurkum jazira shukr. باشمهندس دومينيك شكرا جزيلا للزمن بتاعك ولوقت بتاعك وكذلك للمعلومات القيمة أيضا. شكرا جزيلا لشارلز تايلي شيف. Thank you so much for today's debate. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being patient. Thank you also for respecting forum. Thank you to Dr. Dual. Thank you so much for coming. And actually the debate today was good. And that is the way intellectual debate. I know it was some point here and there, but also thank you so much, Dual. شكرا جزيلا كذلك لأرو my brother Aru Nyot. Thank you. شكرا جزيلا لجي بتاعك while you came late, but you give very valuable information on point about what's going on in the oil fields areas. Thank you so much. Actually, we are not going to stop actually debating on this topic unless we have to see change happen within the oil areas. لازم يحصل تغيير في المناطق بتاعت نفط. نستمر في النقاش وزي ما أنا قلت لكم قبل في بداية بتاعت الحلقة إنه we have to develop هو common sense الإحساس مشترك بقضايا بتاعتنا في جنوب السودان. وده النقطة اللي بننطلق منه هسه كمنبر صوت الشعب بكل التركيز بتاعنا في المرحلة الجاية إنه يعني الإحساس بالروح بتاعت القومية والإحساس بالروح بتاعت إنه كلنا بنتفق في قضايا اللي بتمس كل الشعب بتاعنا في كل الولايات. وده بيطلعنا في المشاكل بتاعت القبلية والخط بتاعت الحكومة بالتقسيم بتاعت البلد. وخليني أنا أشكركم جزيل الشكر وأنا هنا نستمر زي ما ذكرت قبل. الإحساس المشترك ده مشاكل في مناطق بتاع بترول، مشاكل بتاع الولايات على النيل، مشاكل بتاع الاستوائية، مشاكل بتاع برقزال، مشاكل بتاع جنبولة، كل المناطق دي كلها we need to talk. كان في زول عنده مشكلة you need to bring it out. قبل ما أنا أختم في كلام قالوا قبل my brother got quote or look هو يتكلم عن مشاكل بتاع حدود وكده. يا جماعة الفورم ده أي زول أنت عندك مشكلة send us the document, send us the information, then we'll come out and bring your issue to the people of South Sudan to discuss it. This is the way we are dealing with the issue in South Sudan. We don't discriminate. أي زول جاب لنا قضية بتاعه بنجيبه للناس so we talk about it because at the end اللي دايرين في جنوب السودان أننا دايرين استقرار في جنوب السودان. The only way اللي ممكن نخلص له قبلية في جنوب السودان هو إنه نحن ننمي الروح بتاعت القومية والروح بتاعت الوطنية والروح بتاعت الاهتمام المشترك بيننا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. And we cannot do it unless we talk about it. ده الفوكس بتاعتنا هنا. لو إحساس ده ما جانا ما في تغيير بيجي في جنوب السودان. حتى الثورة اللي قاعدين نتكلم عنه هسه ما راح يحدث. فأنا بشكر المشاهدين بتاع منبر صوت الشعب اللي قاعدوا معي هنا 5 ساعات ونص. أنا بشكركم جزيل الشكر للصبر بتاعتكم. أنا بشكركم للانتراكشن بتاعتكم برضو النقاش بتاعتكم يعني here and there with respect also. أنا بشكركم. ناس بسيطين بدأوا كان قبل بيشتموا لكن it was good we have to debate without insulting ourselves. So شكرا جزيلا لكم انتم كمشاهدين وشكرا لكل زول بياخد وقت بتاعه وبيكتب في كيبورد بتاعه making show is actually very interesting for all of us to watch. شكرا جزيلا. At the end أنا خلوني نعتذر نيابة عن إدارة بتاعت منبر صوت الشعب. بنعتذر لو في أي حاجة أنا قلت قبل لما أنا بدأت الانترودكشن أنا بقول للناس sorry for that. Actually أنا ما كنت قاصد زول كشخص. I did not mean to personally but actually it was the way we send the message. لو في أي حاجة قالوا أي زول من المتحدثين البتاعنا الجونا في منبر هنا في زول منهم قال كلام كان مجرح للزول you felt like that statement actually was against you and that statement it was abusive on the behalf of my guests. Actually I will apologize to you. Sorry that person he didn't mean to hurt you or to insult you, just it was the way he was sending his message. So أنا بيعتذر نيابة عن المتحدثين داخل المنبر ولاد هنا. God bless you. God bless South Sudan. Let us keep it. We will reach the destination one day. Let us keep it together. Let us keep the discussion. في النهاية جنوب السودان يوم من الأيام أنا متأكد will be the South Sudan actually who was fighting for it. You have a good night. For those here in America and Canada, you have a good night. Good morning, actually, to those in Europe and South Sudan. And good morning, Lenas Bitana for Australia. God bless you all, and God bless South Sudan. Let us give it up. Bye.
منبر صوت الشعب، الراي والراي الآخر، شعب واحد ووطن واحد.
Number